Simon & Schuster Audio presents The Buffalo Hunter Hunter by Stephen Graham Jones. Read by Shane Ghostkeeper, Owen Teal, and Marin Ireland, with acknowledgments read by the author.
For James and Lois, thanks for all the jelly.
But the adversaries are treating the case in such a way as to show that they are seeking neither truth nor concord, but to drain our blood. The Apology of the Augsburg Confession, the Book of Concord.
The Beaucarn Manuscript, Part 1. 16 July, 2012. A day worker reaches into the wall of the parsonage, his crew's revamping, and pulls a piece of history up, the edges of its pages crumbling under the fingers of his glove, and I have to think that if his supervisor isn't walking by at just that moment, then this construction grunt stuffs that journal from a century ago into his tool belt to pawn or trade for beer, and the world never knows about it. If this works out, though, then I owe that day worker my career. In January, I wasn't exactly denied tenure, but I was told that instead of continuing with my application, I consider asking for the extension I'm currently on. The issue wasn't my teaching. I'm the day worker of communication and journalism, covering all the 1,000 and 2,000 level courses. It was that my publications aren't up to University of Wyoming standards for promotion. See, get a book under contract, Etsy, and then we'll talk. And if you don't, then all your schooling, all your dreams of being a professor, they're smoke, and you're out in the cold. Until that random day worker reached into that wall. Until what he found wrapped in mouse-chewed buckskin wound up in the hands of Special Collections librarian Lydia Ackerman of University Montana State up in Bozeman, and she was able to read the scripty hand enough to glean a name from the very front page, Arthur Beaucarn. It's not far from there to me, that surname not exactly being common. And because technically that journal belongs to me, well, my father, then me, but my father and his facility down in Denver is not exactly compos mentis, Lydia Ackerman's been sending me the digitized pages as they're processed, the original being a century too delicate to handle. But I don't think she does it out of kindness. It's to keep me from showing up unannounced again. Etsy? She asked when I did show up like that in May, breathing hard from the stairs. She was looking from my ID to me to see which was the typo. It's Betsy, really, I didn't say. But a boy with a speech impediment in kindergarten, who cares? The last name, I told her, as politely as I could. So I was led back to the workbench they conserve delicate literary artifacts on, was made to mask up, glove up, booty up, and then sit like that through a lecture about the lignin content of old paper and the homemade inks of the late 19th century, and how this particular ink had aged into acid that was eating away the brittle old paper it was written on, meaning the individual letters collapse into hopeless crumbles from just the slightest breath, thus the case the journal's enclosed in. It's for humidity and temperature, Lydia Ackerman explained, like giving a tour to second graders, but mostly it's to keep any breeze from punching those black letters from the pages, effectively erasing this amazing find from history. It's also for dust, Lydia Ackerman leaned forward to say in some sort of confidence, like dust was a profanity in this particular room. Even dust weighs enough to make the letters fall through the paper. To be sure I got how dire this all was, she heated her eyes up and raised her eyebrows. I'll be careful, I assured her. At which point she unlatched the glass case, both of us holding our breath behind our masks, I'm pretty sure. And finally, I got to look directly at my great-great-great-grandfather's journal. The workroom we were in smelled like my dad's chemistry lab on campus, sending me back to being 10 years old, when I'd yet to betray him by choosing the humanities over hard science. Sorry, Dad. Again. I turned my back on chemistry, became an alchemist, yes, mixing facts with rhetoric and spin and encomium, all in hopes this or that speech will catalyze an audience, hopefully in what feels like a heartfelt way. Such is communication, which I long to enter into again with you someday, Dad, hopefully soon. I do get the reports from your medical team, after all. But as my great-great-great-grandfather says in his journal, okay, my greatest grandfather, that's neither here nor there. And yes, okay, I'll admit it here in the privacy of this laptop. Since I didn't inherit science from my dad, I'm here choosing to inherit journal keeping from someone much deeper in my bloodline. Well, either inherit or resuscitate. I haven't kept my precious thoughts in a secret notebook since junior high. Thought I'd outgrown that kind of stuff. Surprise, I guess. I'm still that awkward girl in 7th grade, except now the enemies I'm putting on my hate list are from my tenure committee. But, great-great-great-grandfather, I know I'm nowhere near as practiced as you with organizing my daily thoughts and recollections on the page. You were educated in the 19th century, when recitation was the order of the day. You could recite long poems and speeches, and I, who teach speech writing, can barely remember a phone number. Where we're also different, you were a pastor, and, this I did inherit from my dad, I'm more of a professional doubter. I've worked my way through the first few days of your journal, though, and I'm coming to understand why Bozeman wants to pay to keep your writing in their collection. You were good, Arthur Beaucarn. You used my rhetoric and spin and encomium to come off sounding heartfelt, never mind the actual facts. But you had a documentarian's eye, too, didn't you? And a playwright's ear. You didn't have a camera, but you had a pen, and its nib was sharp enough to cut right to the center of the day, the year, the era. You make your case better than I can, though. I'll paste in a news item from 1912, the year you disappeared from your church, and then showcase your more fleshed-out version. Is it happening again? This is the question former cavalryman and current postal clerk Lavinius Clarkson was said to be asking his patrons for the better part of Monday. What L. Clarkson is talking about is the deceased individual found off the beaten path yesterday, out in the open prairie across the Yellowstone River, in the environs of Sunday Creek. Initial speculation was that this was some unfortunate who perished over the last winter, who was only just now thawing out due to last week's abundance of sunlight. This would explain the state of this person's remains. However, knowledgeable men involved with transporting the body into town assure the Star that this isn't frostburn or scavenging. They also assure the Star that while ice, when affixed to skin, can possibly remove it, this would seem to be something more pernicious and intentional. This is cause for concern. Are the Indians turning hostile again? If so, which ones? The Crow, the Nakota, the Ree? More far-flung tribes like the Blackfeet, Gros Ventre, Snake? And if this is a holdover from the depredations of older times, then what might be the cause of their ire this time? Does our government not provide them with beef rations and land that they leave fallow and untended, not interested in working it as God intends? When pressed on the matter, L. Clarkson, himself no supporter of the Indian, averred that what he was concerned about instead was similarity to a rash of grisly discoveries he claims went on nearly 4 decades ago, in Montana's more lawless times. As for that supposed rash of mutilations, the Star talked to an unnamed source in the later years of his long and storied life. Once a miner, among other and sundry occupations, this source remembers this country when it was young and open. Scoffing at L. Clarkson's sensational claims, This former ore worker, treasure hunter, stagecoach driver, and occasional cowpoke, who was young when the so-called mountain men were in their dotage, remembers that as the great buffalo herds were collapsing some 40 years ago, there were motherless calves left bawling out in the night, until finally the men of Miles Town, as he still insists upon calling Miles City, went out and dispatched them in a single night, leaving the humps skinned as a warning to any more disturbers of the night's peace. Apparently, they drew all the calves together by draping a buffalo robe over a large bull borrowed from a certain rancher, also nameless. The hides they salvaged from these calves, being too small for a robe and too golden for the milliner, were initially stored on a pallet in a shed behind the old livery until they got too scabby to work soft, at which point they were fed to hogs. This recollector of former times assures the Star that this spectacle is what L. Clarkson is inaccurately recalling, as a buffalo calf weighs about the same as a grown man, and, dead in the grass in the state they were both left, it would be easy to mistake one for the other. Of note is that the 2 dogs that accompanied the party to collect this dead individual both expired overnight, each of them chewing at the skin of their own bellies. But of course, there is no shortage of dogs here in Miles City. The identity of the deceased individual is as of this date unknown, save that he was male and possibly a traveler, as his unmarred face isn't known around these parts. The service for him will be private. That's the Just the Facts version from the Miles City Star, dated March 26, 1912. Microfiche, yes. Now, here's what my greatest grandfather wrote into his journal the evening before. Yesterday evening, word started to percolate around town concerning a man found dead out in the sea of grass that surrounds us. Martha Grandlin, Skeet Grandlin's second wife,
his first deceased, was the first bearer of this savory tidbit, being certain to contort her face in cultured disgust and not to give the second-hand account her full voice. I presume either to keep it from being a real occurrence or to keep from exposing herself as one who thrills in carrying such morbid news around town. Martha, kind soul that she tries to be, was bringing by half a loaf of German bread and some jams she claimed were spare, and clutching the week's mail to her side in case one of Skeet's many and far-flung correspondences should blow away into those same grasslands. According to Mrs. Grandlin, who held the tips of the fingers of her right hand to the hollow of her throat while pronouncing this poor man had, there's no other way to say it, his skin removed, as if he were an animal. I ate the bread and jam in silence after Mrs. Grandlin's hasty departure, and considered whether a man liberated of his skin and left out in the grass was something that could still happen in this new century. Weren't such things supposed to be part of this new state's sordid past? And what would motivate someone to such an act? What could someone do to have such an act visited upon them? The jam was huckleberry, with large chunks still remaining in it, and I found that if I had the patience to leave it on the bread for a few minutes, the juice from the jam would soak in and soften it, with the result being almost in the cobbler family. Though I could hold it in my fingers if I was careful, the crust being stiff from yesterday's oven. I had told myself when Mrs. Grandlin handed this treat to me that I would make it last the week, that it could be the prize at the end of my duties, but once I figured out the proper soaking time, I greedily consumed all of it in a single, shameful go. God was watching, as he watches all. But assuredly he would allow a broken old man this simple indulgence, would he not? And thank you, Mrs. Grandlin. This mid-afternoon delight was unexpected, as of course was the terrible news. This is Montana, though, I told myself. It's where things like this happen, isn't it? Or as some of my parishioners might joke, it's where things like this happen, n'est-ce pas, Pastor Beaucon? In spite of my protestations about my immediate French ancestry, still these prairie Deutsche like to poke and prod, which is why I write this in King George's English, not the German I deliver my sermons in, as curious eyes could then read it. But of course my parishioners' aspersions about their good pastor's Gallic name is all in good fun. And if the victuals continue to flow, then this non-Frenchman can only be grateful. As to who the unfortunate man found dead a few miles either north or west of town was, or is, or will be upon identification, Mrs. Grandlin had not an inkling, though the intensity with which she watched me while delivering this served as explanation why I had been her first stop. As the clergy, parishioners come to me with their problems and struggles and concerns. It stood to reason that I might have heard news about a husband, brother, or son who had tragically gone missing. I had no knowledge of any such missing husband, brother, or son, and surely my expression didn't suggest otherwise, but, infected by Mrs. Grandlin's curiosity, I told myself to pay special attention. At the same time, not everyone feared to be on a drinking binge is actually drunken. Not everyone supposed to have taken work that pulls them suddenly away from home is actually earning a wage. Eager about this find out in the grasslands, if for no other reason than it broke the tedium, I buttoned my greatcoat over the new and persistent huckleberry stain on the surplice I had thrown on when Mrs. Grandlin knocked, my only one, and made my way out the side door and down to the lodging-house porch, bringing with my personage, as it's unavoidable not to do, a retinue of raucous dogs of every color, size, and temperament. As I approached with them barking around my feet, announcing my arrival to the whole of Miles City, the whole of Montana, I took pains not to notice the shuffling and scraping that always precedes my arrival to such a low place. I would be similarly unaware of any bulges in the men's jackets that could or could not be bottles and spirits, and I held out hope that I wouldn't have to draw close enough for their breath to scald my eyes. "The limping Reverend!" Willem Tomlinson called out with all the joviality he could muster, referring to my gait, impeded as it is by the 3 toes on my left foot that predeceased me. I would expect the same from a 10-year-old boy caught antagonizing the chickens. Tomlinson calling me by that appellation, Reverend, was a long-standing hallmark of our interactions, my silhouette evidently prompting whosoever I encountered in my doddering perambulations to make joke upon joke at my expense. Such is the price exacted by these black robes, I surmise, by this craggy, thin silhouette. Though I would wish it otherwise, Tomlinson's was a joke that had over the previous year spread through his companions like grassfire, meaning I also had to endure his greetings from all these lodging-house regulars, a round of pastor and preacher, brother and bishop, and on into variations they had to mumble as they had no real command of the terms, their childhood spent in Quaker and Catholic pews so far behind them now as to be but fairy tales that happened to someone else. "Father Reverend," Tomlinson rounded it all up with, apparently having had more training than the rest. The humor of the West knows no bounds, respects no boundaries. Nevertheless, I demurred and endured, grinning a sheep's grin at this camaraderie and acceptance, which is what I have to tell myself it is every next time it's happening again. As to why I'd chosen to submit myself to this good-willed badgering, it was that the porch of the lodging-house was the catch-basin for all news in and around Miles City. The gentlemen, or denizens if that's the more telling description, of the long suede bench that I've been assured was salvaged from a previous, temporary incarnation of my esteemed church, were irreverent and oftentimes in one stage or another of intoxication. But resistance to observing the niceties of society meant that they functioned as guards at a post, such as it was, not letting anyone interesting pass unless and until they had shared the news of the day with them. In such a way are tolls exacted. Knowing that any corpse found either north or west of town would come in past the lodging-house, I knew then also that such a parade passing in front of the lodging-house would have been subject to inspection and interrogation. It helped that Saul Bertram, the quiet Ulysses Grant of these regulars, had until 1899 been sheriff of Custer County, and that the current sheriff had been his deputy, so was still beholden to his former superior officer, which probably in no small way explains why the porch of the lodging-house was outside the law, as it were. But that's neither here nor there. As I hear more and more of my parishioners saying of late, a verbal trend that worries me, as it sweeps things under the rug that should be dealt with in the light rather than let fester. But this concern itself is neither here nor there, I suppose. Even a preacher, pastor, brother, bishop, father, reverend of fighting age during the war between the states can join this bold new century. Yes. After describing for these regulars in great and delectable detail the bread and jam I had tragically consumed all of, I asked them about the poor man found dead and exsanguinated to the west of town, asking of myself meanwhile if I wasn't in my own way just as bad as Mrs. Grandlin. But no, I told myself. As shepherd of a flock, I needed to be informed on all goings-on that might affect that flock. It wouldn't do to look out over the Sunday morning crowd and have them whispering to each other about that of which I'm ignorant. The West? California Jim spat in response, disgusted, answering the first of the two bluffs I'd built into my opening bid for them to correct. I've never inquired after the provenance of California Jim's name, but assume it has to do either with one or another gold rush or with another of his many former occupations. What? Preacher man? Saul Bertram mumbled, leaning ahead to spit between his boots into a crack in the porch nearly crusted shut from all the days he spends there. He had been bled, had he not? I said with all false innocence, looking from one to the other, which prompted them in turn to look to each other. Your Lutheran guard whisper that to you? Tomlinson finally said, which struck me odd, as I'd only proffered the possibility of exsanguination so as to be a babe in the fold for them, plucking at rumor and smoke, meaning they could correct me with the actual facts and thereby become authorities. Men on in their years, whose sole job is to occupy a bench, like to feel important. I know. It's quite possible I suffer from a liturgical version of this myself. I suppose most of his blood did leak out when he was skinned like a hump, Tomlinson said for them all, glaring me down as if challenging one so pure of heart to picture something so revolting. If only he knew. The depravity of man's heart knows no flaw, and everyone in this hard country has a sordid chapter in the story of their life that they're trying either to atone for or stay ahead of. It's what binds us one to the other. I wasn't there to publicize my own moral failings, howsoever, but to further hone Mrs. Grandlin's revelation. What I had so far without asking directly were west and skinned, and now possibly exsanguinated, though that could very well be my misreading. To what end do you skin a person? I asked. I seen a man filled with so many Indian arrows in him that he looked like a pincushion in a sewing parlor, Early Tate said, licking his cracked lips hungrily. 69 he were. James Quayle, Saul Bertram either said or asked. It was hard to distinguish. Down on the trail, Early Tate answered with a shrug, yet holding my eyes, perhaps to see if I would challenge him on this. The trail he spoke of was the deep ruts of the Oregon Trail, which he'd famously been a drover on in his 20s. In each retelling, his deeds and exploits become a little more grand, I should note. I didn't doubt this pincushion man, though. James Quayle or no. In the late 60s he spoke of, and into the bloody decade that followed, I had myself seen similar travesties that still haunt me in my weaker moments, with only one candle remaining, the town around me long asleep. but you can build a wall around yourself with scripture and faith. Like a buffalo, you say? I asked them, due to their use of the word hump. This question prompted more looks between the regulars, looks and the shuffling of feet, the rearranging of certain jugs and bottles in this or that jacket. Finally, Saul Bertram out and said it, immune as he was to legal repercussions. His face was even painted, he proclaimed, pulling his own fingers downward along his forehead and nose, down to his chin. Skinned and then painted? I asked back, earnestly incredulous at this development. The skin on his face was still where it ought to have been, California Jim said, forgetting for a moment I was there and instinctively taking a long pull from the bottle nestled against his chest. Apology, Father, he added, wiping the back of his mouth with his sleeve. Forgiveness comes at a price, and none among us is immune to sin, I returned back to him, shrugging my thin shoulders and holding his eyes steady in mine, such that more words would have communicated less. The grin spread among the regulars until California Jim shook his head in mirth and extended the bottle to me. After ascertaining no puritanical eyes were trained on us, I took the bottle, tipped it up, and let that familiar fire into my chest for the first time since donning these robes. And for a moment I was in my 30s again, and my 40s, and the first part of my 50s, swimming in such a bottle as this, looking out at the world distorted into abomination by the irregular glass, and my own failing eyes and the syrupy quality of my thinking, and my guilt. "Preacher!" Tomlinson cheered, holding his own bottle up. "Reverend!" Early Tate chimed in, grinning so wide I could see the dark blood between the cracks of his lips. "Yellow and black," the former sheriff of Custer County continued, such that I had to picture this hump, the skin pulled from his back and presumably his whole torso, and possibly his legs and arms, his face painted half yellow, half black. You can't guess at what an Indian does, though, much less the why of it. Maybe Franz Boas can, but I'm not Boas. If anything, I'm more Boethius, trapped in my cell on these northwesterly plains, scribbling my earnest inquiries into this log, with hopes of finally arriving at some greater truth. "Had a little dab of red in the middle," Early Tate added with a satisfied chuckle, relaxing back into the pew which creaked with the weight of his pronouncement. When I looked my inquiry over to him, he waggled his blunt, somewhat red tongue, prompting Tomlinson to fall into a coughing fit meant to direct us elsewhere. I had the scent, though, and could make the leap myself, being no tenderfoot. "His tongue was removed?" I said, or quieting my voice to a whisper. "What would be the use of that?" Saul Bertram said back, which I took to be confirmation, and when California Jim made to drink openly from his bottle, the former sheriff stopped him. The message he intended was subtle but loud enough in this newly spawned quiet. Though I had previously momentarily been one of them in the brotherhood of spirits, and of flaunting it in the light of day, now, at this juncture, I was alone again. No longer a drinking companion. Never mind that the long pull I had elected to imbibe was still a warmth roiling in my chest, and coursing through my thoughts, making me consider the sacraments of the Eucharist I have unmonitored access to. "Gentlemen," I said to them, with as much thankfulness and respect and lack of challenge as I could, and proceeded on my way, pretending for their sake that I had only stopped at the lodging-house by happenstance to pay my toll, and was now continuing on to my original destination of the post office, as if I had anyone in the world who might want to send me a letter.
I'm starting my transcription here, pretty much, as this seems to be when things get interesting. I'm trying to solve a mystery. What happened to Arthur Beaucarn in 1912? I've struggled an entry ahead of the transcription above, so I know he had, or planned to have, a series of fantastical conversations with an Indian man known in Montana in the late 19th century as the Full Blood, but I don't know yet if this is causation or merely correlation. And yes, tenure and promotion committee, I know that this is more a project for a history professor or someone from ethnic studies, American studies, maybe philosophy and religious studies, even the English department, but are any of the scholars from those programs related to the subject? That's my hook, I'm fairly certain. That's the thing that's going to get this junior professor a book under contract and position her on campus for a long and comfortable career. Like my dad, yes. Like him, too, I wore a mask and gloves and booties for my work, at least the first time, sitting on my couch, my nose inches from the flickering screen of my laptop. Taz, my cat, full name there, curled on the cushion over my shoulder. I was holding my breath, too. I was making a connection with someone actually in my blood. Being the lone daughter of a father with no siblings, my family tree has been more struggling vine than anything branching into a generations-wide canopy, so finding this unexpected relative has been nothing short of wondrous. In order to feel closer to Arthur Beaucarn, I even went to campus and loaded up the special-use paper from the back of the supply cabinet, printed the scanned-in images on what feels for all the world like cardstock. Those stiff pages are currently spread out across the dining room and hallway of my apartment, so I can walk along my greatest grandfather's last few weeks. He was never found after his last entry, no. And I admit I'm nervous about getting that far and having to say goodbye to him, watch him recede into history. Last night, I stood on the balcony of my apartment and peered out into the glittering darkness, and I whispered his name, Arthur Beaucarn. And then I closed my eyes, imagined I was hearing the rustle of his thick black robes when he raised his head out there in the vast darkness, hearing me. As for the ramp to get to the entries in his journal, which I probably would have already laid out were I a historian, in 1912, the Miles City Star was in its second year. Trinity Lutheran Church was in its sixth. Miles City itself had only been incorporated in 1887, 2 years before Montana itself became a state, and some 35 years after Custer County was named that, in memory of the Battle of the Little Bighorn. Though the buffalo were long gone from eastern Montana by 1912, and from North America as a whole, the memory of them blanketing the Great Plains lived on. It's 2012 now, as I write this, the anniversary of my greatest grandfather's disappearance. I have Lutheran blood in me, surprise. I'd always thought my family must be French a few generations back, possibly some of those French who came down through Canada to trap and trade furs, but lineage doesn't mean much, finally, does it? As for myself, which I should have said at the top of this document, I'm Etsy Beaucarn. Single, white, 42. I live on the second floor of an apartment complex where I sometimes see students from my freshman courses on the stairs, and my main source of conversation is my cat, Taz. It's short for Tasmanian Devil, a cartoon character from my youth who was a force of chaos and destruction. You'd have to see the arms of my couch and the lower portions of the drapes over my sliding glass door and the apron of my bed to understand why I named him that. I love Taz like you love an only cat, though. We've been through the fire of grad school together, through 2 live-in boyfriends, and I've bathed him in the kitchen sink when he comes home with his ears torn and his coat matted with blood. But he means well. His gifts show his true heart, don't they? The dead birds left on the kitchen floor, which he expects me to cheer for. The mice he deposits outside the bathroom door, always there, I don't know why. Because it's the mouse place, I guess. Twice now there have been moles, one of them still halfway alive and suddenly wriggling in bed with me. Most recently, and most out of place, a prairie dog, this one completely alive. Coming in from campus with that stack of printed-up journal pages, so much heavier than I anticipated, I rounded the tall rubber plant opposite the front door, deposited my shoulder bag on the couch, and stepped into the hall, which is when we saw each other. this prairie dog and I. He was a small form framed in the doorway of my bedroom, mired in shadow, but I have to suspect I was as well, my giant form blotting out the overhead light. Slowly, this prairie dog stood up onto its hind legs and considered me, tasting my scent on the air, and then it charged down the hall in its dromedary way, its yellowy, protuberant incisors meant only for seeds and stalks, the rational part of me knew, but this wasn't a rational moment. I yipped, stepped neatly up onto the couch, and hugged a throw pillow to my chest, but this prairie dog never crashed out into the living room. After what felt like an hour, but was probably 2 minutes, I gingerly stepped off the couch, still clutching that pillow, and peered down the hall. It was empty. "Taz?" I called. He didn't come. Even when I broached into the kitchen, used the electric can opener on his food, a grinding sound he can't resist. 2 hours later, he thumped onto the balcony in his usual way, as if dropped from a low-flying blimp, and pushed his head through the cat door to look around like always, as if confirming this was the right apartment. "There you are," I told him, and he slinked in. He was, this time, coated in what I took to be antifreeze, about which I knew not to even ask. After he kindly left radioactive footprints on some of the journal pages, which were in their first configuration on the couch, I took him to the kitchen sink, got the good Dawn soap, and lathered him up against his will. "I found what you left me," I murmured to him, scrubbing his coat clean, and for a moment I didn't want, my back straightened, because the floor had creaked behind me, exactly as if Arthur Beaucarn had heard me just thank him for what he left me, his journal, and had decided to step out of the ether, start mumbling a prayer in some dead tongue. I didn't look around, though. You can't look around every time you think you're not alone. Once you start, you never stop. Instead, I'm just going to huddle here over my laptop, burn my eyes out trying to make sense of 100-year-old script, so light it's hardly there, and type it in after this the best I can, for however long it takes. Here goes.
The Absolution of 3 Persons. March 31st, 1912. He was there again today, the Indian gentleman. This is only his second Sunday to attend, but in a congregation as tight-knit as mine, I find a face I don't know out in the chapel to be not worrisome. I should think of it as a gift, as another chance to fulfill a missionary's duty, and thereby inch myself that much closer to redemption. But his presence is disconcerting, through no fault of the Indian's own. It's as if he's a face from either the past or my past. It's hard to decide which he might unintentionally represent. Through the whole of my sermon, I longed to lob a pebble to his isolated pew at the back to see if he would snatch that pebble from the air at the last moment, and then hold it in his lap for the rest of the service, worrying it between his fingers. And I would follow that pebble's journey further as well, to see if he let it fall alongside his right leg as he exited. Or maybe I would even follow him to wherever he's found or made lodging, to see if he examines that pebble by firelight, and perhaps slips it into the medicine pouch all of his breed carry on their person, close to their skin. I would like to have that between us, I think. I would like to be part of the secret totem beneath his shirt, held close and important to his chest forevermore. As for this Indian's appearance, well, he's Indian. The red skin, the broad face and wide nose, the hatchet cheekbones, that grim slash of a downturned mouth. A distinct amusement to his eyes about our proceedings in this house of worship, but a harsh, embattled cast to his face as well, speaking of many trials and tribulations, much hardship and loss. His hair is long and oily and black, suggesting he's not a product of Jesuit school, which is in contrast to the floor-length black clerical robe he wears, about whose provenance I won't even hazard a guess, as it may involve some man of the cloth's remains mouldering in a gulch. As for his intention with arraying himself in this raiment, I have to think it's easily explainable. Surely, in wanting to come to a white man's church, this Indian gentleman thought it vital to attire himself after the same fashion he has to have seen white men going to church in. A failure to understand the hierarchy in these church walls, where the man behind the pulpit and he alone dresses suchly, is beneath having to excuse. Instead, I take this mimicry as the highest honor, and I'm thankful for the childlike innocence with which it's delivered. Let the little children come to me. Yes. However, that robe is the only thing childlike about this Indian. While it's difficult to hypothesize the age of someone whose kind I'm not intimately associated with, I would put this gentleman between his early 30s or late 40s, well past the age where he would have been part of a raiding party in decades past, when such things were yet occurring, but, at the same time, he's perhaps older than individuals of his race usually make it to. I detect no silver in his hair as of yet, but I also know that the gray comes late among his people. And it's beneath saying, but the Indian's face is cleaned to shining, beardless and not mustachioed, and his hair, though long and heavy, is drawn back, which I take as a token of respect, as when a cur pastes its ears back along its skull in hopes of passing without drawing a kick or harsh word. This is as well as I can draw him in the pages of this newest volume of my frantic peregrinations. His bearing and posture this Sunday was the same as last, I should add. Shoulders square, spine straight. I was initially discomfited with how his eyes tracked my every movement, as if I were one of his wags' tails, which I understand is his people's word for deer. Though of the big-eared variety or the smaller variety with that white flag of a tail, I can't yet ascertain. But of course he's watching me like a deer he would roast on a spit. Actually makes perfect sense. Presumably familiar with enough English to accomplish simple commerce, he must be mystified by the Vata tongue I deliver my sermons with. His attentiveness, therefore, is but evidence of the concentration he trains on my words. When everyone else reached for one of our few hymnals, he plucked one up as well. A strange flower to him, not understanding that the tome he held before him for the singing portion of the service was, in fact, a Bible, more evidence of his lack of formal education. Rather, he was surely educated in the Edenic hinterlands, where he can read the fowl and the fauna more closely than I can the very scripture. More interesting than his looks or comportment, though, are his reasons for attending my service. Is he hoping to suspend a delicate bridge from his people to mine, and so foster a unity where there's only been decades of division? Did he, in his youth, see a wagon train assembled before a man of the cloth, and wonder about the power wielded by that man at the front of the congregation? Has he heard tell of the white man's religion, and wants to see where it might line up with his inborn one? Now that we've shared private and extended discussion over things so fabulous as to themselves be fables, I can speak better as to his reasoning, his reasons. But, reciting my service that first and this Sunday, I confess to having been mainly agitated about whether or not he was only here for a meal. If so, he would have had to make do with a thin white wafer. I'm ashamed to say that during the Eucharist I positioned myself so as to observe him, but both Sundays he limited himself to but a single wafer, glaring against his dark skin, that hand rising to his mouth and then coming back down, his eyes holding mine the entire time, as if to prove to me that the Holy Sacrament wouldn't smoke on his pagan tongue. I would have allowed him more, and of more substantialness, of course, had he but asked or made his hunger known. Had he stayed after that first service, I would have led him to my parsonage and broken bread with him. Not Mrs. Grandlin's, that wasn't to me yet. But had he been there upon its arrival, then we surely would have shared in that repast. I may be gluttonous in private, but in fellowship I hope to set a better example. When I would have extended such fellowship to him last Sunday, however, he stood with the rest of the congregation, holding my eyes across the congregants' as yet hatless heads, and I felt for all the world as if he had been there to judge me. Were I speaking to myself as I speak to my parishioners, I might portend that those who fear the presence of a judge may very well be carrying a secret burden of guilt they hope to unload. Yet, to be judged by an Indian here in the new century, to have this 20th century called to task by its predecessor? Your fantasies know no limit, do they, old man? Leave anyone too long alone with his own thoughts, and every possibility will be not only explored, but poked and prodded until it raises its shaggy head, settles its lidless eyes on you. Such is the price of isolation, and that mulling that never ceases. Though of a different order, I feel I'm nevertheless a monk in his bare cell, with only a quill and scroll to converse with. After this afternoon's proceedings, I suppose I now have this Indian to converse with as well, if I'm willing to lean in closely enough to hear his subdued voice. But I was documenting his first appearance last week, which I neglected to write about that Sunday. I think due to my dim hope that he was but an aberration in my weekly routine, not worthy of committing ink to. And even still I explore the fullness of language and distraction in the recounting, instead of daring to look directly at this Indian. But my inkpot is full. This candle is as yet tall. My back doesn't hurt too much, yet. My nerves seem intent on continuing to twitch this nib across these evenly lined pages, and no one is immediately waiting for me to save their soul. So, what harm can there be? Soldier on, pastor, brother, man, the men on the porch at the lodging-house might urge me. It's to them I ascribe blame for the chalice of communion wine, half in and half out of this candlelight. But better it not turn to vinegar. That would be the actual pity. This Indian, however, whom I know I need to find the strength to look directly at least on this unblinking page. That first Sunday of his attendance, upon the service's conclusion, the Spirit moving through the congregation in a way that always fills my chest. He rose with a quickness that aged him down a full decade. Though when I would have afforded the bodies to hold his brown hands in mine and look meaningfully into his eyes, turned neatly away, lowering his face into the peculiar, darkened spectacles I've seen travelers on the train platform wearing, to look directly into the endlessly bright sky. He did look back once, confirming the pursuit he seemed to expect, his wild-born instinct keenly aware of such things. But by the time I reached the back of the chapel in my limping manner, this Indian gentleman was striding away into the daylight, his Jesuit robe swinging around his long, purposeful strides, his hands tucked into the cuff opposite themselves, the dogs of Sunday morning giving him wide berth, which is the first time I've seen such a phenomenon in my time in Miles City. But surely it's the bear grease in his hair that forces them to keep their distance, or the scent of tragedy on his skin, or that he was keeping to the shaded side of the street where the warmth isn't. Or maybe, not seeing his eyes, they don't know if he watches them or not, so can't guess his next sudden movement, can't anticipate his intentions. To them, he's a berobed, glassy-eyed creature whose predilections are yet a mystery. Over the intervening week, I convinced myself that in a place this far west, I should steel myself for visitors such as him, and not make of his presence anything portentous. His sullen presence at the back of my church was a solitary event, I assured myself, a random occurrence. It tokened nothing. But then, this morning at service, he was back again. When he stepped in at the last moment and settled himself into the last pew at the back and sat upon the aisle like a station his own, so there was no one between himself and me, I admit I lost my place halfway into the recitement of Our Father, which I know as well as I know the contours of the roof of my mouth. Such is weakness. Such is blasphemy. My penance will be long and just, I know. And it starts late in my life with, I can tell now, this Indian gentleman, which I know is probably the first time one of his race has been referred to as such in ink. This time, instead of staring into his darkened spectacles and folding himself into the busyness of the Sunday afternoon bustle, he remained in his seat while the congregation filed past, the women giving him wide berth, the men's eyes hardening upon realizing this relic they'd evidently been sharing worship with. Some of them, I know, as yet harbor memories of stock slaughtered, of horses stolen in the night, of women foully mistreated, children snatched away to have their pasts erased, replaced with a wildness they would use to fight their own kind when given the slightest chance. But there was violence done on both sides, I would tell my parishioners consolingly, and there's the Lord's forgiveness to wash all that away, start anew, so we can step together into this new century, absolved of the past, never mind what bloody footprints our boots yet leave. Walk far enough away from the scene of that violence, and your boots are like unto your neighbors, shriven clean and born again. As is my custom at the cessation of a Sunday service, I stepped out of my station as pastor, became an usher for everyone wading out into the bright sunlight, which is, of course, just a shepherd of different variety. And then I was alone in the dark, empty chapel with this Indian gentleman. His stillness was off-putting, if I am to be strictly honest. So as not to scare him away with interrogation or attention, I set to tidying the pews, my eyes flicking periodically to him. Usually I'm wont to hum with this task, so as to allay the oppressive silence, but in deference I practiced restraint. Did I think he was going to rise up, bury a stone tomahawk in my back? What I didn't expect was for him to finally say it, and in clear English, his voice exactly as deep as I was expecting in my heart. Father. I stilled my nerves, stood from the pew at the front I was currently pretending to straighten, then straighten again, and turned to him, my fingertips holding each other at my waist, my posture more pensive than a man of my years and station should adopt, but you can't always make yourself stand as you want. Pastor, I corrected him, attempting to strip the school-mom from my voice. The Indian gentleman nodded once, accepting pastor without question. But then he looked up to me about it, his eyes glittering with something, and said, as if correcting a misstatement, 3 persons. 3 persons? I asked back about myself. Father, Son, Creator, he said, enumerating with his long brown fingers. I didn't correct his conception of the Trinity. Do you mind 3 persons? He asked then, holding his dark spectacles out between us, proffering both them and this new and complimentary appellation for a simple pastor. I let the name settle around me like a mantle, then commenced to prizing into what he might mean with these dark spectacles. When I could get no mental purchase, did he want me to polish them? He clarified with, this, the brightness in here. He moved his fingers back and forth by his temple, by his right eye, to mime the brightness so troubling him. I looked around at the chapel I keep intentionally dark, so as to stymie conversation and focus attention to the front. I can't always direct the inner lives of my flock, but I can, in such small and indirect ways, control the bearing of the exterior selves. In quietness begins devotion, does it not? Of course not, I said in reply to the Indian gentleman, and stepped 2 pews closer, my hands still clasped in front of me. He lowered his face into the dark spectacles and looked up at me through them, and I have to imagine that, to him, in the darkness of the chapel, I was but a shadow. I have an illness, he explained to me, tapping the side of his spectacles, and I nodded, stepped 2 pews closer. I knew a miner in Missouri who couldn't tolerate being indoors, I said in my gentlest, most understanding tone. Not since the roof over a vein he was working collapsed in on him and his fellow workers. Like a big mouth who wants for water but barks at it instead of drinking, the Indian gentleman said, as if to establish for me that we were, in fact, in communication. Big mouth? I was compelled to ask, however. The Indian gentleman bored his gaze into a point above my shoulder, then nodded, seemingly to himself, and corrected with, wolf, as you would say it. Ah, a mad wolf, you mean, I said, taking the olive branch he would extend. As if talking to a child, I mimed foam coming from my lips. The Indian gentleman grinned slightly to see me do this, looked away so as to let me preserve my dignity, and said, "Not the Mad Wolf I knew. No. Mad Wolf was hard topknot in my youth, who always stayed back during a horse raid until his sits-beside-him wife finally walked away from him, telling the rest of the band that if she were a fine horse, he wouldn't have the nerve to follow her, lead her back to his lodge." The Indian gentleman grinned in a small way to be relaying this, suggesting it was a sort of running joke. "She was right," he added, which was perhaps the part in this retelling where those of his breed, gathered around the fire in one of their teepees, would nod and chuckle to themselves as one. And I confess here that, while what he relayed to me held interest, what was even more fascinating were his ancient terms, only barely translated for me. Sits beside him wife, big mouth, and their coyote brethren, the little big mouths. It's all so rational and easy, so descriptive and childlike. Over the course of our afternoon, this ancient language would pile up and up like a mountain of buffalo skulls. Pardon, blackhorn skulls. Real bear, long legs, cold maker, sticky mouth. This last one I take from context to be not quite a bear, but more than a weasel, perhaps with a mouth characterized by saliva. Regardless, I hope to preserve these peculiarities on the page as best I can, as this may be their last uttering, the Indian gentleman's kind walking into the sunset of their day. "So what brings you here today?" I asked him then, to prove to him that we were communicating clearly enough that I could sense he had more to say. The way he, in response, stared past me, his head moving back and forward ever so slightly, as if he were on the deck of a steamboat in calm water, was, I believe, evocative of the difference in our two peoples. In his lodges and around his kind's fires, each word and each answer is surely considered before being spoken, so as to not utter anything unnecessary. To one who often listens to himself at the pulpit and wonders who it is speaking and what it is he's saying now, this is a thing uncommon indeed. As a pastor with some experience listening to his flock, however, I know I must comport myself in these conversations by his guidelines and needs, lest he become impatient and remove himself back to his own people, denying himself the grace of God, which I would so willingly share and instruct him toward. "What brings me here today?" he repeated in the lips-shut way he speaks, as if this question were not too complicated to loosen with a mere reply. Behind his dark spectacles, his eyes closed tightly, I could tell, and I was able to study his face more closely than that view afforded me from the pulpit. I could tell now that his face and cheeks and jaw, while scrubbed to shining, were in fact pitted, telling of some encounter with the pox, in which he surely writhed for days in a flea-ridden buffalo robe, some medicine man chanting and drumming over him and wafting various smokes, never knowing how useless those ancient practices were for this modern affliction. When the Indian gentleman's eyes opened again, I let mine slide to the side, to give the lie that I hadn't been taking the opportunity to stare like a child. He was as yet blinking from the brightness, however. "Here," I said, and rushed around the chapel, pinching the few wicks out and carrying back the lone remaining candle, but being sure to place it far enough from us that it was less than the coals after a fire on a dark night, lending but the slightest underglow to our faces. The shadows of the hands I clasped between my knees probably exaggerated on the unpainted ceiling above us, but I dared not look. "Thank you, the Indian gentleman said, pulling the spectacles from his face ear by ear, which required more head movement than I would have anticipated, the legs or arms of those spectacles being hooked nearly into circles at the back. The spectacles folded neatly into one of his sleeves, which made me wonder what else he might have hidden up there. "What I wish is to confess 3 persons, he said at last, holding my eyes in his, and this being the first time I was seeing his eyes at this near proximity, I found myself mesmerized, like unto he held some animalistic sway over me. As I'd seen from afar, his eyes were inky, undifferentiated black, but the middlemost parts, usually a dot not dissimilar to a large period, were engorged, as I'd only seen before in the dead, and eternally resting. Of course he needed it dark for his confession. "You don't have a box we can sit in?" the Indian gentleman asked then, squinting around the chapel for the confessional booth. Then he corrected himself with, "A wooden closet we can speak in through the... He held his hands out in a plane between us, fingers spread across each other to simulate a series of chinks or holes, such that I knew he'd seen the latticework Catholic confessionals have. "This is a Lutheran house of worship," I said, as delicately as I could, as presuming him to know the varieties of the Christian faith would be uncharitable of me. And this on a day I just delivered a sermon about the Samaritan. "But yes, after reading the commandments, we can go to the altar rail and—" I swept my arm to the front of the church to show where I meant. "You can unburden yourself there if you so desire," I assured him, sensing either reluctance or a failure to comprehend, which I couldn't tell. "Can we do it here?" he said, staring at the floor between his polished black boots, which I could see now that his Jesuit robe had ridden up his lower leg from having been seated for so long. The boots were, unless I mistake them, of the cavalry variety, from when the cavalry was more needed. It put me in mind of the days when Indians would dress themselves up in the finery of their victims, both male and female. I settled into the pew in front of him and to the side of it, turning to lean a single arm over my backrest and thus indirectly face him, so as to not threaten this penitent with proximity, or challenge him, thus, in the limited way available, creating the privacy of the confessional booth. Of course, I said. "What do I call you?" I asked then. He nodded as if agreeing that this indeed was the place to start. "In my youth, I was Weasel Plume," he said. "As a man, I was Good Stab. I was a small robe." "A small robe?" I asked, my words jump in the gate. "My band," he said. "The small robes are a band of the Pukuni." He flashed his eyes up to me to see how I was taking this, but hopefully not seeing deeply enough to know how I would, hours later, be spelling it or failing to. However, I know what he was actually looking for. It was whether I recognized the name of his people. I did, and do. Though this is Miles City, the Pukuni, well north and west of us, are still well remembered. "Glacier Park Indians," I said. "That national land is yet 2 years old, but the adjacent Indians already stationed in public lodges around and among it as emblems of how these western environs were in their natural state." The Indian gentleman nodded, the almost grin on his face suggesting what he thought of this designation for his people. "Blackfeet," I said then, lower and more meaningfully, like a secret between us. "Blackfeet," he repeated, nodding once as if accepting the burden of this name. "Good Stab," I said then, our talk now a rock beginning to gather speed on its roll down the hill. But your phrasing suggests this name, like your childhood one, is also behind you. The Indian gentleman looked away again, perhaps working through my words. I reminded myself to use simpler diction from there onward. Now my people call me Takes No Scalps, or the Full Blood, he said, and the desultory, aggrieved manner in which he delivered this pronouncement spoke of the pain associated with, as I took it, the first of these two names, which, if my time shepherding a flock has taught me anything, had to be the source and cause of his visit to my church. "Is that what you wish me to call you?" I asked. He chewed the cud of this question for longer than I would have deemed necessary, long enough for me to register the anomaly of an Indian garnering a third and even fourth name, which must betoken special circumstances indeed. "No one calls me either of those," he finally said. "They're just what I am. A full blood. It doesn't mean what you think it means. And one who takes no scalps?" He nodded a non-committal nod. "You must have earned that one by extending mercy and compassion," I said, my own scalp tingling under what hair I have left. This caused him to chuckle and press his lips together. "Mercy and compassion," he repeated, "if that's what you would call it." "Either way, the time for scalping is well behind us," I said. "This is a new day, is it not?" I lifted my arms, enveloping the whole grand chapel and the civilized town beyond it. "Or it's a single long night," he said, looking the other way from the flickering candle, which I perceived was possibly still causing him slight injury. I needed to be able to see his face, though. I needed to be able to ascertain where he was in relation to me. Anyone in close quarters with a savage would feel the same, I warrant. "I don't expect you to believe my story at first," he said. "I've earned this white hair," I said back to him. "I've heard a lot in my time, good stab, if I can call you that. Pastors are hard to surprise." When he was just looking at me about this, I added, "Hard to surprise and slow to judge." "I fast every month," he said then, the abruptness of this combining with his intonation to suggest that he was beginning to begin. "I fast every month, in hopes Sun Chief will take me back, in hopes of walking among the small ropes again, what of them are left. Yet I walk alone." "Taking no scalps," I completed for him. He looked up to me about this, and held my eyes with more directness than was easy for one such of my benign nature, inclined to peace. "Taking no scalps, yes," he said at last, easing the tension somewhat, but not completely. I believe this to be a hallmark of our conversations, which I put in the plural, as he tells me he'll be back next Sunday, and the one after that, and on until his confession is told in full, and his great crime is revealed, whatsoever it be. Such is the burden of the clergy. The burden and the gift. I submit willingly, O God. I am but your servant in this and all things. With your guidance I can endure this and more for Sundays eternal. And because I knew this new state when it was but a territory, and have comported with Indians before around fires and even twice in a smoky lodge of a kind that won't be seen again, the wind and snow howling outside in a way we see too much of here in the state of Montana, I knew what I had to say next in ceremonial fashion, to invite him to begin with his story. I listened with a good heart. Good Stab looked up to me briskly upon hearing this, a joyful shine to his eyes, and I nodded the truth of my statement. And so he began. The Nachzera's Dark Gospel, March 31st, 1912.
I was born the year the stars fell. My father was Wolfcalf of the black-patched moccasins, who was born at the end of the dog days and lived all the way through starvation winter, but not as long as the Sweetgrass Hills Treaty or the Seeded Strip one. And my mother was curly-hair woman of the small robes, who had been taken from the Snakes as a child, and was my father's third and youngest wife. She died when I was born. I used to tell myself that, through the smoke hole of the birthing lodge, she was seeing those long bright streaks in the sky that I only saw in Otter Goes Back's winter count, when he would unroll it every year and explain to us all the years before, his voice going up and down with them like a buffalo runner racing across the hills, faster and faster. The last time I saw that winter count, a girl and her little brother were holding it above them to try to keep the freezing rain off. And, because I was an enemy to them, the girl was holding her hand tight around a long knife. Not because that could have worked against me, but because she was Pagunny. And Pagunny fight even when the fight's over. That's why your great father still hasn't been able to stamp us all out like he wants, no matter how many soldiers he sends. Also in that same year on Otter Goes Back's winter count was Spotted Elk getting his fancy uniform from the American generals. That started the bad times with the Ghana. This was before the medicine line cut the soldiers, but not us, off from the real old man country. I was in my 4th winter when the white scabs came for us the 2nd time, when we should have hidden from it in the mountains like the crow. That's what these scars are from. They mean I lived. I was 14 winters when so many at the Pagunny got baptized by one of you black robes, but I wasn't in Big River for that. I was sick from drinking Whitehorn milk at the fort. My father had warned me not to, but I did it anyway. I was 22 winters by the time of Lame Bull's treaty on Yellow River that gave us our hunting grounds for 99 years, which still aren't over. This is right after the dry time when we had to eat dogs. I had 2 wives and 2 daughters and a son during these years, a full lodge. But they were all sent to the Sand Hills at the same time from a raid by the Black Paint people. We made them cry for that, and never let them hunt Three Forks again when there were still blackhorns there. Now they can hunt there all they want. The next time the white scabs came for the Pagunny was the same winter the soldiers shot our elders and children sick in their lodges. But I wasn't in Heavy Runner's camp on the Bear River that morning, and I wasn't in Mountain Chief's camp either, which is who the soldiers were looking for. I was up in the backbone of the world, dragging an iron cage to Nanastaco, the great chief, Chief Mountain, which is so high that I still look for it from all the way down here. Or I feel it watching me, which is how all Pagunny feel. I can see your lips counting that I'm now nearly 80 winters, and I can also see that you don't believe this. You will. But first you need to know that this all starts with Owlchild, the Pagunny who killed the Napi-Quan rancher Forebears, who is Malcolm Clark to you. He was married to Cutting Off Head Woman, who was Owlchild's family. Before that, it starts with the trappers and the traders and the whiskey and the smoke boats and the wagons and the Whitehorns and the many shots guns full of greased shooters. But the story I tell you now with Owlchild killing Forebears with an axe in the forehead is where all of that left us. And it's where what I'm telling you starts. With soldiers getting sent out to find Owlchild at Mountain Chief's winter camp on the Bear, to put the axe back in his head. Most of the soldiers went there following Joe Kipp and the other scout Joe Cobell, who pointed the cavalry's many shots guns down at the wrong camp. Most of the soldiers, not all of them. Already Owlchild and the warriors riding with him, Black Weasel and Bear Chief and Fast Horse and Eagle's Rib and the others, had kept staying ahead of the soldiers, because the soldiers move all together at once. meaning their smoke and their sound of hooves, and also their smell announced them a day or two before they get anywhere. Keeping ahead of the soldiers is like staying ahead of an old wagon with iron spoons hanging all over it. But one of the Napi-Kwan war chiefs figured out that their soldiers were loud like that and couldn't sneak up on us. So, when the big group of loud, smelly, drunk soldiers went to the bear, they knew Owlchild was going to have already left Mountain Chief's camp ahead of them. And whenever a Pagani needs to get away from the long knives, which is what my father called your soldiers, where do they run? The backbone, what you now call Glacier, from the ice rivers high up there, the Pagani's holy place. It's where Chief Mountain is, taller than Ear Mountain and Heavy Shield and Feather Mountain, taller than them all. Someday the great white god will appear at the top of Great Chief, and then it will crumble. So it's told. This is what I tell you so you can understand where the people were that day. Mountain Chief and Heavy Runner were on the bear in different but close camps. The big group of soldiers were coming up to them behind the two scouts, and I was up in the backbone with Tall Dog and Hunts to the side and the old man Peasy. Hunts to the side and Peasy were all crazy dogs, Knatsumitakes, which is like your police. They had asked Tall Dog and me if we would help them do a thing. Tall Dog's wife had left them to be part of Lone Bear's lodge, and since then the two of us had hunted together. We were just coming back to camp with the Prairie Runner. Tall Dog had told me a trick for hunting them where we didn't even need a round ball gun or a many shots gun, which was good, since we didn't have either of those. I had a many shots gun until the summer before, when I had let the boy White Teeth carry it around camp, but he'd put the wrong sized grease shooter in it. When it exploded in his hands, he lost 3 fingers, and his mother, Last Stand, slapped me across the face and told me I was nothing, that it was my fault. And she was right. So for all of winter I left my best cuts of meat for them. And for many nights I held the sharp edge of my knife against my own fingers like this, nodding to myself to do it, but never doing it. A dream I used to have back then was of White Teeth's 3 fingers on the ground in the sand hills ahead of him, and the dog trotting over, sniffing them, looking around, then eating them down. I don't know if that's how it works there, but that dream never came again. Maybe if I ever get to the sand hills, then I'll know. The trick Tall Dog knew for getting prairie runners, he'd learned it from watching some crows hunt once, from a high place he'd climbed to look for blackhorns. That the trick was crow already made me not want to use it, since if you hunt like a crow, you might be a crow, and start scouting for the soldiers. But camp was hungry, and it was a good trick. Prairie runners are fast. Not even a pack of big mouths working together can catch them if there's enough room to run. So they don't even try, or they only try for fun, when they want to run and laugh. But now we had one, and there were just 2 of us, and no gun, and we felt like laughing too. We were riding back into camp when Peasy looked up to us from the bowstring he was working in and out of the eye socket of a blackhorn skull, and the way he looked up I could tell he'd been waiting for us. Tall Dog felt it too. I could tell from the way he slumped in his saddle, and looked everywhere but back to Peasy. We sectioned that prairie runner up, left it at 2 different lodges, packed some pemmican and 1 robe each, and set off with Peasy and Hunts to the side like so many times before. But if I'd known what was going to happen, I would have at least looked behind me to see camp one last time. The way the smoke curled up into the gray sky from each lodge, the dogs fighting over scraps, but their tails wagging while they fought. The 2 girls and 1 boy trying to throw an arrow through a hoop they were rolling across the crusted snow. The iron kettles hanging over fires, real meat and turnips boiling in them. The woman whose name I can't remember coming up from the creek with a skin of water, her eyes set, lips shut, but she was humming too. I think she was humming, but I don't know what. The day rider who might even have been White Teeth plodding in on his pony for a bowl of something warm. And the girl whose arrow finally went through that hoop, and how she fell to her knees and held her hands above her head and yipped and whooped until the other boy and girl tackled her into the snow, their tails wagging just like the dogs. But I didn't know to turn my horse to the side and watch for as long as I could. I thought it would never end, would always be the same. So all I have instead are hundreds of other days I have to steal that day rider from, and that woman carrying water, and those children, the dogs. I've watched some of you Napi-Kwan at night around your camps, and I know you carry stacks of little paper cards with you to lay out and study, trade back and forth, fight and laugh over. I've sneaked into camp when everyone's sleeping and studied those cards, laid them out in all different orders, but there's just marks and squiggles on them, not a woman carrying water, not a girl finally throwing an arrow through a hoop. Those are what I carry on the cards I keep inside, that I lay out before me every night and study like I can go back if I look hard enough, if I remember it down to each flake of snow, each curl of smoke, each black hair lifting from each cheek in the wind. But I can't see it that close anymore. There's something in the way, and I think it's all the bodies I've left behind over the years. Which is why I'm here talking to you, so you can help me roll them out of the way at last. One especially. So, I'm on my best horse that day. I'm behind Tall Dog, whose big horse made mine look like a pony. And we're riding away from camp with Peasy and Hunts to the side. I have my steel knife, my war club just in case, my parfleche and tobacco pouch, my short pipe, one robe already wrapped around my shoulders, and my eyes are slitted down like this because I'm already looking ahead for how I can turn whatever we're doing into somehow getting a many-shots gun again. It was all I was thinking of. If I had one, I wouldn't have had to use crow tricks to hunt, and I could stay Pigunny in my heart. It had been a good trick to get that prairie runner, though. Still, ever since that day, I've only ever used it once, and I'm probably the only one left living who remembers it. Where? Tall Dog called ahead to Peasy. Peasy was wearing the same Napi-Kwan hat he always did, that was tall like a chimney pipe and black like his horse, with hardly a brim at all. He said it was a target for enemies to shoot at, that it was good medicine, that it kept him alive, and he had lived longer than most, so he had to be right. To answer Tall Dog, he pointed with his lips in the direction we were already going, and Tall Dog just shook his head and didn't laugh. Peasy needed us, but that didn't mean we were worth telling anything to. Wagon road, Hunts to the side said in his deep voice without turning around to say it, so we could both understand what an insult it was that we didn't already know, just from being Pigunny. Tall Dog and me nodded, knew not to ask more. The wagon road to the south wasn't even a full day's ride. This meant that, by the next night, we might be back in camp. Later on in the ride, when our order in line changed from going across a creek, Hunts to the side explained that a wagon train had been attacked, and we needed to get to it before any other wagons found it, to hide it so the soldiers wouldn't be even more angry with us than they already were. Owl Child? Tall Dog asked, because he had done a lot more than just kill 4 bears, and was still out there doing it. Hunts to the side shrugged and Peasy just snickered, tore a piece of pemmican off and chewed it. I tell you this so you can understand why we ended up in the backbone. The part of the wagon road we were headed to wasn't there, was east of your Fort Lewis before it turned south. If that wagon train had been burned a day or 2 days after the turn south, then Peasy and Hunts to the side wouldn't have taken Tall Dog and me there to hide it, because then it could have been any Indians who did it, not just the Pigunny. But because it was so close, it fell to us to take care of it. It wasn't the first time we'd had to do this. For 4 winters, since Little Dog and one of his sons got shot up by a group of Napi-Kwans for returning stolen horses, Peasy and Hunts to the side had been taking Tall Dog and me out to clean up wagons and bodies, and chased the leftover horses south, even though we could have used them. Peasy and Hunts to the Side took us and no one else because we had no one waiting in our lodges for us, and that was good that he took us to do these things. It was right. But I think often of if that wagon train had been attacked just a day's ride farther out even. If it had, then I don't stay this many winters you see on me now. I sometimes think the Blackhorns were the ones who burned that wagon train, really, because they needed a Pigunny like me. I finally couldn't stop what was going to happen to them from happening. What I didn't know then was going to happen to the herds. But I could make the hide hunters cry for it. One at a time, sometimes in clumps of 5 or 8. And once even more than 25 in a single night, because that's all there was. But that's later. This is now, and I'm here after all of it, so you know it happened as I say it did. Tall Dog and me are riding straight behind Peasy, who's behind Hunts to the Side. With the snow like it was in the moon when jackrabbits whistle, our trail through it could be 2 riders or 8. A Pigunny could tell how many we really were, and Joe Kipp and Joe Cobell probably could too, the same way they knew Mountain Chief's camp from heavy runners. But if a soldier found our hoof prints in the snow, he probably wouldn't look long enough to know how many we were. We didn't know if there would be any soldiers moving around, but we were careful anyway. We also didn't know that the Napiquan war chiefs had sent a smaller group of 20 soldiers ahead of and to the west of the Bear, to be waiting for Owlchild when he made his escape ahead of the bigger group. It's something our war chiefs would have done. That smaller group of soldiers went too far, though. Instead of waiting on the big hill by Two Medicine, where they could see a rider coming from any direction, they went higher and farther, up into the trees, probably to stay out of the wind, since Coldmaker was making it blow that day. Or maybe it was so they could have firewood when they made camp, since dead wood burns hotter than blackhorn dung. The reason for them taking to the trees doesn't matter. What does matter is that those trees are on the long slope leading up to the great chief. Way down below them, we were just finding the wagon train. We found it from the smoke in the sky. "Who told you about it?" I asked. "Doesn't matter," Peasy said back, which I knew meant that it did matter. There were 3 fire-blacked wagons. 2 of them were over on their side, smoldering, and one was on its wheels, hadn't caught fire. The 2 on their side hadn't been turned over by Indians, but to be shields. The 6 big ears that had been pulling the wagons were all dead, shot by their drivers to hide behind too, it looked like. It didn't save them. 30 paces out from the wagons, my horse shied away from a dead Napiquan in the snow, and when I looked down, I shied away too. This dead Napiquan was dressed almost like a Pigunny, in moccasins and leggings, but he also had a long blue soldier jacket on, with big brass buttons I wanted but knew Hunts to the Side wouldn't let me keep, since they would tie us to this. "Hold!" Peasy called out, and nodded to Tall Dog to go in alone. Tall Dog handed his reins to me and stepped out into the snow and wagons and dead people, moving slow like a ground deer, which is a many legs to you, making its webs in corners and between stalks of grass. Of the 4 of us, Tall Dog was the best at putting together what had happened just from the tracks. The reason I was never as good was that I was always looking up to the sky, for the birds and the clouds if Sun Chief wasn't in his lodge, or the 7 persons, or the poor boys if it was already night. My father used to tell me that I needed to pay attention to where I was instead of looking farther away than I could see, and I know he was right, but knowing and doing aren't the same thing. Sitting on our horses, waiting for Tall Dog to tell us what had happened, Hunts to the Side made a disgusted noise about the deep ruts the wagon wheels were cutting into the ground. He wrinkled his nose and turned away to see something better. I didn't know why it made him so mad. The cuts in the ground weren't wide enough to break a horse's leg. But I didn't say anything. Watched the edge of the trees instead, for if a soldier was going to stand up and start shooting at us. I was always looking up at the sky, like I said, but I was always looking for traps, too. When Tall Dog came back, his face sweating from thinking so much and looking so deep into days before, his eyes twitching back and forth from how hard he had had to think to put the whole story together in his head, he climbed up onto his horse, wrapped himself in his robe again, and told us that the wagons had been headed east when the other Napiquans who weren't really Pigani started shooting arrows at them from the trees, which was where their horses were still tied. "Why are they dressed like that?" I asked. Hunts to the side made the same noise from my interruption that he'd made about the wagon ruts. He was right. It was rude of me to interrupt. But Tall Dog was skipping the important part. "They're all wearing moccasins," Tall Dog said with a shrug. "But they're not Pigani. They're Napiquan moccasins, I think. Do they have them now, too?" "It's supposed to be us who attacked the wagons," Peasy said, figuring it out first. "That's why the horses," Tall Dog said, trying to follow what Peasy was saying. "That's why their iron shoes are all hanging on a tree by where they're tied." I had to hold the side of my fist over my mouth to keep from laughing at the picture of this in my head. All these Napiquans unsteady and cold in moccasins, using tools to try to get their horses' iron shoes off, the horses stomping on their feet and shying away, blowing through their noses, eyes big. "They were going to ride around through here, make it look like us," Peasy said, holding his hand up like a rider, weaving through the wagons. Hunts to the side pointed with his eyes at an arrow sticking up from the bottom of one of the sideways wagons. I walked my horse over, reached down for the arrow and brought it back, handed it to Hunts to the side with the iron arrowhead pointed back at me. It had hardly been in the wagon's belly deep enough to stick, even, and it wasn't made from the right wood, hadn't been hardened over a fire, and the colors striped on it didn't mean anything. The more I looked around at these 3 wagons, the more of these arrows there were, all of them with their tails up, because they hadn't been shot straight from a strong bow, but had had to climb high to go far, like from a boy's first bow. "They used those at first," Tall Dog said, about the arrows. Then he pointed to the dead Napiquan with his back against the tree, a bullet hole under his left eye like a dab of black paint. "But then that one pulled out his shotgun." Tall Dog opened his hand, presented the empty greased shooter that came from that shotgun. "That's what killed the 6 in the wagon. All one after the other, no misses." He was crouched down low and holding his hand in the shape of a shotgun, shooting fast down the line from 1 to 6. "6?" Hunts to the side asked, standing as high as he could to try and see them all. "I'd only seen 4 so far." "They didn't expect him to have that shotgun," Tall Dog said. "They thought there were only going to be arrows, so they walked out in a line with their many-shots guns. This got me sitting higher in my saddle, studying the grass for iron. This might be where I got a gun again." "All men?" Hunts to the side asked then, because that didn't make sense either. These wagon trains were usually families, even though there was only one wife. Tall Dog shrugged that there were no women, no children. We all stepped down, tied our horses, and started looking around ourselves, confirming what Tall Dog had said. "This is Yellowtail," Tall Dog said in his obvious way, pointing to a footprint in the snow. Yellowtail had a limp, so his right leg always dragged at the first of his step. I told myself I would have recognized him just the same. "He's the one who told us," Hunts to the side said, not happy to be having to admit this. But it made sense. Yellowtail, having been there first, explained why all the many-shots guns I was hoping for were gone, and why the short gun the false Pigani with the fast hand had was gone. Yellowtail had them all wrapped tight in a robe, tucked under a rock or a fallen-down tree. He had caches all over, even women and extra blackhorns, he claimed, but that had to be a test, for if we'd believe him or not. But maybe he wasn't lying either. With Yellowtail, you never knew. "How many of these?" Peasy asked, studying one of the bad arrows. "Arrows?" Tall Dog asked. "Napiquans," Hunt to the side said, his voice impatient with Tall Dog, like Tall Dog had been trying to joke. False begunny. 5, Tall Dog said, gulping while he said it. 5 false begunny to burn a wagon train of 6 Napiquan and get us blamed, so it would be easier to shoot us in our lodges, or when we came in to trade robes. We nodded, and set to hiding what had happened. Peasy and Hunts to the side ranged out to find all the dead Napiquans who had been shooting from the trees, and Tall Dog and me dragged the wagon train men to the center of the ruts. They each had a buffalo robe coat as tall as they were, with high collars to hide their faces in, and they also had beards as thick and brown as beaver pelt, so we could hardly see their dead faces. Tall Dog inflated his chest and stood taller, and I understood. He was saying that these men were bigger than we were used to seeing, but they died the same as any Napiquan. No horses, Hunts to the side said, looking around even though we already hadn't seen any. Only big ears, Tall Dog said. We were used to the big ears pulling wagons in their slow way, but your scouts and hunters would need horses, wouldn't they? I shrugged, didn't understand this either. Maybe the wagon men had ridden 2 to a wagon, and they had enough guns and meat and water that they didn't need scouts or hunters. Or maybe they were carrying the yellow coins Little Dog had gotten on a raid once but thought were just brass buttons, so buried them somewhere he never could remember. When the Napiquans were carrying the yellow dust, they never went far from their wagons. I held my hands up over my head like a big ears, did my teeth out, and Tall Dog had to look away to keep from laughing. Tall Dog led his horse over, tied his Napiquan saddle to the side of the wagon that was burned as much, and, with me pushing and his mountain of a horse pulling, turned the wagon back onto its wheels. A big breath of smoke came up when it did, and we watched it climb and climb, announcing us to anyone. Over there, Hunts to the side called, pointing with his lips to the cut bank Tall Dog should dump the wagon in, to hide it. He thinks we're too stupid to know that, Tall Dog said to me, breathing hard. Maybe I am, I said back to him, smiling a stupid smile where Hunts to the side wouldn't be able to see. I was 37 winters by then, was too old to be making jokes. Should have been grim with concern for all of the begunny, or at least with the seriousness of what we were doing. But I was never like Hunts to the side in that way. Would always be the one trying the whitehorn milk, just to see what would happen. While Tall Dog hooked his horse up to the front of the wagon, Peasy and me started dragging the bodies to the good wagon, to carry them away just the same. All I was thinking about was the meat on the haunches of that prairie runner, boiling in an iron pot back at camp, because the only thing we were going to have to eat that night would be cold pemmican, and maybe, if Tall Dog thought to bring it, some belly fat. Instead of holding the hands of the dead Napiquans to drag them, I stole a leather thong from one of them, looped it over their wrists so I could keep from touching their white skin. When Hunts to the side saw how I was doing this, he shook his head side to side like I was a child, even though he was only 8 winters older than me. When we had all 11 of the dead Napiquans by the good wagon, Peasy reached up to pull its white cloth hood off so we could load the bodies in over the side, and then he, with all his many years' experience, was falling back into all the bodies, not even caring what he was lying in. This is when we saw it for the first time. What? Hunts to the side roared, his war club already in his hand, ready for the attack. I didn't even know he had the club, thought it was still on his saddle like mine. Tall Dog skidded up on his horse, his eyes every direction, and then, finally, he looked into the wagon, where Peasy and me were already looking, and his horse took a step back, pulling at the reins like it wanted to wheel around, run back to camp. I wish it would have. I wish we all would have gone with it, away from this place, this day, this whole winter. But it was like we were in one of your paintings, trapped in place, having to look at what was in the wagon, hissing at us like a real lion. It was the whitest Napiquan any of us had ever seen, with the blackest hair long on his head, but nowhere else. and it was locked in a cage big enough for a tall man to sit in. The cage looked like it had been made from the round, square barrels of your long-shooter guns, which we hadn't seen yet, but would soon. Hanging all over the cage with rawhide strings and bits of twisted-up cloth and braids of thin rope were dead man crosses, like you have up there behind where you talk. Gold and silver, wood and iron. But these were little, and there were so many that at first I thought they were toy birds all grabbing onto the bars and trying to fly away at once, except their wings were too square. "Ho!" Tall Dog said, more out of fear and bluff than to tell the thing to stay back. This thing in the cage looked up to Tall Dog on his big horse, probably thinking he was our chief. It's what I would have thought. The thing had a thin white face with intelligence to it, and at first I thought its chin and mouth were painted for ceremony. But then I saw that it was just that it ate like a sticky mouth, or it made a mess, and then let the blood stay like it was proud of it, wanted all the other four-leggeds to see what it could do. Its mouth looked like it was pushing out too far, too, bringing the nose with it. But I told myself that was just because the dried blood made it look that way. Its eyes were like mine, like I see you seeing, and its hair was hanging in its face, and it was naked so we could see it was a man, or had once been a man. But it was no man, 3 persons. At first it hissed at us, and then it swiped at the air over its head, like I am now. I understand it was swiping at Sun Chief's light, weak through all the gray clouds. By pulling the white cloth hood off the wagon, we'd let that light in. "What is it?" Hunts to the side asked, his voice small for the first time ever, but mad too, because he didn't already know the answer. "Here," I said, and came back from my horse with my bow. I walked right up to the wagon, drew an arrow back, held it long enough that this thing looked down along the spine of that arrow, back at me, which was when I shot it through the bars of the cage, right in the center of the chest, through this flat bone here. From that close, I couldn't miss. From that close, an arrow hits like a greased shooter. "Now we can see it closer," I said, lowering my bow but not looking away from the cage. "Good," Tall Dog said. Peasy, trying to get his pride back from how the thing had startled him, stepped up into the wagon, but then he just stood there, looking down at whatever he'd stepped in. "Go," Hunts to the side said to him. "Good stab already shot it." Tall Dog and me nodded that this was true, but we were also glad it was Peasy up there, not us. Peasy took his tall hat off, resettled it lower on his head, and stepped forward. The thing in the cage gasped all at once and sat up fast, pulled itself to the front bars, reaching with its claw fingers for Peasy, who backed off fast enough that his tall hat fell in front of him, too close to the cage for him to get it back. The thing didn't just have a bloody chin like a sticky mouth either. It had the teeth, too, not as big as a black bear's, but not as small as big weasels. These teeth were snapping at Peasy, daring him to come get that hat. "What is it?" Hunts to the side said again, quieter, to himself. We had no idea. The thing hissed like a real lion backed into a tree, and in my head, that was the first time I called him Posatapi, the cat man, because he acted like one. Now that he was snapping his mouth open and shut, we could see that the cat man had those sharp teeth like we'd already seen. But on each side right here, he had longer teeth coming down from the top, and curled back a little for keeping its prey in place. It made me touch my own teeth with my thumb and first finger, like it was putting a whole turnip in my mouth. "Its breath isn't right," Tall Dog finally said, and then we all had to see what he was seeing, that there was no white breath coming from the cat man, but his chest was coming up and down. "What do we do with it?" I asked, looking to Peasy. Peasy was just staring at the thing. "Here," Peasy said, and took my bow, knocked another arrow, and shot it through the bars. This time the thing caught the arrow in its hand and broke it in half by squeezing, staring back at us. "This is what we do," Hunts to the Side said, and sat the butt of his round ball gun onto the ground to tip powder into it, and one patch of your thin white cloth, one round ball. After packing it down, he held the gun up, waited for the barrel to get still, and shot the thing in the gut. It threw the Catman into the back of the cage, rocking the whole wagon, and now none of us could hear, and we weren't breathing either. We'd all seen Blackhorns roll over dead from getting shot on the run, but then come back up, tearing a horse's belly out with their horns. It was how Yellowtail's leg had gotten hurt. Tall Dog said he'd even seen a real bear get shot by a trapper once, and the trapper sat down to sharpen his knife to get the hide. But then when he started in cutting, the real bear woke back up, skinned the trapper instead. It was a good story, especially when the real bear put the man's skin on and boarded a smoke boat, went down the river to the Napiquan cities to see what there was there to eat. This was no story, though. This was happening for real. It wasn't long before the thick, dark blood clumping from the new hole in the Catman's stomach stopped coming out, and his hand clamped over that hole like any man's would. And then he screeched loud enough I fell to my knees, holding my hands over my ears because I thought there was a word in there, and I didn't want to hear it. Tall Dog put his hand on my shoulder when the screech was over so I could stand again. Slowly, using the bars to pull himself up, the Catman sat on his knees like a black robe praying, like a little grass-eater standing in its hole and watching for hawks. He said something with sharp corners to the sounds, but none of us understood. Peasy knew some of your words, was always the one to speak for us with the traders. But I know now that what he knew was French, from one of the smelly trappers who had wintered with us when I was a boy. This thing didn't speak French, which has more round sounds, and it wasn't your English either that takes so many words to say a simple thing. I don't know what language it was. "It doesn't die," Tall Dog said in wonder. "It's one of their gods," Peasy said, making it so. "Burn him," I said to Peasy and Hunts to the Side. "Cut him into many pieces, then burn him, then bury him. They'll be weaker without their god." "Bury it where we hunt?" Hunts to the Side asked back, insulted. He was right. I hadn't thought of that. "It's a god, and it's white," Peasy finally said, and the way he said it, we one by one heard what he was meaning. It was what I was already telling you, about how the great white god would climb Chief Mountain, and Chief Mountain would crumble. None of us knew what came after that, just that it had to happen. But Otter Goes Back had told us kids that when the chief crumbled, it would leave a great hole in the ground, and the Pagani could rush through there, and no Napiquans could follow, not so long as we left all their kettles and guns and even their horses behind. As a boy of 11 winters, I couldn't imagine not having a horse to raid with, a gun to make my enemies cry. But as a man of 37 winters like I was then, I knew I would trade all of those kettles in for no white scabs disease, no forts, no traders, no Napiquans. "This is him," I said to Peasy, because I couldn't believe it. Things like this happened in stories, not to actual people. I knew Morning Star and Feather Woman and Blood Clot Boy were all real. Napi, too, the old man who shaped us all, and the world as well. I knew they had to be real because we were, but I never expected to see them. Peasy shrugged one shoulder, didn't even look over at me. He had his hat again already, I guess from right after Hunts to the Side shot the Catman. "How else can we know then by taking him up there?" Tall Dog said, cringing to be offering this, to be agreeing with it, since it meant more days of walking through the snow and not having time to hunt, even though we'd be up in the backbone where the hunting is easy. Peasy nodded, kept nodding, and finally, like a traitor to myself, or to my belly anyway, I nodded with them, squeezing my whole face up. But like Tall Dog had said, the only way to know if this was the great white god or not was to test it. We could take this Catman up the Chief Mountain, open the cage however it opened, and maybe he would use his claws to scramble up the rock side into the sky, and then the great chief would sigh after all these years, finally crumble into the ground, opening up that hole that Pagani needed to finally get away from the Napiquans. And if he fought us instead of climbing up to be the great white god, then there were 4 of us, weren't there? We could back up and keep shooting it until he fell, then cut him up while he was still shot, burn the pieces, take them south, out of our territory, away from Niktoxlanan, and bury them in a string of places people never go. Do ceremony over all those little graves to be sure, and then come back every year, as long as we remembered, to dance the grass flat in all those places again. It was a good plan, and I think it could have worked, except for what I did. It started when we were going back and forth with the other wagon, carrying bodies to hide. Because 4 weren't needed for it, Peasy, looking ahead to our long ride to the chief, dragging the Catman, told me to make sure the cage was tied down hard, so it wouldn't tip out. There was nowhere to grab those bars to lift it back, not if we didn't want him biting or clawing us. I didn't want to do it, but Tall Dog was using his horse to pull the wagon, and Hunts to the side was Hunts to the side, so I was the only one. After they clattered off again, I nodded to myself that I could do this, and then I pulled myself up into the Catman's wagon to check the ropes, and I almost fell right back out. I knew now why Peasy had stopped when he'd stepped up. The bottom of the wagon wasn't your flat wood boards, but soft instead, like I was sinking into it. I lifted one foot then the other, afraid I really might be sinking, but then it was just beaver pelts lining that floor. When I was young, 10 beaver pelts had been worth a round ball gun to the traders. But, being Pagani, who can't kill beavers since their medicine is worth more than their fur, we always had to trade for beaver pelts to get guns, which made them cost even more. For at least 10 years, there hadn't been enough beaver left to stack them up and trade like the old days. And, anyway, the traders didn't want them as much. Just winter coat buffalo robes, as many as we could bring in, so that we had to imagine all the Napiquans in their big camps huddled in buffalo robes, making it look like the buffalo never went away. They just stayed in place, let the buildings and roads come up around them until they forgot they were grass eaters, started standing in line at banks and mailing letters. But these beaver pelts, since nobody brought them in anymore, someone bringing in 10 of them at once might be able to get a many-shots gun for them. Like Peasy had told me to, I checked the cage's ropes, which were really tight chains going to iron rings in the floor. But, trying to stay out of reach of the hissing Catman, I counted how many beaver pelts I was standing on. 9. They were thick and healthy, were from some valley that hadn't been trapped out. But would 9 be enough? Traders never liked numbers that were hard to add up, they said, and it was their post, their rules. I considered this, considered it some more, then jumped down when the wagon came bouncing back, emptied again. I helped load the last body, which was the first dead Napiquan, the one with the long blue coat, and then we used dead branches to drag the snow back and forth, hide the blood, and then Hunts to the side drove 4 of the false Pagani's horses out from the trees, and we chased them south across the wagon road, then sat there watching them run away. Look, Peasy said, about their tracks that were just hooves, not iron shoes. Indians! For the first time away from camp, Hunts to the side chuckled. Then he wheeled his horse around. We dragged more branches over the cut bank to hide the wagons and bodies and big ears, which Tall Dog's horse was already tired from having to drag one at a time, and we tied the 2 leftover horses to the good wagon and set off for the backbone, chewing pemmican in the saddle once the 7 persons were up in the sky, because none of us wanted to sleep with the Catman, god or not, watching us from between his bars. Me especially. The reason for that was that in the tall part of my right moccasin were 2 of the brass buttons from that dead Napiquan's long blue coat. I was going to work them into the sheath of the many-shots gun. I knew now I was going to get with those beaver pelts. They were hot against my skin, hot in a way I thought a god might be able to see. The next day, after riding all night, we finally got to the top of that hill the soldiers should have waited on. 2 Medicine was down below us. Peasy knew where it was shallow enough we could pull the wagon across. The Catman wasn't hissing anymore. He just glared at us, had his sharp fingers wrapped around the bars like this, his face between. "Look," Hunts to the Side said, lifting his hand behind us. Tall Dog and me looked, but there was nothing. "Where are the birds?" he asked, because birds like to follow wagons. "It's too cold," Tall Dog said. "They still have to eat," Peasy said, studying the sky himself now. I looked from the nothing over us down to the wagon, then shook my head, didn't want to think about this anymore. The birds hadn't been picking meat from the faces of the dead Napiquans at the wagons either, I realized, and the little big mouths hadn't been sneaking in to fight each other for meat, and I'd seen the tracks of a sharp back close by, but it had gone around the 3 wagons instead of coming in to eat. It didn't matter, I told myself. Soon this would be over, and I would have my many-shots gun and wouldn't need any more crow tricks to hunt. "The chief," Peasy said then, pointing north with his lips, reminding us what we were doing, and we turned to do it. But Hunts to the Side was holding his round ball gun up over his head like a war lance now, stopping us again. He pulled with his gun for Tall Dog to come up. It was for how the snow was all turned over from hooves, where Hunts to the Side was. From back where I was, it looked like a big herd of longlegs had passed. In the winter, they come down to the flats to uncover yellow grass, before they go back up to the north-facing meadows to lose their antlers. In the winter they like the yellow grass as much as we like ripe sarvice berries, as much as you like your sugar bread, 3 persons. Tall Dog leaned down from his stirrups to study the tracks, urged his tired horse backward and forward to see the whole story. "Soldiers," he came back and said, and told us there were maybe 20 of them. I sucked air in through my teeth and straightened my back to see farther. Soldiers all in a group means go the other way. Any Pagunny knows that. But we were pulling a white god in a wagon. Couldn't turn around. "Soldiers don't look behind," Peasy said at last, deciding for us, and pulled his horse over into their tracks. After a moment, Hunts to the Side did too, and Tall Dog climbed back up into the wagon, and it felt wrong to walk where the soldiers had. But I fell in all the same, looking behind me for soldiers, for birds, for I didn't know what. By the time I stopped watching like that, there was just swirling white flakes and the backbone all around us, icy and steep. It was between night and day, and the wind was picking the snow up and blowing it against us so it stung like cold sparks wherever it touched. I tried to tie a piece of skin over my horse's eyes, but it was either not see where he's going or take the stinging snow. Some days that's the only way it is, in the backbone. I rode up beside the wagon. Peasy and Hunts to the Side were a few paces ahead, so Tall Dog handed a bite of his belly fat over, covering it with the top of his hand like this. "I knew you brought it," I said to him, chewing without moving my mouth too much, so the snow wouldn't get in and touch my teeth. "Cold maker," Tall Dog said, pointing ahead with his lips. We'd all been seeing it, but nobody had said it yet. A hard storm was coming over the backbone. That was good because it would hide where the wagon train had been attacked, and it was good because it would hide our tracks, doing what we were doing. But we each only had 1 robe, and I didn't know how many round balls Hunts to the Side had for getting meat. But up in the backbone, even in a storm, my bow would be enough. Tall Dog was better at reading tracks than I had ever been, but I always knew where the Wags' tails liked to bed down. And we were Pagunny, and this was home. Our hands and feet might go black and dead from the cold, and our eyes might go blind in the snow, but we would never starve, not in the valleys Napi had shaped for us. You could never starve in one of your towns like this, could you? It's the same for us. The lost children, Peasy said, standing his horse still, to wait for us. I looked up and there they were, glittering in the sky like always. All night? Tall Dog asked, about how long we were riding. Peasy didn't answer, just looked ahead of us. It's good we're fasting, he did say though. It's the best way to approach the chief. I swallowed what I had in my mouth, and it was big enough it made my eyes water, giving me away. I rubbed them, pretended to be looking to something on the other side from the wagon. Ahead of us, 2 Longlegs bulls walked out with their sides to us, and Tall Dog held up the many-shots gun he didn't have. The bulls looked at us like disappointed we were up where they lived again, and they kept walking, their front feet dragging through the top of the snow. It was so tall already. It's a good sign, Peasy informed Tall Dog and me, about the elk not running fast away. I'd seen the elk's sad eyes and faces, but I didn't say anything back to Tall Dog about it. But I did touch his wrist, and then tap my own front teeth, to show him he had some black belly fat in his, that Peasy shouldn't see. We'd been still in the soldiers' tracks until the trees, but now the blowing snow was wiping their tracks away. If we were walking ourselves, not riding, we could have still felt the icy ridges of their hoof prints under the top of the snow. But if we were walking, our moccasins would be wet. So, we rode. The 2 bulls watched us from the trees, and we watched them back. I could have put an arrow in one, but in this up and down country, at night, tracking it down from drops of blood on the snow would take until morning. Go, I told those 2 bulls. Go! They just watched. At the next steep part, the snow was tall enough that the wagon's belly was a skid. Finally, we tied Peasy's horse beside the other 2 to help pull, and Peasy rode in the front of the wagon, looking back every few steps at the Catman, who just looked back at him the same, and I say the Catman's eyes were like mine are now. But they were also hungry like a night caller's sitting up in a tree, waiting for a dirty face or redback so it can swoop down on it. We were the dirty faces, our noses twitching, eyes always looking everywhere. Halfway up another hill, the tallest one so far, the wagon got stuck, where not even 3 horses could pull it with 4 men pushing and yelling. If we had those ruts to stand the wheels in, I said to Hunts to the side, my chest going up and down, trying to breathe. Hunts to the side made a disgusted noise with his lips, turned away, because I was right, but he still hated ruts. Another horse, he said just to me, and I knew it was an order. When I just stood there, looking to his and my horse, tied to each side of the wagon, Hunts to the side got my attention, hung his arms and shoulders over an imaginary piece of wood hooked over them, because we don't have a word that means one of your yokes, which is the word I know now. But I understood what Hunts to the side was saying with his arms, had seen your big white horns on the wagon road pulling side by side harder than a horse or a big ears, their necks and shoulders in wooden collars, with that thick wood beam curved above them to tie back the wagon. Hunts to the side was telling me to go find a deadfall still green enough and the right shape to be a yoke, to get us up this hill with 4 horses pulling. Never mind the snow, the storm, or how weak with hunger I was. On this raid that wasn't a raid, I was the boy, the assistant, even though I was 37 winters, had already had and lost my own lodge, my own family, my own herd. This would all change when I got my new many-shots gun, I knew. I would stay out hunting, so these all-crazy dogs could never pull me in like this. Thinking like this, I nodded once to Hunts to the side and trotted off into the deeper darkness, taking my bow with me because all the wags' tails would be bedded down under the trees so the snow wouldn't bury them, and if we ended up stuck too long, then our fast would have to be over. Away from the wagon it was quiet, and there was hardly any snow because the trees were holding it all up. I didn't want to go too far, because every step I took was a step I would have to drag the yoke I found back. So I took the first hill down I could, because that's where a fallen down tree would roll. When the ground got soft under my feet, I knew there was a creek close by, and then it wasn't a creek at all, but a pond, the kind beaver make. I stood still, listening. When I waded out farther, I saw the beaver lodge piled high, and then, past it, a white swift runner up on his big back feet, his tall ears hearing me. It was watching me over a log, its nose twitching, and like I had to, I nodded once to it and held my face down for a moment, in honor. When I was 16, alone up here, my swift runner had come to me just the same. Some warriors' helpers speak to them, but my swift runner never scared me like that. It guided me just the same, would always pop its head up to tell me this direction, go over here, do this, not that. I knew now that what it was doing was showing me the yoke I was looking for. It was standing right behind a tree that had fallen over but wasn't soft from rain and rot yet. Thank you, I said, nodding my head so it would know I understood this gift it was giving me, or trying to. But I was weak. Instead of going over to that log, freeing it from the ground and dragging it around the side of the hill back to the wagon, I was looking over to the beaver lodge some more. I was looking at it and hearing again the story about the beaver medicine bundle, where a brother spends the winter in Beaver Chief's lodge, learning all his medicine ways to bring back to the Pigunni. Beaver Chief in that story is as tall as a man. That was always the most wondrous part of the story, for me, I think because, when I was a boy, Otter Goes Back had shown me an old tooth his father before him had found in a crumbling away cut bank once. It was from a beaver, was curled and splintered and yellow like they always are from biting wood. But it was twice as long as my hand, meaning the beaver it had belonged to must have been taller than a man, must have been from Beaver Chief's tribe. So, my swift runner was showing me what I was here for, that yoke that would get us up the hill to deliver the great white god to Chief Mountain. But my hand was opening and closing around the shape of a many-shots gun I still needed one more beaver pelt for. Finally, I nodded that I wouldn't be seeing this lodge if the beaver didn't want me to have his pelt, if he didn't want me to have a many-shots gun. So I waded deeper into the cold pond, humming to myself to try to make this holy and right. I can see that you understand this, that you have beaver pelts like this in your life too. I hope you're stronger against them than I was, Three Persons. And no, I don't remember any more the song I was humming on the way to that lodge of sticks and mud. It's gone to the same place as the song that woman bringing water was humming. I do remember that I looked back when I was almost to the lodge. My swift runner was still watching me, but its eyes were sad now, like my father's when he saw me drinking the whitehorn milk. "Don't watch," I called across to it, and when it still was, I reached down into the cold for a stone, threw it at the log. On the way to the log, the stone crumbled through all the tree branches heavy with snow, so the snow fell down in a soft white wall. When the air cleared again, my swift runner was gone, and that's the last time I ever saw it. It was because I had turned my back on it. I know now, because I was turning my back on all Pigunni. We aren't supposed to kill the woodbiters. It's bad medicine to not just let them pass and do what they're doing. But I didn't know how else to get a many-shots gun and be a man again, not a boy. So that was how I told myself this was all right, this one time. It was my first step into the darkness, Three Persons. My first step into this long night I live in now. When I waded into the cold waters of that pond, I was walking away from my life, my swift runner, and I could never go back, no matter how hard I tried. It's like if you tore down your dead man cross up there and dragged it through the street, then burned it and made water on the ashes. Your God would leave you then, and your whole world. That's what was happening to me, and I didn't even know it. Was only thinking about a many-shots gun. Because beaver doors are underwater, I had to kick and pull through the top and side of the lodge until my hand went into warm air, and the beaver family thrashed up. I only needed one, I yelled to them, drawing an arrow back. They were already scattering into the water, all except the big one, slapping his tail hard and mad, like he wanted Peasy and Hunts to the side and Tall Dog to come running, see what this bad Pigunny was doing out here. I shot this woodbiter in the chest just like I'd shot the Catman, but this beaver didn't get back up like the Catman had. His blood spread out in the water, but slow because of the cold. And, because he was a beaver, his blood was more red. This is how they swim underwater so long, my father had told me long ago. My blood is like that now, too. I skinned the beaver fast, washed my arrow in the clean part of the pond, rubbed my hands and face, too, then rolled the hide tight and stuffed it under an overhanging rock. I balanced smaller rocks on in a line, so I could find this place when I came back alone, on the way to the trader's fort. The pelt would be stiff and frozen, but I could work it soft over the fire, stake it out and rub the flesh off, work it with brains and entrails of some other four-legged. I nodded thank you to the beaver, thank you for the many-shots gun, which was when that many-shots gun said something back in its loud and cracking voice. I stood up so fast I fell back down like I had been shot myself. But I wasn't. I had to feel all over my chest to be sure. The next shot turned my head to where it was coming from, which was the other side of the hill I had come over to get here. The wagon. After looking around to be sure I could remember these rocks, this creek, the slope above it, which makes me even more of a bad Pigunny, because I shouldn't have been thinking like that. I was running back through my own rounded-off tracks. I was running and falling, holding my bow high to keep the string dry. The first thing I saw was the dirty blue back of a soldier. I spit the arrow I was carrying in my mouth into my hand and drove it into this soldier's blue back, then dove past, already pulling the next arrow back in my bow to let go into the face of the soldier who had been beside the first one, was just looking over to what was happening. He stood up with the arrow in his eye, his hands on that arrow, and I left him dying there, ran into the open part past the trees, which was the way Peasy had said would be the best way up. Tall Dog's big horse, maybe because it had originally been a Napiquan horse, had pulled the wagon over to be a wall for us to hide behind. Except there were greased shooters everywhere, coming in from all directions. It was the soldiers we had been following. They'd seen the storm coming like we had, and were backtracking to get down to where the snow wouldn't trap them up here. I wished we had a medal from their war chiefs we could hold up, to tell these soldiers we weren't Owl Child. I wished we had a piece of paper like Heavy Runner did, saying we were good Pigunny, but all we had were each other, and one round ball gun that was good for one shot, then would have to be reloaded and maybe not even shoot then. I slid behind the wagon Tall Dog had his back against, his long fingers trying to hold in the blood coming from his chest. It was dark and thin, was from the liver, and there was too much of it to hold. He shook his head no to the question in my eyes, and I rolled away just as a greased shooter popped through the wagon where I'd been sitting, throwing splinters into my back and the side of my face. When I stumbled a few paces out, it was because I'd tripped over Hunts to the side's body, face down in the snow, covered in all of his blood, his round ball gun still in his hand, its powder spilled on the snow in front where its barrel had coughed it out, meaning Hunts to the side hadn't even gotten his one shot off. I rolled past him, knew this wasn't a fight anymore, that all I could do was run for Chief Mountain, ask him to take me, to hold me close, to save me, his Pagani child. Which was when a greased shooter hit me in the left shoulder, high, right here, and spun me around, my bow slinging away, my war club still tied to my saddle, wherever my horse was. The bow landed on the crust of snow and slid until the string caught on a frozen branch, and I remembered Peasy 2 days ago working his bowstring back and forth through the eyes of that blackhorn skull, and I wanted that again, please. Just daily chores to do, meat to dry, wood to get, children to tie hoops for. But soldiers were pouring from the trees now, leading with their many-shots guns, all of them yelling, their breaths white and cold, their eyes hot and mad, which is when Peasy stood shirtless from the snow he'd been hiding in there in front of the turned-over wagon, his gray hair loose under his tall black hat, his death song in his throat, because Pagani like him don't die like Tall Dog and me. Pagani like him die like in the stories. All the soldiers pointed their guns at him from the story they were in, which is your American story, and they shot at once together, over and over, so Peasy was dancing in place. Seeing Peasy die like that, in a way that mattered, in a way even the soldiers would tell about, I knew I had to try for my death song too. But I couldn't get air inside to sing back out. I was too scared, and the hole in my chest was cold fire, and it wasn't my death song anyway. I know that now. I know it because, since this night in the backbone, I've sung it so many more times, over and over. This song you should only ever be able to sing once. Instead of dying all the way yet, I was on my knees. I was reaching out for Peasy, the old man, who was already dead but still standing somehow. It was because he was still doing his last thing, for all Pagani. It was to drag his hand down over the latch of the Catman's cage. He was releasing our great white god on these soldiers. I nodded yes, yes, that this was how it had to be. This was all that was left. We were close enough to Chief Mountain. We had to be. This was where it could all start over again. This was why we'd found him. Since we were all deaf from the shooting, none of us heard that iron latch. But we all saw the Catman rush like a fast weasel over Peasy. There were still 13 soldiers standing when the cage opened. The Catman, running on all fours, tore open the throat of the first and second soldiers before the third and fourth had even looked over. And then they were dead just the same. The first one's face gone, the second's whole head off, the stump of his neck welling with blood, the wet white of his bones and throat still bright for the moment, and the foggy yellow juice from his back spurting high, where his face had been. I stumbled forward, fell over a dead soldier, came up with his many-shots gun, which was all I wanted from this. I levered another round in, and it took me long enough that 4 more of the soldiers were already thrashing in the snow from the Catman, their blood spurting in the whiteness. I wondered if those 2 long-legged bulls that had been off to the side were still watching. I knew the Beaver family was. I screamed as loud as I could, even though I couldn't hear my own voice, and shot into a soldier who looked over, my greased shooter folding him over at the waist, and then I levered again, shot the soldier beside him too, and the Catman looked up to the man he had his mouth to, had been drinking from. He was breathing hard, his eyes wild, his whole chest and stomach red and shiny and steaming, so I could tell at last he was no god. He was just a 4-legged. He even ran like one of them, but he could speak like a 2-legged. You, he said in Napi-Kwan then, and I didn't know your tongue yet, but I knew enough to hear this like he meant for me to. Or maybe I saw it in his eyes, staring into me. I nodded yes, me, and brought my gun over to him right as one of the 2 or 3 soldiers left ran his sword up through the Catman's heart from the front, while another shot him twice fast in the back, through what I knew had to be both lungs. This had to be enough to kill him, I told myself. I was wrong. The Catman came around to swipe at them with his claws, and I shot at him, aiming for his face, but instead got the last soldier right above his top lip, throwing his teeth out the back of his head, some of them going fast enough to stick in a tree. And then the Catman was rushing at me on all fours, the sword still in his chest, its sharp tip dragging through the snow. On his way to me, I shot him twice fast, once in the top of his right shoulder, taking his arm on that side away, and once in the forehead at last. But then his mouth was opening over my face anyway, and he was biting deep into my shoulder with his sharp teeth, making my whole side cold and nothing at once. Which is when a soldier I hadn't seen, standing right behind me, said a Napiquan word which I guess meant for the Catman and me to both look up to him, because we did. First at his mustache like brown wings on his mouth, and then at what he wanted us to see. He had one of their cannons on tall wheels, which is the chief of all round-ball guns, their grandfather, beaver chief to all beavers, if beavers were guns, which I know now they aren't. This cannon didn't shoot one big ball, the Pagani already knew. It shot handfuls of round balls at once, not all of them round. This cannon was aimed right at me, and then it twitched higher, its open mouth ready to scream at the Catman. I tried to pull away, but the Catman just surged ahead, like to fight this thing the same as he'd been fighting the soldiers. Before he got there, it shot with its deep, cracking thunder. The ground and all the trees shook, my head too, and one of those pieces of iron left a hole burned through the hand I'd been trying to block this with. I looked through that hole in wonder, because it didn't hurt, and saw the Catman's body flying back from his legs, off his legs, because he had been cut in half. While he was still falling back into a hard snowdrift, the soldier who had pulled the cannon string drew his short gun from his belt and shot me twice in the chest, from close. But those last 2 greased shooters were far away to me, happening to someone else. I fell to the side, away from the cannon and the soldier, and because the Catman was uphill on his hard drift from me, the blood from his waist and his stomach, where he'd been parted, it rolled in a fast, steaming river down the top of the snow at my face, was warm on my lips, but cold against my teeth, and when it got to my throat, I coughed, but had to breathe in to do it, meaning I sucked this blood deep into me like breath. This is how I died, with the Catman's blood slithering down across the crust of the snow, filling my eyes and nose and mouth, my own blood leaking out of me from too many greased shooter holes, and one cold bite deep in my shoulder. The last thing I thought was if the birds and the little big mouths and a sharp back or 2 were going to sneak in, pull the meat from all our bones, or whether they would leave us alone up here in the backbone until some young Pagani came up here after fasting for 4 days and stumbled into us. It didn't matter. I would be in the sandhills already by then, in my lodge with my wives in their ermine and elk teeth, my children sleeping in a pile of robes, the smoke from the fire curling up and up, past the blackened ear flaps and into the sky, silver lines of light always scratching across it. Or so I thought. This is my telling for today. The pipe is empty.
The Absolution of 3 Persons, April the 3rd, 1912. I'm just now finding time and mind to record this. Not because of Holy Week, but because another body, or hump, as people in town have taken to calling them, has turned up. This time they asked this local clergyman to accompany them out to retrieve it. So I wasn't at the church when the aptly named Lorelei Baker stopped by with a yellow cake. She's habituated to the church enough, however, her husband Roald having provided irregular maintenance, that she knew how to work the handle on the rear door so she could leave the cake covered with a cloth, along with the necessary note documenting this unexpected gift's point of origin. I begin to suspect my parishioners think they can ply indulgences out of me with victuals, that I'm, as they say, an easy man to give penance, knowing I should gain a good pittance. If only I had such penance to dole out. But I don't mind this horn of plenty tilting my way. I have yet half a slice of moist yellow cake on a plate above this very page as I write this, even. And I endeavour to dribble fewer crumbs onto these words with my next bite, as they seem to leave grease on the paper, which I take to be butter or pork lard. After the tragedy of last week's loaf of German bread having disappeared so quickly, but lingered so long in memory, I am, with this unexpected bounty, limiting myself to one middling thick slice after lunch, and one after dinner, and, so far, only a single thick slice betwixt lunch and dinner as a crutch to get from one to the other. Self-denial is fine and well when public approbation looms, but in the absence of such watchfulness, well, it's a very good cake, is more than an old man such as myself might deserve here in this solitary dotage. I'll let it rest there. And if I end up eating it with more haste and abandon than intended, it's only to ensure that the mice don't steal bites in the night, the little thieves. What did Goodstab call mice? Dirty faces? Yes? I suppose it fits their character. But, too, all the terminology stirs together in my faltering memory in the most wonderful manner. His mixing and matching of terms and vocabulary I find intensely interesting. I mean, which is to say, I sense the distinct possibility that he adopts the more ancient constructions as a form of pitching intellectual woo at me. Goodstab is more canny than he presents, I mean. There's a spark of intelligence to those black eyes, and a humorous glint as well. It's very much as if he's sneaking glances up to me between the tangled lines of his tale, so as to evaluate how deeply it's lodging in me, and whether it's finding purchase. It is, Goodstab. Or rather, it was. What I mean to say is that after your visit of last Sunday, telling myself it was but in order to confirm details, I rifled through an old trunk unopened for years. I rifled through until I discovered a weathered old letter I never expected to have been reunited with. A letter I'd mailed back to New Haven in my distant youth. A confession that languished unopened for 3.5 decades, awaiting my return, since the recipient had passed before the missive reached him. A missive written by someone I'm not anymore. A man I hardly even remember, and would never claim relation to. Reborn in Christ, as I most assuredly am, any sins guilelessly documented in that entry have been washed away in his blood, and are best not only forgotten, but denied. It was but a spasm of weakness that spurred me to dredge those pages up, to flagellate myself with them, until my hand was shaking, my face wet with tears, and this log as well. Such is guilt. But as the blood of the Lamb can take all that away, so could I in good conscience consign this letter from a less civilized age to the kindling hopper after all these years, to be fed into the fire as it deserves. My misguided impulse to conjure that past up from its mouldering grave was but another temptation an old man was tested with. As indication that I've passed that test, I've decided that this Blackfeet's sudden presence in my church has to be happenstance of geography, not yesterday's yesterday rising in judgment. Anyway, it's not man's burden to judge, but our higher powers. As ever and always I am at your mercy, Holy Father. Such is the wretched state of man. We're all but pigs in the sty, and our moments of repose when we can see beyond the filth and violence of our lives are few and far between, since we must toil in the mud throughout our lives, snuffling in the refuse and waste for our next meal. Unless, of course, the Lorelei Bakers of the world leave those next meals under a cloth for us. Consider yourself shriven, Lady Baker. And you as well, good Stab, though you've yet to wend around to the trespass weighing so heavily on your everlasting soul. And yes, I have so far resisted prodding at the details of your story my station compels me not to question, though the chinks are obvious even to one with eyesight so poor as mine. One example is that wagon train you and your tribesmen went out to remove from the, unless I'm mistaken, glory days of the Mullen Road. As one of your party apparently had a musket from days gone past, then, and I know this firsthand, have witnessed it after the fact, upon finding 11 men in isolation, each of them shot dead with what you insist upon calling greased shooters from round ball guns, then the first task to have engaged in would be to cut into each of those wounds in hopes of retrieving said round balls, so you and yours could, with stones or other tools, hammer them back to their original shape and thus use them again in the same fashion, against other men, white or red, or even their sacred blackhorns. Scarcity demands such behavior as offensive as those of us in the modern age might find it. Similarly, that cannon you spoke of that the detachment of Baker's men are supposed to have had, that's of course the famed Hotchkiss mountain gun, which fired mortar shells, not grapeshot. This isn't the high seas, good Stab, nor is it the era of the blunderbuss. Your over-attention to detail may very well be the undoing of your story, kind sir, at least to those of us in the know of such things. But of course, veracity isn't what you're wending your way in directly toward. I can sense that as well. Being a good confessor, I should let such trifles pass unmolested in hopes of wading into more productive and more honest terrain. That being the rocky soil of the human soul, which I argue the savage actually has, even though his allegiance be to the dusky past, not to America proper. As for the historical accuracy of this tale I'm being told, it's of course known that the 173 Blackfeet were justly dispatched by the 2nd Cavalry and various armed citizens and scouts on the Marias River in that January of 1870. In response to various depredations these Indians perpetrated during the previous summer and fall, those depredations including the murder of Malcolm Clark, your forebears. But anyone with interest could have scavenged that from an old newspaper, provided they could read. And there's no record at all of Major Baker having anticipated the killer owl child's movements, such that he sent a detachment of soldiers out ahead of him, having already sent another detachment ahead to assure the safety of a whiskey trader who did his business miles up from the battle. If detachment after detachment is sent out, the main corpus becomes itself a detachment, at least in number and effectiveness. But of course Major Baker had received a brevet promotion during the war between the states, and he was hand-selected by Sheridan to deal with the Blackfeet. So, far be it from me to impugn his capability as a military strategist. Yet, instead of charging directly at the Marias River in 1870, as I initially thought you to be doing, good Stab, you elect instead to fabricate a massacre of more intimate scale, occurring, as near as I can tell, practically simultaneously but a day's ride to the west, in the high Rocky Mountains you call the backbone of the world. An archaism fetchingly antique, but I can't let myself be seduced suchly. Stay instead in this century 3 persons, where another dead man has turned up, this time to the south, and closer to town, perhaps suggesting his discovery was intentional. Lacey Doyle, current sheriff, former deputy, requested in his grumbling way that I accompany him. Not one to shirk responsibility, at least not with so many waiting at the hitching post, and hardly immune to the allure of the modicum of respect due one of my station, to be seen by the citizenry of Miles City as part of this historic party. I took the horse Doyle offered and mounted slowly, being fully aware of the reaction my robes, when billowing about like the wings of an enormous crow, can trigger in the equine set. The ride out into the grasslands was more funeral procession than any sort of retrieval posse. "Look," Doyle's deputy said, tilting his chin up at the sky ahead of us, over presumably this new hump. "Told you." I hadn't been told, as apparently the sheriff had, so all I could ascertain was open sky of the April variety, which, to be honest, I couldn't tease apart from the March variety or the May variety. But I don't have a stockman's eyes like all of these men do, so we'll leave such identifications to those better qualified. The sheriff stopped his horse, grunted assent, and then spurred ahead, perhaps anxious to conclude this grim endeavor. Instead of immediately falling in, I sat my horse behind them for a moment, yet studying the sky, waiting for enlightenment to dawn. When it finally did, I had to chuckle. It was as if Good Stab was sitting a horse beside me, waiting for me to realize this spectacle before my eyes. There were no scavenger birds, no coyotes either, not a single sharp-backed porcupine. A cold wind gathered itself and blew past, such that I had to clamp my flat-brimmed and full-crowned hat down onto my withered pate. As the sheriff and his men's horses were yet between myself and the poor deceased, I had to step down from the stirrups and ford the crowd, as it were. "Father," Doyle said, removing his hat to hold it across his sternum, and his deputies and men comported themselves similarly, taking his lead. I didn't correct his father to the more appropriate pastor. The proceedings were too somber to introduce such trifling frivolity. There was a man face down in the grass before us, face down and dead, the skin of his back and torso removed, as well as the skin of his upper arms and thighs, though I could see from the unpainted edges of his face that skin was pale, unto Irish, if his hair was any indication. As for that paint, it was yellow and black, the black on the left side, the yellow on the right. "He didn't use to paint them so careful like," Lavinius Clarkson proclaimed, turning to the side to spit. One by one, Doyle and his men, and our illustrious postmaster, settled their hats back onto their heads, some of them having to guide their uncut hair out of their faces first. "Used to?" I asked back, my question scrambling over the gate before I could stop it. Lavinius Clarkson caught the eye of the sheriff, and Doyle nodded a curt nod. "Used to, and still both," Lavinius said with me as his audience. It seemed the rest of the men apparently already versed in this. "He skinned them, you mean," Doyle corrected with all necessary dourness. "Or they skinned him up," the main deputy added. Or rather, judging from his tone and emphaticness, reminded. "Indians, you mean?" I clarified by way of asking that question. General nods all around and the shuffling of boots. "They bleed him first somewhere else," Lavinius said, using his head to roll the dead man away from his bier of grass so we could see its harsh, unmolested yellowness, which by rights should have been stained dark with blood, as skinless meat will of course seep for hours, and meat was most assuredly what this man had been reduced to. "Father," Doyle said again, and I nodded, needed no more spurring. Though not Catholic, complete with a kit for last rites, an old Lutheran pastor can still kneel by the mortal remains, hold 2 fingers to the dead's forehead, and mutter a prayer so quietly that the men gathered around serving as windblock don't feel compelled to repeat the prayer, never mind it be in a language none of them can repeat. "Why paint them up so gaudy?" the main deputy said when my prayer was over. I heard this question as if from another room, and I confess that at first I mistook it for God-y, so had no immediate answer, lost in trying to make sense of the question. "Had an old buffalo say that painting 'em up like that weren't the least bit unusual," Lavinius led off, giving dramatic pause in the middle of his last word so all could reorient to him. "How so?" one of the other men asked. He was the man holding a dog on a rope for purposes I wasn't yet privy to. I recognized the dog, however. It was the white one with a black circle over one of its eyes that had been pestering pedestrians on Main Street for days now. Lavinia shrugged as if this were everyday information for one such as he, and set forth to regaling us with one of his tales of yore, as it were. I phrase it in such a way as I'm fully confident that's how Lavinius himself would phrase it. But when you have his posture, can hitch the front of your pants up as he's wont to do, and can set the heel of your boot upon the very body we all came to view, then you hardly need vocabulary at all, do you? The tale Lavinius recounted, complete with sweeping arms and even more dramatic pauses, and no small amount of leaning over to spit, was that an old buffalo hunter he'd known in the more unlawful days said, on his way down to the territories so as to get away from a fate such as his fellow hunters were suffering, that twice in the last year he'd set up downwind from a herd and commenced to laying them over one after the next. Once he brought down the lead bull, such that the herd was no longer a single body, but milling cows and calves. By day's end, his face blackened from powder, his shoulder dully aching from the harvest, it turned out he'd felled more buffalo than his two skinners could skin. After applying the strychnine to the ones already derobed, such that any wolves coming in to feast would die for their efforts, he and his crew camped, feasting on tongue and passing a bottle among them in subdued celebration. And, of course, as was common and necessary practice, due to the dangers of their avocation, they assigned among themselves who would stand watch. Apparently sleeping without guard in those days, you could wake up yourself derobed. According to this buffalo hunter, from back when there were yet buffalo to make an honest living from, their camp went unmolested this night. But when they woke and set to their skinning duties, the hunter himself even stooping to these felled beasts so as to expedite the process, they found that one of the cows on the downwind side of the herd had already been gutted, skinned, and had her meat spirited away. It was the stealing of the skin that was the affront, the meat intended to be left behind anyway. How this buffalo hunter and his crew knew it was Indians of some breed was that the buffalo's face, like this dead man's, had been also painted in bisected manner, in honor of the gift it, not the hunter and his crew, was giving to these passing Indians. Never mind that this hunter had spent both lead and effort in felling the beast. And then this happened to this buffalo hunter again the next season, Lavinius said, punctuating it with a long string of spit. I have to assume that inside Lavinius Clarkson there is only tobacco spit, churning endlessly around, looking for an aperture through which to make its escape. "Thieves in the night," Lavinius said in closing about the Indians, flashing his eyes around to confirm we could all see the inescapable logic of such a designation. No one objected, and all muttered assent. This buffalo hunter had shot these animals himself, and then the Indians had pilfered one of them, which is of course their way, to seek handouts instead of bending their backs to the plough. But that's neither here nor there. What is that it's now confirmed, at least by association and anecdote, that there remains some few hostiles out there even yet, and they're leaving missives for Miles City and maybe for Montana itself. And they're applying their signature to their work such that those with eyes to see can't mistake the authorship. As the Star asked, though, why? To what purpose? Was an Indian child trampled under a wagon, or in the wheels of one of the horseless carts to have braved Miles City? Did a homesteader divert a creek to his fields, as should be his right if he wished to feed his family? Or is this a more general complaint? On the order of agreements they surely would have also broken themselves if given the opportunity. These are questions I can't answer. I don't have to, either. My duty is first and foremost to my flock. Sheriff Doyle only asked me out here as a courtesy, to pray over the dead man, which I did. Never mind if Lorelei Baker's cake was upmost in my thoughts at the time, my lips falling through the prayer that's so rote by now I don't even have to concentrate to dredge it and its many kin up. I say this in the privacy of these pages, yet I know the Lord sees all. But too, I have to imagine he's inured to the many and various frailties contained in his multitudinous children. Perhaps we're even amusing to him. Perhaps an old pastor fumbling through his prayer by ingrained sound rather than divine meaning breaks the monotony of his days. After Lavinius's colorful story, the white dog we had brought with us was let slip from its rope. When it nosed eagerly around our feet instead of setting to its task, paying special attention to the spray of Lavinius's spit, Sheriff Doyle removed a tin of what turned out to be bacon grease, which he slathered on the marbled buttocks of the dead man with the painted face, our carious hump. The dog, once it caught this delectable scent, as I guiltily had myself, set to at first licking that grease off whilst growling, lest one of us intercede, but then, catching the meaty scent of the meal waiting under, it bit in as well. Bit in and pulled, and we turned our backs so as not to have to remember this moment any better than we were already going to. Sated after a few needlessly loud minutes, the dog padded around to us panting with satisfaction, was roped around the neck again, and, with the dead man wrapped in burlap and trussed with rope brought for that purpose, he was festooned like a deer across the rump of a mule, whose ears were, after hearing Good Stab's name for them, indeed big. We then walked in our own tracks back to town, an act that again triggered Good Stab's tale for me, in that I was near to expecting a garrison of soldiers to be coming the other way in those tracks. Such can a story infect a listener's day, by rising up in ambush at inopportune moments and coloring otherwise customary events. Another way it can infect one such as I am is that, pinching up a stray crumb of yellow cake off this page, I happened to notice, as close to the candle as I am now, that the pad of my finger was shaded black, in which I saw the dense fur of the beaver in its darkened lodge, desperately beating its tail about this invasion of its winter home. Upon inspection, the finger beside the black one was yellow, as if my mumbled prayer out on the prairie had seared this into my very skin. After holding these two fingers over the flame, not too close but not too far, the paint was again glistening and soft. I pressed them now into this margin as proof of this day. And so, as to not carry this burden around any longer, I should myself confess that the Sunday evening previous, after Good Stab and myself had sat head to head in the pews toward the back of the church, him relaying his tale, his confession, as he would case it, I finally got around to sorting the offering plate. This is usually both a short chore and a relatively mindless task, which is why I save it for the end of the day's duties, when my powers of concentration are ebbing. Typically, there are a few coins at best, which I make do with, the clergy's vow of poverty being not only binding, but perpetual. This evening, however, working my candlelight as I still do, even though there are oil lanterns stationed around the church, I had the simple offering plate in my lap, my knees together under my robe to keep it from tipping over, and I nearly gasped, seeing what I first took to be 2 Spanish galleons against that piece of felt we line these plates with, so that the tinkle and chime of coins against metal doesn't become a sound associated with status, something to be proud of. Rather, your offering should be private between you and the church. But these, upon inspection, weren't galleons, too small, too thick, and not gold, just appearing so. What they are is 2 brass buttons, most likely either from a military jacket from decades ago, or meant to appear as such to one such as I, who has been subject to the story I'd been subjected to but hours previously. 2 buttons, impaled on a single porcupine quill. At which point, I confess, I did drop the offering plate. April the 7th, 1912. It's Easter, and the dog is dead. This was the news moving among the congregation in the shuffling moments before I held my hands up for their silence so we could begin worship as a single body united in holy purpose. In Miles City, the passing of one dog when that one dog is instantly replaced by 3 more, already snarling and barking, is usually beneath mention. The dog in question this time, however, was the pestering white one with the black ringed eye that was taken out to the most recent and hopefully final hump. Apparently the sheriff, in his official capacity as shepherd of the larger flock that's our town and county, sought to confirm that the death of his personal dog the week before, in association with the first nameless man found skinned out in the grass, was casually associated with the condition of that poor soul. Poison is the word passing from lip to ear in my pews. The poor soul, left out there as communication with us, he would seem to have been dusted with strychnine. If asked, I would hazard the guess that this isn't actually malicious, but results from the fact the Indians authoring these acts need the corpse to be found unmolested, so as to showcase their violent handiwork better. This would explain the lack of usual scavengers in attendance, would it not? I cleared my throat, held my hands up to quiet the mumbling, and looked down to the pages of my breviary open before me on the plush purple fabric that I consider an unnecessary but not unappreciated luxury. The words were swimming and darting amongst each other, the letters shivering, the blankness around them snow, skirling among burlap-wrapped legs. I cleared my throat again, which turned into a cough, one in which I lowered my face into my left fist, holding my right hand up to assure the congregation that I would gather myself on the nonce, that this wasn't anything consumptive or tuberculotic. At the end of it, my eyes were rheumy and watering. Through such pellucid lenses, I saw an upright rectangle of yellow light open at the rear of the church, and a blurry form step through, its robes moving around its legs in such a way that, for a falling moment, I felt I was both standing at the pulpit and also just entering the church. But of course it was him, the Indian, Goodstab, though in truth I don't know if he would answer to that name. He was yet wearing his darkened spectacles against the injurious light, but otherwise he was the spitting image of himself a week prior. He nodded once to me, and then took what was quickly becoming his usual pew, at first lowering his face to his hands to begin the complicated maneuver of peeling out of his darkened spectacles. But then, when the church was once again too bright for his delicate sensibilities, electing to leave them on instead, denying me his accusing, as I take them, eyes. His posture was either that of one ready and willing to worship, or that of one who wanted me to believe as much. Yet, at the same time, I remembered how his opening salvo of last Sunday had ended with his own death. This meant, of course, that I had to choose whether to believe my own eyes that he was yet here, or believe his story, which assured me he couldn't be. Yet, had he not told me I would in time believe him, that his evidence would mount and mount until I couldn't clamber over it, back into my rational disbelief? Listen to me, a man of God meant to instill faith, but arguing reason and rationality when it suits my needs, when it palliates my fears. It's late now, and Lorelei Baker's yellow cake has been long gone these past 2 days. All that's left of her generosity is the one long red hair that evidently fell into the batter, putting me in mind of another woman with similar-hued hair I knew briefly, decades ago. And, of course, there's always the chance, nay hope, that my shower of gratitude whilst shaking and shaking her husband's calloused hand will incite her to find her mixing bowl again soon. The Lord works in mysterious ways, does he not? The Lord, not you 3 persons. My ways are much more transparent, and probably less beneficial in the final tally. But there is also the immediate tally, is there not? The one that would keep a man well fed and satiated, allowing him to do his work with more satisfaction. So I sit here late into the night, a candle to each side of me due to my ever-weakening eyes, attempting to transmute the flicking ethereal into these inky slopes and swoops. As if I'm Alexander Pope, yes. To err may be human, but to err in such a way as to make your own efforts grandiose, that, dear poet, is hardly divine, is perhaps the most human. Ecce homo indeed, Zarathustra. In all humbleness, I hope only to record Goodstab's tale, as I feel it my duty as an American to attempt to capture these last exhalations of a people who won't be seen again in the world. One example that I fear I've forgotten to write down in the recording of his tale, so much that I crib it down where I can now, is how these Blackfeet, when setting up winter camp, their lodges being now moored to the prairie for much longer than usual, they know to surround the bases of their lodges with brush. According to Goodstab, the reason for this is that the snow can otherwise become a problem, one which the brush solves. But living in Miles City as I do now, I have to also think that this brush serves a more immediate purpose, that being to keep all the camp dogs from lifting a leg on this meticulously painted buffalo hide that serves as wall of a home. In 10 years, maybe even but 5, details and peculiarities such as this will have evaporated into the mists of history and become irretrievable in this forward march of progress. What use me preserving them in the privacy of this log, I know. But neither can I just let them drift past, not without attempting to stab the nib of a pen down through them. Had no one written the Gospels down, what would the world have lost then? So, I dutifully record this, the Gospel of Goodstab, in his own words. And that's what I will call his tellings in this log, so as to separate it from my own entries. He is once again gone from the pews behind me, though his spectre, I would argue, distinctly remains. Both his spectre as well as the echo of his voice, his eyes boring a hole into the planks between my feet, such that I have to lean forward to hear the words he but mutters. I surmise either because he's ashamed of his broken English, or the state of his teeth are such that he would keep them hidden from these prying eyes. It's a trait not uncommon in this new state, barbers being always late to put their bloody pole up in frontier towns, meaning the people of those towns' teeth often go unpulled. I long for my parishioners to understand they need not be ashamed in my presence, but shame, being inbuilt, can be inescapable, even for those not part of proper society. Which is to say, after the congregation trailed out into their Sunday afternoon, and a beautiful April one it was, Goodstab was waiting, penitent, face lowered, in his pew. "Do I keep you from your duties?" he asked when I approached. "Only my repast," I said with a smile, and then immediately filled in the blankness I saw in his face with a quieter "lunch." As many are the perils of the educated holding their vocabulary over the heads of those without similar credentials. "We can eat if you want," he offered. "I don't have any— what did you call it?" I said. "Real meat?" "Buffalo," he said, hearing what I meant, if not the playful manner in which I meant it, and I noted that, outside the perimeter of his tale, that was the word he chose. Buffalo. Not the blackhorn I was growing accustomed to, and even using internally myself, or the coughing word, with all the I's in it, that he had fallen back on seemingly by accident a time or two during our previous session, but declined to attempt to spell for me, as perhaps that would illustrate his ignorance. Though a parishioner by the name of Georgia Klein did leave for me a stew she said was made with, I said, pretending to feel blindly for the word which I had already at hand. Prairie runner, is that how you say it? Antelope, he corrected, his patience with this game declining. Yet I continued to poke and prod, as shouldn't be my nature, I know. Yet at the same time, and in spite of this aged body I'm clothed in, I sometimes feel I never matured past my 13th or 14th year, when, much like Goodstab, I would also sneak around and drink the Whitehorn milk. You never got to eat the one you and Tall Dog got with that crow method of hunting, did you? Goodstab looked off, up at the cruciform Christ high on the wall I could feel framing me. What was that trick? I was unable not to ask, thinking that, like the brush around winter lodges, this was another aspect of the past I could preserve in these pages. Goodstab nodded again, as if in internal conversation with himself, and when he looked up, it was to politely flick his eyes away from my fingers, which insist on rubbing against each other as if balling a dab of wax, lest they tremble in a fashion not conducive to the trust I hoped to engender among the laity. Otter Goes Back did that as well. His last winter, Goodstab muttered about my fingers, either offering condolences or portending my immediate departure from this mortal coil, neither of which were comforting. I tucked my hand out of his field of view. He said it was from a raid in his youth. Goodstab continued, quietly enough that I was to understand that this wasn't quite a believable excuse. Is yours also from a raid? You were in the wars, yes? I nodded my grimmest nod. Being born in 1839, I was, as he surmised with his savage maths, the right age. Or some would say, if they could say any longer, the distinctly wrong age. But yes, my experiences on the battlefield are what's washed me up on this shore I've washed up on. Just as your pox scars mean you lived, Goodstab, so does my station at this church mean that I survived the red, frothing waters that would have pulled me under time and again. I also survived the amber and golden sea that looked also to drown me, one bottle at a time. And yes, I'm aware that by your calendar I'm but 6 years younger than you. According to Lavinius Clarkson, on our way back into town with this week's hump, those stars that fell the year you were born in that primitive lodge was the same year President Jackson rode a train. 1833, as Lavinius phrased it, which was apparently newsworthy, both trains and presidents being of limited quantity in those early years of the nation. 6 years younger, but much more stooped and grey, much longer in the tooth and weaker in the eye, and shakier in the hand by day's end, I admit, and oftentimes by midday as well. But a glass of sweet sherry settles that right down, and if it doesn't, then the next one surely does. Do you mind? Goodstab said then about the candles, after having peremptorily steered me away from that crow trick. Oh, yes, I said, and swept up to douse all of them I could, and still be able to see, as if in a glass darkly, his face. When I came back, I also had 2 bowls of Georgia Klein stew, and Goodstab's darkened spectacles had been secreted away in a sleeve or pocket. I believe it even has the turnips your people like, I said, offering him a bowl and spoon and a tear of bread that was old but would soften if patiently soaked. He took the bowl like a holy relic, nodded thanks, and studied the spoon, causing me to wonder if his people had had those. Finally, he said, "This day I tell you of, as you know, is the same day so many of my people died on the Bear in their lodges." "As I know?" I asked, my spoon nearly to my mouth. "I told you the Long Knives were moving up the Bear behind their scouts, Joe Kipp and Joe Cobell," Goodstab said, watching my eyes as closely as he ever had, apparently forgetting that that word for soldiers was his father's, not his. I nodded yes. Yes, the Marias River, Major Baker, the 2 scouts with the same first name, the 3rd week of that frigid January in 1870. Then I slurped the hot stew in, held it in my mouth until it cooled enough to swallow down. What Goodstab wanted me to acknowledge and agree to was that one so-called massacre was happening down in the grasslands, at a bend of the river out of the wind, and one undocumented one was happening up in the foothills under his people's chief mountain. At the site of that second massacre, as Goodstab would term it, though in actuality it sounds more like an unrecorded skirmish at best. He was, like his traveling companions and their great white god, the Catman, dead in the snow. All because of the tenuous relationship between beaver plues and repeating rifles. Or maybe it was due to the boy Whiteteeth having ruined Good Stab's first rifle. Or maybe it was the indirect fault of the men he would have me believe were playing Boston Tea Party with that wagon train which was trying only to make its clandestine delivery. Whatever the case, I took another slurping bite, set my bread in the stew to soften, and did so with laborious slowness, so as to instruct Good Stab of the effectiveness of such practice, bread being foreign to his people, and recited very clearly the invocation I had to invite him to begin again. I listen with a good heart. The Nachzera's Dark Gospel, April 7th, 1912.
I had killed one soldier before that day on the mountain with the Catman, where I killed 5 before getting killed myself. That one soldier I killed before had been when our hunting party found him wandering at the edge of a large herd of blackhorns. I was 12 winters, was just there to stay out of the way. I saw this soldier when my father pulled my horse over to his and pointed down and down at the herd until I saw this dirty Napiquan hunched over, moving with them. Our scouts had found the herd the day before, and we had planned to hunt just after Sun Chief rose. But this Napiquan in his dirty blue coat and shiny black moccasins was too interesting. For half the day, the hunting party watched him from the trees, talking between themselves about what to do or not to do. It was because this soldier was carrying himself like he'd forgotten he was a two-legged. A boy called Nitsi worked his way to the man through the grass like a crawls on his belly, and came back to tell us about the bullet hole in this man's face, right under his right eye. He had been shot days ago, but hadn't died. But what had been shot out of him was his memory that he was a man. My father had some of the hunters chase this soldier down and tie him by the foot to a tree, and I was left to watch over him, and then the hunt went on, racing 2 hills away, leaving me with this soldier. This was back when we hunted with bows, so I couldn't hear the hunters, had to lean forward and picture what was happening. As I'd seen one of our warriors do once, I took all my short arrows from the quiver and stood them before me in the ground, so I could snatch them up and shoot all my attackers when they rushed up. I was standing behind that fort of my arrows when the soldier grabbed me from behind, by the neck, in the bend of his arm like this. He had gotten free from his rope, as 4-leggeds always do. When he pulled me up to his chest, it was like a night caller had snatched me up. He was that quiet behind. My feet were kicking in the air long enough for the soldier to stop my breath. The yellow grass in front of me was losing its color in my eyes, and the sides of my vision were already in the sand hills. And it didn't matter how I kicked. The man squeezed tighter. His beard was on my shoulder, and that was the first time I'd ever felt a Napiquan beard. I didn't know what it would do, touching my skin. I pulled and scratched at the soldier's arm, but was just a boy, where he was a man. Finally, one of my kicking feet caught an arrow's fletching between my toes. I pulled it up to my hand, could only see black by now, and with the very end of my strength, I drove the arrow back beside my head, its side cutting my face here, making this scar. A moment later, I dropped to the ground, my throat too tight to let me throw up, and when I was finally breathing again, I looked around to this soldier, which is what my father had explained he was, the same as we were. He was balanced on his knees, dead. For a long time I thought that was how Napiquans died, sitting up on their knees. The arrow was stuck into the same hole where he'd been shot, but my arrow had gone deeper into the 4-legged part of him, killing it as well. I touched his beard with the back of my fingers like this, but drew my hand fast away, sure that the hair continued under his shirt, over his whole body, and that was why he'd been moving with the herd, because his curly dark fur was the same as the black horns. By the time the hunters rode back up in a swirl, yipping and spinning their horses, I had this soldier's head in my lap. His scalp was flapping and my knife was bloody, but I couldn't get his hair off. I'd been cutting too deep, didn't know how to do it right yet, but still I could tell my father was proud. That night around the fire I got the first tongue from the hunt, and the other boys looked at me in awe, the cut on my face not tended, and this is when one of the hunters told me that had been a good stab I did with the arrow, and the rest of the hunters nodded with this. And when my father finally agreed with this, after looking long at me, that became who I was. Good stab. I was the first of my age to get his warrior name. It carried a responsibility with it, I knew. To show I understood, I shared that tongue with the other boys who had been brought along, and one of those boys was Tall Dog. But we didn't know each other yet, and I didn't remember him there, but he remembered me that day. And that's the story of the first soldier I killed. The second and third and fourth and fifth and sixth soldiers were there in the backbone, fast, with the beaver family watching and the cat man hissing. But the next one was slower. I'm glad my father wasn't there to see me this time. Like that first soldier from my 12th winter, I had also forgotten I was a two-legged. I woke up rushing over the snow on all fours, downhill. I was just coming out of the trees and into the grass, and Sun Chief had been in his lodge a long time, I could tell. Not from the cold. I couldn't feel the cold. I still can't. But I could tell how deep the night was from the color of the snow. I could see that the storm was over, and it had been over for at least a day. The snow was piled up, but it had melted on top, and then frozen hard enough for me to run on top of. That's what I thought at first. And there was ice at the bottom of the drifts, meaning Sun Chief had heated the snow up after it was iced, and the water had come slipping out the bottom like it does, which told me the storm must have been over for at least 2 days, but probably 4 or 5, really. The more I looked and noticed, the more days had passed, and this didn't make sense, but it didn't stop me from running either. Soon enough, I slid on some of that ice at the bottom of the drifts and went into the next big pile of snow, but came out the other side, still pulling ahead on all fours, not with my legs going one after the other like a big mouth, but together and pushing and jumping like a real lion. I'd seen longtails fly low and fast, over the grass like a round ball shot from a gun, and that's how it felt, this running. Against the white of the snow, I could see that my arm and hand and the tops of my legs and my feet and the rest of me was black like dried blood. I scratched at it with my cheek to get it off, but instead, the skin came off like the bark of a quaking leaf tree when it's been in the kind of fire that goes past fast enough that the tree can still live. I had been burned like that. I was like a piece of meat that had spilled over the side of the kettle, being left in the embers for the dogs to nose out when there's just white ash. But at the same time, I was alive, and running so fast I couldn't stop. Also, there was a taste in my nose, which I know you can think means I was smelling, but it was more than that. I'd never tasted with my nose before, not where every taste turned into a picture of itself. I could tell that a Longlegs had passed here, and that a real bear was sleeping there, and that a family of dirty faces were living over there, in a hole under a thick root. It made me dizzy and have to shake my head from having to know so much all at once. But all those tastes weren't what was pulling me ahead, out of the trees and into the open grass, faster and faster. The taste in the air that was pulling me ahead was different. It was deeper and wider and more full. It was old meat and tobacco smoke, rum and leather and dried blood, and the picture it made in my head was a sound, was thunder but deeper, and I screamed with rage to hear it, because I was hearing it again, but I couldn't remember from where. Like this, I ran Sun Chief up. The palms of my hands were scraped raw from the ice and the sharp yellow grass, and my feet were too, because I didn't have moccasins on anymore, or leggings, or a shirt, or anything. This is how we were born into the world, and this was what was happening to me. I was being born again, but not like the Black Robe said when he baptized all the Pegani in Big River, when I was throwing up whitehorn milk and Wolf Calf was patting me on the back and smoking his short pipe and chuckling. The one time I stopped, it wasn't from needing to breathe or sleep. It was to shove my nose into some of the grass and snow where there was piss. This was by Badger Creek, close to the fort buildings we call Old Agency now, but weren't calling the Ration House yet. I could see its tall part with the window to the east, and knew that the only reason the one who made water here hadn't gone over there was because he had passed in the night and hadn't seen it. I breathed the taste in again to know it better, and then stood up on both legs and screamed again, and had to fall away because this was the first time I'd looked straight up with these new eyes. Sun Chief was staring back at me brighter than he ever had, like the time the year before this when he turned into a black tunnel in the sky. A black tunnel with flaming wings to either side that were hotter than his middle had ever been. I flinched away, fell back, and covered my face with my arms like this, and my legs wanted to take me back to the cool shadow under the trees. But my nose made me stumble forward, finally start running again, squinting and sometimes closing my eyes because I didn't need them. This soldier was leaving so much taste in the air. Dark was just leaking out from the backbone when I caught him. We were almost exactly when my father, 1 year older than when I got my name, with Calf Looking and some other boys, tried to steal the guns and horses from the Great Father's boatmen, who shot Calf Looking and counted coup on him after he was dead by putting a medal around his neck. This soldier I'd been running after, I could see now, or remember, was the one who had pulled the string on the cannon and cut the Catman in half, finally killing him. He had a beard now to go with his wings mustache that made him look like he had the legs of a flapping bird in his mouth, meaning I had been dead long enough for him to grow that. But his eyes were the same kind as before, that can look dead and flat over a cannon. He was pulling 2 long branches of deadwood up from a creek bottom that didn't have water in the winter, and the effort was making the taste all around him even thicker, so I could breathe in the smoke and ash and blood and fire on his hands and sleeves. Tall Dog was part of that taste in the air, and Peasy, but not Hunts to the Side, which I could tell meant that he'd pulled Peasy and Tall Dog and me onto the top of Hunts to the Side before burning us. But there was a greasier, more dangerous smell that it took me a moment to get a picture for. But then I did. This soldier had waited the storm out by backing into a hole left by the sideways roots of a tall tree that had fallen over the year before, and its roots made the roof of a cave, and pushed all the way into the back of that dark place had been a real bear, sleeping its long sleep, and this soldier never knew. This was the same real bear I'd tasted on the air running down from Chief Mountain. I can see that you don't believe this, but that's all right. You will. The first soldier I killed, I was 12 winters. The next 5 were so fast, it was like slapping flies. This next one, he was different. We saw each other, each on our own short hill, and I felt inside that I was my father and those other boys, seeing the Great Father's boatmen on the opposite hill, each of them trying to figure the other ones out. The soldier was holding those 2 long branches he would make another fire from, and I was naked and burned, on all 4s, my nose to the air, my eyes open all the way, now that the world wasn't so bright. Instead of talking with signs and sitting around the fire like my father and those boys had done with the Great Father's boatmen, we each already knew what the other was. Didn't have to wait to figure it out. I don't like being this, what I am, but if I have to be, I wish I could have been with my father and those boys that day. So those boatmen couldn't have told the Great Father to build forts in Pagani territory and fill it with soldiers and trappers and traders and whiskey. But we did like the guns. This soldier didn't have his own on him, though. All he could do was drop his branches and dive away behind the hill he was on to get back to wherever that gun was. He didn't make it. By the time he was down to where the creek usually is, I was jumping onto his back. All the times before I'd jumped on an enemy, it was usually off a running horse, so that part of it felt the same. What didn't feel the same was I had no war club, no knife, no lance. Also, I was leading with my open mouth, and this soldier, to me, he was moving so slow, like wading through mud. But the creek was dry and had been probably since cold moon. My open mouth bit into the side of this soldier's neck, and all my weight was on his back, which should have driven him to slide on the ground, packing dirt and grass between his teeth. But the same way the crust of snow would hold me now without dropping me through as fast as I used to, this soldier could carry me, at least for a few steps. Until I started drinking. At the fort, I once saw one of your generals drink a glass of what Peasy said was buttermilk with some of your rum mixed in with it. And the way it made this general breathe slow and close his eyes and relax into his own body, drinking from the soldier was that for me. But it was like the whole world was buttermilk and rum, and I'd never before had even one drop of it. His blood filled me up and made me more warm and alive than I'd ever been. Even in my own lodge, when I'd had wives and children and horses. My hands held his head like this, and my legs were around his body, and I told you I was drinking from him, but it's really that I was nursing like a baby. He kicked and jerked and scratched at me, but it was slower and slower, and nothing could hurt me then. The two-legged part of me knew I should save some of him, that I didn't want this going over so soon, so fast. But the four-legged part of me growled at this, couldn't even think about stopping. It took the same long to drink all of his blood as it takes for a small piece of real meat to go dark on the outside in the boiling water of an iron kettle. This was my real meat now, I could tell. When the soldier was empty and dead, drank dry, my stomach was sticking out like this, and I was breathing deep, but I couldn't stop suckling. I knew there had to be more in him. Finally, desperate for more, I cracked his leg under the knee against a tall rock in the bottom of the dry creek, and then pulled the foot away, the leg bones in there open. They fit perfect in my mouth, and I sucked the marrow out, clumped its thick wetness into my throat, and swallowed so hard it hurt my eyes. And I was trying to break the longer leg bone open when that marrow started to come back up my throat, with strings in it that made me feel like I was choking. This is because it was solid, not thin like blood. Marrow from the bone has blood of a sort in it, but that doesn't matter. Anything I eat that's not warm blood, my body pushes it back up. I backed away from throwing up, wiped my mouth with my arm. Some more of that blackened skin coming off that I had to spit away, and I ran my fingers through my hair, felt for the first time that my hair was gone. Hair burns first in a fire. This was good, I told myself, because I would have cut it off anyway, to grieve for Tall Dog and Peasy, and even Hunts to the side, and for that beaver I knew now I shouldn't have killed. That's what started all this. I've heard our elders and many faces men, and even chiefs, say that it's the Napiquans who are ruining the world. But Napiquans are just what happens when we forget we're Pagani. When we think a many-shots gun is more important than beaver medicine. The soldiers ahead of us in the backbone when we were walking up, They probably would have kept marching straight ahead to Chief Mountain, and maybe the real old man country, if I hadn't kicked into that lodge of sticks in the water. This, what I am now, it's punishment, that's what I'm telling you. I deserve it. There on that rise with my chest and mouth and hands and arms shining with wet blood, I laid my head back on that dead soldier's stomach and stared up at the big fire star. Thought I could hear it hissing in the sky. I didn't have to try to know I couldn't stand yet. This is how it is after I feed. I have to lie down as flat as I can, so the new blood can move through my body, into all its new pouches. It's like carrying all the water skins you need, but carrying them inside you. That hissing I was hearing wasn't the big fire star either, or 7 persons, or the poor boys, or any of them. It was the sound of a little big mouth's front legs parting the yellow grass 2 hills away. A mother. She was watching me, and when my body started to shake me up and down, because this was the first time I'd ever fed like this, she laid her ears back, but didn't leave. She wasn't waiting to eat from the dead soldier, I could tell. She was hungry, but for real food, not food I'd touched. She had never seen anything like me. The lashback from the beaver medicine gone bad had turned me into a child of the cat man. I'm an Atupyuyi now, person eater like the Pagani have always known about, but I'm worse. It was good my wives and my children were already in the sand hills. Now they wouldn't have to see me like this. When the shaking stopped, I rolled over and cried into this dead soldier's chest. But because I was full of blood now, my tears were red. The little big mouth yipped, asking if there was anything it could do. Kill me, I told her, pointing my chin to the sky and closing my eyes. And I felt a mouth close over my throat then, and it was warmer and bigger and hungrier than this little big mouth's. It was the night itself, but it just held its teeth there. Didn't rip my head off like I wanted it to so I could go to the sand hills. And I know now that this was Beaver Chief, showing that he could end my suffering if he wanted, but he wasn't ready for it to be over. When I looked again, the little big mouth was gone back to her pups, and I was alone. Because I didn't have a knife of my own, I took the one from the soldier's belt. I faced the east, nodded to myself to say I could do this, and then I pulled the sharp side of the blade across my throat, as hard and as deep as I could, and then, because I'd done it once to earn my name, I stabbed it into my chest with the last of my strength, all the way until the tip came out my back. Like that first soldier I killed, I fell to my knees and balanced there, my new blood slipping down my chest. If Tall Dog wasn't dead, he could walk in, read the tracks in the dirt and grass and snow, and know what had happened. Tell my father what I did, to save the Pagani, to save them from me. But it was fine if no one found my bones and this soldier's bones mixed together. Let Sun Chief bleach them and dry them out until they turned to dust and blew into the backbone, taking me home. This is what I was thinking, there on my knees, that knife in me, my throat opened and spurting. And then I felt it, behind me. Or maybe I heard it. Maybe I tasted it on the air. Or maybe I just knew, remembered, recognized what this felt like each time it had happened before. It was my swift runner, who had always hopped in, showing me which direction I needed to go next. It had warned me about the beaver lodge, but I hadn't listened. And now it had come all the way down here, and when it still had its white fur on for winter, so anything could see it down here and eat it, or feed it to a den of yipping pups. Go away, I said to it the best I could without turning around, but because my throat didn't work right, cut open. I held my hand behind me and motioned for my swift runner to go back to the backbone where it belonged, to find some better Pagani to help, because this one was already dying. I could tell that my swift runner was up on its hind legs, its nose tasting what I had become, its eyes wet and curious, but sad, too. Scratching across its black eyes, I knew, were the stars that fell across the smoke hole of my mother's birthing lodge. And I cried again, tilting my head back to open my throat wider to the night, to let it all in. And I told Feather Woman that magic turnip she was looking for to get back to her world. Here was its top, right in my throat. She could just grab on and pull, unwind me into the stars. Please. But she didn't. And I heard or felt or knew the soft foot pats of my swift runner hopping away from me once and for all. So I would never know what direction to go anymore, would have to figure each step out on my own from here on out. I told Tall Dog I was sorry. I told my father I meant to do better. I told my wives and children to keep the flap open for me. I was almost there. And then all the grass around me went black like blowing shadows, and I closed my eyes. When I opened them again, Sun Chief was burning above me again, so that the skin of my face was stiff and dry. I fell back, shielding my eyes. I felt my throat, and it wasn't cut anymore. I patted my arms, and the burned blackness was soft now, healed. The knife was on its side between my knees. I touched my hair, and it was trying to come back. Dried on my face and chest was blood, the dead soldiers, mine. I stood, fell back down to a knee, covering my eyes with my left hand like this, and, just feeling, not looking, I tore some of the soldier's cloth shirt away, tied it over my face against Sun Chief, who the Pagani can never turn their backs on. But I had to. I had to lie down on my back to work my legs into the soldier's blue pants, and I had to pack his boots with dry grass to make my feet fit, and I kept having to stop to cry. But all crying did was get more blood on me, which was less blood in me. Going by smell and memory, I staggered back up the hill I had jumped down, onto the soldier. I knew I should be thirsty, that I needed to find water, but I was like that mad big mouth you were talking about last time, when you weren't talking about Mad Wolf. Even thinking about taking water into my mouth hurt my throat, and made my shoulders hitch up with gagging. There's only one thing I can drink anymore. It's why I'm here, talking to you. You Blackrobes know about drinking blood, don't you? You make your people in these wooden seats do it every time they're here. In that way, we're the same. But you're still a two-legged, even from drinking all that blood. Not me. What I am now is a four-legged, but with a man's memories as punishment. And no arrow or bullet can stab deep enough to kill me, because Beaver Chief won't let them. I didn't know that yet, that first day after this soldier, though. All I knew then was that I had to get away from Sun Chief. To do that without my eyes, I just had to keep the heat of him on my face, since it was already past the middle of the day. And I could smell all the places I'd touched, running down from the backbone after the soldier. I walked west like a dead man, and my hand on my stomach told me that all the blood I'd drank, that I hadn't bled back out or cried from my eyes, had found its pouch in me. I knew I should go back, hide that soldier the same way we'd been hiding that wagon train. But I didn't. If any Pagani died from the finding of that dead soldier, then that's one more person I'm responsible for. One of so many, I couldn't count them in a moon. By dark, I was stumbling into the first of the trees on their chief mountain. It was cold and dark. I took the cloth from my eyes, let it fall away behind me. I still had to squint, but I huddled under a rock wall in the shade until 7 persons came out. I was shaking, but not from cold. To be a Pagani and be alone is to not be a person anymore. I sat still long enough that the kind of dirty face that lives in the backbone jerked and darted past, seeing me too late. My hand snatched it up before I told it to, and I cracked into its spongy ribs with my mouth, sucked it dry. The taste wasn't buttermilk and rum for a general. It was more like when Tall Dog had caught one of the silverfish from Two Medicine and we tried eating it even though we knew it was wrong. I gagged but didn't throw up, and then I looked at the dirty face in my hand. From the holes bitten into its side, I knew to feel my teeth with my other hand. They were like the Catman's, these two, here. I was a man on the outside, but inside, even just inside my mouth, I was a four-legged. But they're not always like that. After drinking that one dirty face's blood, the two sharp teeth pulled back inside. When I'm hungry or eating, they come out. But when I've fed, they go back in. That's why they look flat like yours now, except white. It's so I can walk in the street. The redback has that color on it so it matches the trees it lives in, so it can hide, even with its bushy tail. The same way my teeth hide, so I can sit in the back of your church like everyone else. When Sun Chief splintered his light through the branches the next morning, I shied away from it, smelled my way to the same fallen-down tree the soldier had waited the storm out in. The real bear smell was so thick in there I could hardly breathe, but it wasn't dark the way it should have been, not to me, not anymore. There were no colors, but I could see the dirt walls, the dull shards of rock that had never known Sun Chief, the hanging roots, the leaves, the pine needles, all of it. This is where I live now, the night. My eyes are like a night caller's, so I can see and feed myself better. But with these over my eyes, I can still come out while Sun Chief is still in the sky, even if he hates me now. Instead of eating more, I burrowed deeper into the hole under the tree and slept. Not because I was tired, but because if I woke up again, maybe this dream could be over. But this sleep wasn't like I'd always slept. It was just blackness and falling, and a great hollow space around me with no edges. This is how sleep is for me now. The next night, I stayed where I wasn't hungry yet. If I don't move, don't use the blood I've drank, I only have to eat once a moon, and can even go 2 or 3 if I have to. Wags' tails and Longlegs and Longtails and other swift runners who didn't know me moved around, but I let them pass, was so still they didn't hear me, and I don't smell like a man anymore either. I don't smell like anything except maybe broken open ceramic. Is that the word? That powdery glass your plates you eat from are made of, when they're not iron. That's what I smell like now. That's why the four-leggeds never knew I was there. The only way they could have seen me was my eyes, opening in that darkness, and tracking them step by step, jealous of their warmth, their families, and that they could still eat whenever they wanted. With Sun Chief's next rising, I nodded off, moved my shoulders back into the frozen dirt crumbling over me. And when I woke at nightfall, I had moved deep back in my sleep, all the way to alongside the real bear, down for the winter's long sleep. It was breathing slow, and, lying with my chest up to it, my breathing went like the real bear's, deep and slow. And the next time I woke, not even aware I'd been asleep, my mouth was latched onto the bear's hump, just biting in shallow. My new teeth had punctured in, but not deep, just enough for some of its winter fat shot through with veins of blood to coat my mouth, but not go down my throat. I closed my eyes, didn't pull away, and this was the only good thing to happen to me since kicking into that beaver lodge. I couldn't dream anymore, which is a banishment no Pagani would choose over dying. But with my mouth fixed on this real bear, I could taste its dreams, which was all one long dream that never stopped. It wasn't pictures and faces like mine had used to be. It was sounds and tastes, But what the bear was dreaming wasn't sounds and tastes. It was how those things felt. It was a fullness of smells and snuffling and rustling deeper and the bursting of small, tight skins in a mouth, followed by coolness and sweetness and the satisfaction that there was going to be more of this, and then more after that. What real bears dream about, it's ripe berry bushes. This is how I passed the winter. But it only works with real bears. It's because they used to be people. If blackhorns slept like that, all closed in, all winter, I would like to ride their dreams with them, I think. If there were any left to dream with. I woke in Geese Moon not biting into that real bear anymore, but it biting into me. My shoulder was in that real bear's mouth. The real bear wasn't all the way awake yet, but it knew in its sleep way that it wasn't alone like it had been when it nosed down into this place. It flung me side to side against the top and bottom of this cave that was really a hole, that had been its winter den. When I didn't fight back, it threw me away. Then it shook its head all the way awake and roared, its breath hot on my face. The long lines of its spit splashing against my eyes and in my mouth, and a real bear's first spit after sleeping through winter is like tree sap, but cold and stinging. "Thank you," I yelled back to it when it was done roaring and pointed to Sun Chief's light past the roots of the tree. "Go now. Eat." Instead, it charged at me with its mouth open, its long claws holding my sides and cutting in. I was weak from the long fast of winter, and at first I didn't remember what I was now, and what I wasn't. But the Catman in me knew. It opened its mouth, roared back, into this real bear's mouth, and I only weigh as much as a boy of maybe 14 winters now, even though I'm this size. And I'm only as strong as I ever was as a man. But when I drove my hands down onto the tops of the bears holding me, its claws had to let go. Doing it broke the bones in both of my arms, though. I screamed from how that hurt and how it sounded, but the hurt was over almost when it started. Without meaning to think it, I knew it was my mother's hand coming down to cup over my broken bones and take the pain away. I know I was wrong, because that would mean that the Catman had a mother to do that for him too. But he had been in an iron cage when I shot my arrow into him, not just tied with ropes to the floor of that wagon. This meant he had this same thing I did, where I wasn't strong, but what should hurt and tell me to stop, it wasn't doing that anymore. It means I can pull harder, hit deeper, run faster, even if it breaks my bones or tears my skin. All that can be fixed by the next meal if I drink enough, but it doesn't heal right away. I was still the real bear's plaything, my hands hanging down useless. When the real bear came for me this time, I stepped a long step back. It took my other shoulder with its teeth and shook me fast like they do, like a dog does to a swift runner. When it let go, I flew out past the turned-up root of the great tree we were under. Because we were on a hill, I hit and kept rolling, then slid, and where I finally stopped was the edge of a pond. It was the one the beavers had made, the one I'd waded through to get to their lodge. The real bear knew this, I know. In the backbone, the four-leggeds aren't just four-leggeds. How I knew it knew was that, instead of lumbering down into the pond with me to keep the fight going, this real bear went sideways along the hill to the south, its breath heavy and deep, its great feet crashing with sound. It was going to where it knew the berries would be in a few moons. "Find them," I said to it, and then, forgetting my mouth was coated with winter fat shot through with blood, I swallowed, had to fall into the water to throw that back up. And because I couldn't hold myself up on my broken arms, my face went in and breathed water in and down, which made me throw up more. Trying to get back up, I stilled, hearing something. It was one of the beavers slapping its tail on the water. It made me want to cry, but I was glad that one of the younger beavers had taken up that duty. I was glad that they had a new guard, a new warrior. This is how it should be. Finally, using only my legs, I crawled up to the shore, turned over, and laid there with my eyes shut against Sun Chief. When a bird of some sort swooped past to see what I was, I bit up fast into one of its legs, then rolled over, trapping it to the ground with my mouth so I could slurp its blood in. It was worse than a silverfish, but it was blood, so I could hold it in. Hours later, my arms were starting to straighten back up and harden enough I could use them a little. The cat man had healed faster, but that's because he was older. I was still new, having to figure everything out. With the dark, I stood. Light as I am now, I hardly make a sound anymore. This meant that when I heard a Longlegs grazing out into a meadow 3 hills away, I was able to sneak up behind her, clamp onto one of her hind legs with my hands to keep her from jumping away. Instead, she kicked back hard with her other foot, hitting me in the face, knocking my nose and cheek in, and changing the direction my eyes looked, so everything had a shadow that was also itself, but with watery edges. I held on anyway, my arms breaking again, and finally got my mouth up to the back of the Longlegs' long leg enough to bite in. I didn't kill her by taking her lungs or heart, or cutting her neck. I killed her by drinking her. And she had so much more blood than that soldier. I told myself again to just drink a little, let her leave, but, just like with the soldier, I couldn't stop until she was empty. Her eyes clouded over, mouth open and dry. This time my belly swelled so much that dark purple lines stretched in it, like I was going to burst open. My fingertips and toes swelled up, too full, getting fuller as the blood leaked from my belly out into its pouches, until finally I had to bite down on my wrist with my teeth to let some blood out. It sprayed up as high as a boy of 4 winters or a tall dog, and when some of it landed back on my lips, it tasted just as wrong as it had when I drank it in for the first time. The soldier had been so much better. But the Longlegs' blood worked. The bones in my arm and my face healed by Sun Chief's next light. I stood, staggered to a cliff of leaning out rocks, found a ledge I could shove myself under, and hid for the day, and the next night, and the next day, and finally came out into the darkness the 3rd or 4th night. Only moving around at night, where Sun Chief couldn't see me, I was forgetting how many days were passing. It was all one long night. Standing against that cliff, the backbone was alive with sound, with tastes in the air, but I was full, didn't need to feed yet. I went back to the Longlegs who had given me her blood, and she was still there. Nothing was feeding on her. This is the way it is. I knelt beside her and petted the side of her stiff face. Then I laid down beside her and kept my arm on her, and I didn't know what to do anymore. I didn't know how to die, or if I had the nerve to try to again. And if I went for starving, the cat man inside me woke up, ate anyway. 4 nights later, maybe 6, the Longlegs rotting where she lay, her taste in the air still good. I went 2 hills over and found the clearing where the soldiers had shot us. Standing up under the melting snow was one wagon wheel, its spokes still in it, but cracking in long lines from freezing and melting and drying all winter. In a pile of burn that was square because it was still the iron cage, I could taste Peasy and Tall Dog and Mountain Chief, and I knew without having to dig in or taste that deep, the Catman. Not because he had been Pagunny, but because he wasn't a soldier. The reason I hadn't smelled him on the soldier I drank was that the Catman didn't smell like a man anymore. He didn't smell like anything. Neither do I. I can stand right behind you in the darkness, and I'm light enough the pine needles hardly crunch under my feet, and my smell won't tell you I'm there either. If you feel my breath on your neck, it's too late. I don't mean you, 3 persons. I mean anyone. If we'd met the Catman without his cage, none of us would have lived, and our bodies would have been added to the others at the wagon train, like they'd fought us off. But because he had been in a cage, that cage was a grave box for him, and Peasy, and Tall Dog. It meant the soldier who did that to them while he was growing his beard, he knew their spirits would be wandering now forever. Their left-behind bodies being in that iron cage, it was a joke, an insult. I wrinkled my nose up, tasting that the soldier I'd drank had made water through the bars of the cage. I'd been in that cage dead when he'd peed there, I knew. But at some point after that, I'd woken up, crawled out, and ran after him, as long as it took. All the dead man crosses that had been hanging on the bars all around had burned off in his fire, but they hadn't mattered anyway. Over from the iron cage a little bit, under a crust of snow I had to scrape off, was the cannon. If I had powder, I could stuff it with rocks and whatever iron was still around here, and stand in front of it, pull the string myself. But there was no powder up there, and the cannon was already flaking with rust. No birds had taken the trigger string to make nests from. No dirty faces had chewed it to sharpen their teeth, but they might, when the snow was lower. I pulled the cannon's halter over my shoulder like this, to drag it under a tree for if I ever found powder again, and I pulled hard enough to almost break the wheels free from their ruts in the ground. But I could feel the bones in my arms creaking like they wanted to break again, which is the bad thing about not hurting enough. Instead, I dug up all the soldiers' many shots guns. They were rusted, and all but one wouldn't cock back anymore. I laid them like Sun Chief's rays around Peasy and Tall Dog and Hunts to the side, and the Catman, all shooting away from them. But then I decided the Catman didn't deserve that honor. So I dug into the cage, through the bones and leathery skin and hair and dried leggings and moccasins and, sort of under the cage, a belt Hunts to the side's second wife had made for him from iron studs. All I found was ash. This told me that, when my kind die, we don't leave bones and skin and hair behind. I sang a quiet song over this snow grave, but my voice was raw and wrong and weak, and it was more an insult than anything that helped them. My tears left red spots on the snow. Finally, I walked away from that place, telling myself never to come back. I could smell that the soldiers had been buried in shallow holes under a cut bank just over the hill on the other side. But I didn't go over there, didn't care about them. For the next moon, I watched the Beaver family rebuild their lodge one stick at a time. The whole time, they kept one of them watching me, even when I sat far away upwind. In the day, while they slept, I covered my eyes best I could and dragged sticks and limbs and dead trees closer to them to help. But they wouldn't touch that wood, wouldn't let it be part of their lodge. I understood. I ran down a young Longlegs who kept watching me through the trees, grabbed onto his spike horns and bit into the back of his neck, drank him as he ran and ran, until his chin had to dig into the ground and his hooves pushed back into the dirt slower and slower. There was no snow anymore, only in the shade and high up the mountains. Chief Mountain watched me from between the trees, his great rock face never smiling even once. I didn't know if I belonged in this holy place anymore, or if I was an intruder, like the trappers we were always having to run down so they would leave enough fur for us to trade. 2 days after that spike, I ran down his father even though I wasn't hungry enough to yet, held him down and drank from his belly while he kicked at me with his hooves. His horns were already fallen off, but he still kept trying to hook them into me. I could tell he was the Spike's father from his taste. I cried while I drank him, and then I had to bite into both arms and both legs to let his blood back out. I laid in a pool of it and held my arms around my shoulders like this, like I was cold, and I tried to remember having given that bite of tongue to Tall Dog when I was a boy, but I couldn't. Finally, I ran away from Chief Mountain, down to 2 medicine lodges, where Pagani go for ceremony. It was where I had found my swift runner after I was already good stab, when I never pictured I could be anything but good stab. When a Wags' tail ran in front of me, going sideways uphill like they do, I chased it, but not because I was hungry yet. I chased it because it ran, which was something I'd seen big mouths do. You don't want to bite something until it doesn't want you to. Instead of riding this Wags' tail down like the long legs, I grabbed onto the soft horns it was trying to grow and twisted hard, cracking the neck over. I drank half of him before the blood went cold and dead, but I didn't know, so kept drinking. The dead blood didn't come up my throat like fat or food does, but my body pushed it up through the skin, so I was wearing that Wags' tail. When that dead blood was in me, it was hot. It was cooking me from the inside, making me shake. This is how I learned to only drink while the heart's still pushing. Because I lost most of that blood, I ran down a young Wags' tail, still with the white dots on it like hailstones, and was able to keep all of it down because it was so small. I'd been able to hold it in my arms like a child while I drank even, and the small amount of blood was rich enough to last longer than a full-grown Wags' tail. A week after that was when those same hailstones showed up on the top of my arms and the top of my legs. I tried rubbing them with dirt and washing in a spring that had a rock blocking it, but they wouldn't come off. By the end of the beginning summer moon, I felt 2 hard nubs on my head, here and here. I was growing horns like a longlegs, like a Wags' tail, because that's what I'd been eating. If I ate only sharp backs for long enough to fill me up with their blood over and over, I would grow a quill bustle on my back, I knew. If I lived only on silverfish, I would lean over the water and fall in, never come back up on land. If I ran down a sticky mouth and then all its brothers and sisters, then I would get those same white stripes on my sides, here, and would never be still, would always be roaming fast, hungry. I thought about this for nearly a whole moon, not feeding at all anymore. Was this why the Catman's mouth had been pushing out? In that wagon, the men carrying it had probably been feeding it dirty faces, and big dirty faces only, so that's what it had been turning into, mouthful of blood by mouthful of blood. If I wanted to be a 2-legged again, or look more like one on the outside, I needed to stop drinking longlegs and Wags' tails. I needed to drink from someone who walked like me. And the only one I knew about up here, I'd already chased him down into the grass, left him dead on his knees, like an offering to Sun Chief. Finally, nearly mad with hunger, I climbed to the top of Old Man Dog Mountain that night, where the wind blows up from all sides, and closed my eyes, opened my nose. By dawn, I had the ugly scent I knew was a trapper. They wear the same leggings and shirts and boots until they fall apart. Even before I became this, what I am now, I could always smell them. I slept that day under a cut bank, and I could tell it was frog moon already from all the croaking. Beside me in the hard dirt the creek had pulled away were the bones of a beaver hand, except they were big like mine. I left the bones there. Beaver medicine wasn't for me anymore. That night, the trapper's taste hot in my nose, I found him sitting by his small fire, singing to himself. He was the first man I'd been close to since the soldier. He didn't smell me or see me, but his shaggy black big ears knew I was there. It whinnied and pulled at its rope. The man came up from the fire with a long round ball gun sliding from its fringed sheath with beads. It was a Pagani sheath, I could tell. It made me hiss that he had it. I had been going to walk in, ask for some of his bitter black water, just to get him turning his back to me long enough, but now I just rushed in, jumping with one foot off the rump of his squealing big ears, taking the barrel of his long gun in both my hands and biting into the front of his throat with my mouth, so that at first all I got was air he was trying to breathe. But then the blood came. I drank so hard from him that my back hunched up and down like I was being sick. That's how good it is to feed on a two-legged like I'm supposed to. It's better than cold water from the creek after a long hunt. With enough blood in me, I can see colors in the night, and I can taste those colors, and I can hear the roots of the trees reaching one piece of dirt deeper in. I knew not to drink the big ears, because I didn't want big ears. 2 days later, my horn nubs weren't shorter, but they also weren't longer. I smelled another trapper, stalked him for 3 nights before jumping on him in the daytime. He was tall enough that the blood I drank from him came up around the edges of my fingernails, and he had something spoiled in his blood that was making his nose rot away, but it didn't matter inside me. The next trapper, during Thunder Moon, was so drunk on whiskey that he smiled when I stood up on the other side of the fire from him. I left the traps he had in his camp out on Wild Goose Island and walled-in lakes. I left them out there so no other trappers could use them, and then I went back to the other trappers' camps, left their rusting traps there too. 6 sleeps after drinking that drunk trapper, I woke under a high ledge with my antler nub pressing into the side of my face. It had fallen off in my sleep. I worked the other one back and forth with my fingers like this until it cracked off too, left a smooth, hard place under my hair right here. That's grown over again now. I set both of those antler nubs on that high rock and went down for another trapper and another trapper. We thought we'd gotten them all years ago, but some of them had been deep enough in the backbone that we couldn't find them, or more were coming in, around us. It didn't matter. I went in circles around the drunk trapper's camp until I smelled his traps out. 4 of them were empty, but a swift runner was caught in the last one. It was mewling and pulling. It had its brown hair on, fine and soft. I can't drink you, I told it. I can only drink two-leggeds, and I have to drink them all the way gone. I couldn't drink this swift runner, but I could open the trap. The swift runner tried to hop away, but both its hind legs were broken. I sat with it through the night, and with sun chiefs rising, I twisted its head over until the neck cracked, and laid it in a bright open spot, so some 4-legged that could eat it might find it. I left the trap that killed it out on the island with the rest, and would always do that with any trap I found. I would have thrown them in the lake, but I didn't think the underwater people needed Napiquan iron down there. For 16 sleeps after that, I sat high up on Face Mountain and didn't move, even when Sun Chief shone down and made my skin hard like dry leather. I could feel the Catman rising in me, hungry, but still I sat. I was thinking of my father, Wolf-Calf, back in his lodge, tipping a drink of water out onto the ground for me. I was thinking of Tall Dog, buried in that cage. I was thinking of camp, and trying to do what I said and look back for my horse the last time I left, so I could save it all in my head, see it whenever I wanted. By the 21st sleep, I was panting fast with my mouth, because I had used up nearly all of the trapper's blood I'd had in me. I had to feed. I stood, my burned skin cracking, in the cracks showing blood that was too thick to come out. I followed a white big-head path down and saw 2 of them coming up the other way. They saw me too, and we stood there until I stepped away. Still they wouldn't pass, so I went down through the rocks and trees, crashing and falling and finally sliding, a sharp rock pushing through my side, leaking out the little blood I had left. It didn't hurt as much as it would have before, but it made me like a fire with no more wood to burn. When I could, I stood, looked around. I opened my nose to taste the air, but without enough blood in me, I could only smell like a man now. Desperate, I stumbled forward, rubbing past trees that opened my skin more, Sunchief glaring down at me, his heat searing the cuts in my side and my shoulders and the heels of my hands, so I had to hold my hands in fists to hold the pain in. This is when I saw a two-legged walking up a clearing like a shadow on the other side of the trees. I fell to my knees, I was so happy. I cried, but it was dry, not even enough blood in me to make tears. I pulled forward through the red bushes, my eyes not working right anymore, and heard a black bear snuffling under a log but didn't stop. He didn't have the blood I needed, and wouldn't have any dreams for me either. I stepped out behind this two-legged I could only see the shape of, and I was so light he didn't hear me. I didn't have time or patience to hunt, so just rushed ahead, my arms low to the ground, and, 12 paces back from him, I jumped to come down on him like a night caller, but he sensed me, turned, held his hand up to block my mouth, so that was where I bit, on his hand. You can drink from anywhere. I held his wrist in both hands and sucked, didn't even feel the hits coming down onto my back, the kicks in my stomach and hips. I was staring into his eyes while I drank, and when my eyes came back, I saw what I was doing. This boy was Pagunny. I tried to stop drinking from him, couldn't. And then I felt his fingers in my mouth better. I had more blood in me now, so could know more from touch, even with my tongue. He didn't have nails on these fingers, and the fingers were just stubs, because they'd been blown off when he put a wrong-sized greased shooter into a many-shots gun and pulled the trigger. White teeth. He was up here after fasting for 4 days. All his songs were in his chest. He was trying to turn into a man. My eyes bled red, but my mouth didn't stop. Not until White Teeth's eyes fogged over, so I had to spit out the last mouthful. I fell across him, rolled over to pull him over me like a blanket against Sunchief, and I hugged him so tight I heard the bones in my arm creak like breaking, and I couldn't let go, because then I would have to see him. When I woke in the night, he was stiff. I looked up at the backbone, seeing me like this, and I ran the other way. I ran through the darkness, and when Sunchief started crossing the sky, I kept running, the land flattening out under me. Soon I would be to the blood-clot hills. I wasn't meaning to go to them, though. I was just going away from the backbone, from myself, from what I'd done, and what I was, until my nose told me to stop. I stood in the moments after Sunchief had gone back to his lodge, when some of his light was still on the ground. I knew what I was smelling, but I also didn't know. I followed my nose up the hill, crested over it, and out in the grass as far as I could see were black horns after a hunt. But no one had taken any meat from them, just the robes. I walked through them, touching their haunches and sides and faces with my fingertips, not understanding this. And soon my fingers knew to feel for the greased shooter holes, only one per black horn. It was a whole herd. I wasn't hungry yet, but I was breathing deep. Beside me, one of the dead blackhorn's eyes was open. It was staring at me. I walked over, fell to my knees, and pushed that eye shut, held it shut with both hands, and I looked all around for who could have done a thing like this, which was when a greased shooter hit me in the shoulder right here. From so far off I didn't even hear its sound. It spun me 10 paces into another blackhorn, the sharp point of its horn pushing through my hand. Above me, the poor boys tried to hold in place but were shaking fast like my eyes. My fingers were curling shut like this over the tip of the horn sticking through my hand, either my hand or the horn so cold it burned. And I can still feel it, but I don't know if it hurts or if I just remember how it hurt. This is my telling for today. The pipe is empty.
The Absolution of Three Persons, April the 11th, 1912. When did the Blackfeet learn about cats? Goodstab calls the prisoner in the cage the Cat Man, but did his people even know about cats in 1870? Yet he delivered that term so naturally. Cat Man. Calm yourself, Three Persons, lest you commence arranging angels on the head of a pin. It's now been 4 days since Goodstab stabbed me to the quick with his tail, and I've spent those 4 days taking his story apart into its individual pieces, laying them out before me to study, and then attempting to puzzle them all back together again into a narrative I can begin to accept. My provisional conjecture is that, disallowing the more fantastic elements, what happens in this tale is simply that a Blackfeet suffered a catastrophic loss of some kind, possibly even at the direct or indirect hands of Major Baker, so had to survive a winter on the mountain by himself. In that kind of perpetual isolation, his eyes and his mind played continual tricks on him, which perforce would, by degrees, become a series of tactics he used to stay alive. But then, due likely to starvation and privation and the aforementioned isolation, he neglected to keep straight which were survival tactics and which fantasy, so started to let the second step back into the territory of the first, such that the impossible became, to him, unassailable fact, as finally to him proven by his own survival. It's either subscribe to this possibility or invest in the accuracy of his tale, where he was infected by this cat man and is now cursed to walk the earth drinking blood whensoever he can, having senses beyond the ken even of animals, a healing resiliency in keeping with that grizzly he claims to have wintered with, and only being limited by his aversion to daylight and solid food, knives and bullets having only temporary sway over his mortal coil. In addition, the inescapable torpor that overtakes him after feeding that he would claim as peculiar is hardly so. Some of us even anticipate falling into such a state of extreme satiation, as all thinking becomes but a low hum in the background, and we achieve a version of communion with creation that speaks ineluctably of wholeness. And lest I forget, Goodstab must drink each animal or person entire, due to the animal gluttony residing within him that's impossible to rein in, and if he strays overmuch in his feeding into those he would call four-leggeds, then he begins to express their various characteristics, which rhymes in memory with some ancient lay or another I read, complete with justice and chivalry, but could no longer conjure the precise details of. He told me I would believe, however, did he not, that I even am logging these fantastic elements is perhaps the first step down that dark path. The savage mind is more rhetorically capable than I would have given it credit for. And yes, as is evident by the state of the top part of this page, I would have written all this down the evening previous, if not for a disastrously spilling a glass of sherry. And were that my first glass of the evening, I surely wouldn't have spilled it. But the deeper one gets into the dulling of his senses, the more mistakes he's prone to commit. Oh, if the denizens of the lodging-house could have seen me last night, stumbling around this house of worship, having to right myself on the back of pews, making bold and then increasingly apologetic entreaties to the man on the cross, looking down on me so beatifically that there was nowhere someone so base as I could hide. Yet the Lord forgives all, does he not? Even old men in their cups blubbering apologia. Goodstab, I'm both glad you found me at this remote outpost, and I wish you never had. And yes, if you ask, after you left last Sunday I did make haste to the door to track your meandering exit, folding yourself into Miles City one more time. In keeping with your initial visit and subsequent egress, the roiling pack of dogs kept their distance. That oddity I knew and was prepared for, however. What I found out this time, standing in the doorway of my own church, was what I should have known all along. That you had only simulated partaking of the sacred host, hadn't you? It had been hidden in your palm when that hand rose devotedly to your mouth, after which it was presumably tucked away in a sleeve, to trail out into the mud of the street and be sniffed by a black and brown dog, but nowise eaten. Did you dispense with this sacrament due to its association with the white man's religion, or due to your inability to tolerate food so solid? In God's eyes, it doesn't matter. The body of his son left in the mud like that, it can only be the fault of his holy servant, me. I never should have allowed someone not of the faith to make away with it so cavalierly. Pilfering from the sacristy, indeed. And, to add insult, where I would let you, good stab, finally eat that prairie runner you claimed to have had to leave behind before all this started. You would let that bowl of stew cool untouched in your hands as you spoke your tale, finally to be left behind on the pew, thereby, to you at least, proving the validity of the events you relayed, in that eating in front of me would pull down the edifice you would have me peer over, to better see your true self. How hard must it be to resist warm food just to make a point, though? What devotion to a cause might that take? More than this old man can muster, I warrant. As evinced by the rapid and mysterious disappearance of the peas porridge Minnie Carl demurely passed to me under a cloth Monday morning, claiming it to be excess from the previous afternoon's repast, a claim she didn't need to make, as I could tell this was the afterlife for this sumptuousness, by how she or someone in the Carl house had cut it into slices and fried it in butter, which is precisely to this old man's taste, especially when dressed with sausage as this peas porridge was. However, as anyone who has experienced proper peas porridge of course knows, it has but a single afterlife. You can't continue to refry it in butter, as it quickly loses its best qualities. Therefore, though there was, strictly speaking, too much to devour in a single day, I endeavored not to let it go to waste, and managed to consume it all by evening vespers, which, as anyone who's similarly fallen victim to a failure of temperance can attest, meant that that Monday night's passage was stormy indeed, delivering me to Tuesday morn, pale, gaunt, and spent. Yet I had duty to attend to, so mustered as best I could, and presented myself where so I was supposed to be. The funeral service for the poor man found without his skin better than 2 weeks ago. I didn't inquire about any of Sheriff Doyle's reasoning for keeping the body of this man cooling in the spring house so long, though, a second one having turned up in similar state, perhaps his investigation would be aided by laying them all out side by side down Main Street to look for differences and similarities, or gauge the responses of those walking past, or as corporeal reason for a retaliation. This is just what Miles City needs. Yes. Whereas most indigent burials I officiate are attended only by myself and Doyle, and the town's 2 gravediggers, this funeral, contrary to the privacy the Star had promised, hosted some 20 residents, which was an abundance of mourners usually not witnessed in the far reaches of the cemetery. However, the bulk weren't there to grieve, I warrant, but to participate in the continuing mystery of these poor souls, and perhaps snatch a tidbit or two to reheat and serve in confidence at some remote meeting. Thrilling, all involved. I, wavering on my feet from the night's ill-treatment, was hardly thrilled to be in attendance, yet I processed through, speaking directly and perhaps overloud to the top of the hastily constructed pine box. and though I chanced to peer up at the faces of those in attendance singly and in pairs, I failed to see the dark aspect I part way expected to see. Goodstab wasn't there. Which was just as well. Had he have been, it wouldn't have been for the dead, but to fix me in his penetrating gaze, such that I could detect the nascent grin about his mouth, there for reasons I'm reluctant to divine. All of the faces but one were passing familiar, though. The one I didn't know was a tall man, stout of build, holding his neat bowler hat in his hands. He was neatly shaved and better dressed than is typical for Miles City, as if he could be that rare thing in Montana, a continental traveler, fresh from some class better than steerage. However, as I knew from Chance Aubrey's visit Monday morning, when he had been kind enough to deliver Minnie Carl to my door, the weather having been somewhat inclement, Mr. Aubrey having been fresh from the telegraph office, as is his continual wont, the great ocean liner which is supposed to be like unto a whole town floating on the water was, on Tuesday, yet a day from launching itself across the Atlantic Ocean. So how could someone from that mammoth ship already be in attendance at this service on our erstwhile Boot Hill? Ah, 3 persons, always jesting in the face of seriousness. God watch over your soul. After the abbreviated service, this tall, dapper man nodded once to me after putting his bowler back on, and then, with Sheriff Doyle convivially at his arm, he forged back down into town, leaving myself up on the hill with this man I didn't want to have to call a hump, as anyone deserves more respect than that, but finding myself unable to refer to him by anything else. As penance for my errant thinking, I made myself wait to descend until the 2 gravediggers, in keeping with the dramaturgist's continual sketches of them, had the coffin covered with dirt and the bottle of rotgut they shared sufficiently emptied such that they were singing in tandem, a song with words so bawdy they would make a man not accustomed to the frontier and its various barracks and bivouacs blush. When the gravediggers, whom I believe in actuality to be twins, held the bottle by the neck to offer to me, up there in our privacy, I turned my back and studied the prairie opening up to the north and the west. Surely, weeks previous, Goodstab had been a figure on that horizon, his black robes whipping around his feet, his darkened spectacles not on his face because, of course, he would have made his entrance in the night. Oh, to have seen his approach, to have seen it and scurried away. April the 13th, 1912. I admit here to studying my teeth in my shaving mirror this morning. In order to do so, I had to work a stubborn shutter open to get enough sunlight in, and then try various angles in order to see into my mouth to judge the quality, the color. Before Goodstab's comment about his teeth compared to mine, I'd never once given thought to my own ivory, as it were. He's not wrong, though. Even in the darkness of the chapel with one candle flickering, the pools of inky blackness he calls his eyes were able to adjudge the yolky varnish I must present wheresoever I go, and that's the better teeth, the show teeth. The remaining ones are best left undescribed. Oh, vanity, thy name is Arthur Beaucarn, evidently. A decrepit Narcissus, holding his lanky old frame in the posture of a question mark, in the small window of his own church to better study his own appearance, at least until the wax holding him together should soften and his limbs begin to sag, then fall to the floor. But Goodstab's niggling, indirect assault on my appearance is just another test, I tell myself. In my station, in this post, I must not rise to such bait. Once you start taking remarks personally, you find yourself stripped of the objectivity you need to perceive higher truths and diagnose accordingly. I suppose, to his way of thinking, what he's done is count coup on me. He's touched the enemy in battle, and both he and the enemy know it. Why I'm the enemy remains to be seen, of course. His wide, dark face is new to me, except insofar as he carries the visage of every other Indian I've encountered, albeit he's the first one I've encountered who covers his eyes in those peculiar darkened spectacles. Oh, but if only he would visit me during the week, rather than only on Sunday afternoons, when I've spent my intellectual resources so thoroughly, giving all I can to my flock, which is their due. We don't choose the shape or meter of our struggles, however. Our duty, insofar as this aging pastor can tell, is to simply endure them and, when and if opportunity arises, overcome them. I await that redemption. Until that day, I shuffle around during the week, creating various errands to occupy my time. Yesterday, my errand was to visit and then interview Lavinius Clarkson about what he said to the Star 2 weeks ago. But the post office was closed, the mail having not come for 4 days now. Perhaps Chance Aubrey has the right idea, loitering around the telegraph office for his news. According to him, whom I encountered at the butcher, that massive ship he's so compelled by is currently chugging across the Atlantic. The light in his eyes when he speaks of this feat unnerves me, as I can see in it hubris for the creations of men, which are but motes in God's eye. But the meat counter isn't the right forum for corrective sermons. It's important that I sometimes am just another citizen, not a shepherd. This doesn't mean my presence at the butcher was for ordinary reason, mind. I was there for a thick rasher of bacon. When I'd queried the denizens of the lodging house about the presence in Miles City of any individuals of the Blackfeet persuasion, they had, after an overabundance of good-natured chaffing which I dissembled to tolerate, directed me to a collection of canvas tents at the very margins of civilization proper, and managed to suggest that uncorking a bottle might be the best way to get this Blackfeet into a talkative mood. Dragging my slow leg away, I considered this. I had been asking after Good Stab so as to make Sunday less an effort, in that we could go ahead through what he insists is a confession, but I don't think that's to whom they were directing me. Good Stab not being, so far as I had any indication, the drinking kind. He must then not be the only Blackfeet in Miles City, I surmised. This I could use. Specifically, I could put Good Stab's tale to the test by inquiring after cats with this other Blackfeet, could I not? And the rasher of bacon I had intended for Good Stab would be barter for this other Indian, I presumed, bacon being fundamentally desirable. I had brought coin to pay for this provender myself, not with church funds, but the butcher insisted it be his tithe, which I take to mean he's paying ahead, as it were, for some sin he can see coming, that he can now enter into with less guilt, as he's already been shriven, as it were. Such unstated economies do we of the ecclesiastical bent have to grin and nod about, keeping our silence the while, discretion being one of the many better parts of valor. I took the proffered bacon. I mean to say and confess, and in keeping with my station, redistributed it where it could do the most good. That was to the Blackfeet man I found at the eastern limit of town, as the denizens had portended, midst all the dingy canvas tents. He was huddled over a small fire of horse dung. "Pekuni," I said by way of greeting, which felt akin to approaching a horse and saying, "Horse." This man looked up, and was perhaps in the environs of the age Good Stab would claim for himself. His face wasn't just lined with age, but it had been folded over and over into itself, and his skin was the darkest I had seen on a red man, and his black hair was shot through with white, yet, as with Good Stab, there was no stubble on his jaw. "Amos," the old man said to me about himself, opening his hand to indicate where I should attempt to sit. "Amos, short ribs." He spoke surprisingly competent English. According to Saul Bertram, he had been a Fort Indian in decades previous, which is what I chose to ascribe his accomplished manner of speech to. As it turned out, Amos Shortribs is in fact a blood Indian, which is a distinction that matters among the Blackfoot and Blackfeet, and perhaps adjacent tribes, but is tantamount to, in America, having been of Scottish or Welsh extraction 30 or 40 years previous. It matters overmuch in their respective homelands and now around their dinner tables, but is of little consequence in the broader sense, to the uninitiated. Once some of the bacon was cooked on what I believed to have once been the door of a stove, which seemed a fitting afterlife for such a scrap. Amos Shortribs said, in response to my convoluted promptings, that he had seen mountain lion cubs that small, yes, and he used that term, not one of Goodstab's more antique ones. Were these cubs what I was asking about? Sitting on an upturned crate, he held his hand near his ankle to show me the height of the animal he intended. Finally, after processing through bobcats and straying into animals whose validity I can't attest to, I, in frustration, removed myself from his camp to procure an actual cat as example, finding one in, at long and painful last, that house of ill repute which I would otherwise never visit. My hope is that any citizen seeing me approach that den of iniquity understood I was on a religious mission, not a personal one. The cat lounging inside the door was orange and fat, and I promised the lone woman lounging similarly on the faded divan with crusted-over spittoons at either arm that I would return it. In reply, she swept me away with the back of her hand. I held this small beast out to Amos Shortribs, and he stood in reverence, walked all around it, studying it this way and that, evincing both that he was unfamiliar with the house the cat was from as well as the fact that this indeed was his first experience with such a domestic animal. Thus, as far as this pastor was concerned, ending the poorly considered interview. Exiting stage left, however, unpursued by any real bears, Amos Shortribs asked after a man he called the full-blood he thought he had seen leaving my church. I stopped by the trough, holding the cat along my forearm, the cat purring for the attention, and turned back to Amos Shortribs, considering him anew. "Full-blood?" I asked with as little urgency as I could. Amos Shortribs stared at me, chewing his bacon, then looked out to the street in Indian fashion, his kind not preferring the continued eye contact that civilization depends upon for its continual reassessment of itself. I oriented myself alongside him and faced the street as well, him holding his bacon, me holding the house of ill-repute's mouser. I was familiar with the term half-blood, it being but a minor variation on half-breed, which anyone in the West is familiar with, such melanges and mulattoes being not uncommon in the least. Amos Shortribs finally nodded yes to my question, which was no answer at all. "But I thought he was already," he finally said about this full-blood, holding the blade of his hand out sideways before him and slicing it outward, which in some wordless fashion communicated death to me, meaning he thought this full-blood was already dead, just he was too respectful or too superstitious to phrase it as such. Then he added, cryptically and in confidence, "I thought they finally got him, I mean." My impulse was to press him on this, him, but I chose instead to say, "Got him for what, pray tell?" Amos Shortribs, having himself surely the first solid food in a while, as opposed to the more liquid diet those of his station and location depend upon, held a piece of this all-too-rare bacon out for a dog trotting by. I warrant I'll never understand the mind of the Indian, who would give away that which he himself most direly needs. The dog, ever untrusting, a stance probably well earned from the various kicks directed toward it on a daily basis, growled, but was growling at its own desire to draw close enough to take that bite, his instincts telling him that this was a trap. Amos Shortribs tossed the bacon out for the dog, which snapped it up and swallowed without chewing, which I suppose is a thing I can identify with. "They wanted him for what he was doing to the buffalo hunters," Amos Shortribs said, with a sort of savage grin, sneaking a look up to me to gauge whether I knew of what he spoke. This is what Lavinius Clarkson would educate us all on. "What was this full-blood doing to the hunters?" I asked, ducking with all delicateness into this promising discussion. "So, he was in your house there?" Amos Shortribs prompted, pointing to the side of town the church is on and forcing me to realize too late that I had confirmed Good Stab's presence with me there. "You should always be careful around Indians, I'm learning." I nodded once, squinting the while, and asked again what this full-blood had been doing to the buffalo hunters. Amos Shortribs, instead of answering, pointed with his lips and chin out into the prairie opening up beside us, such that I saw one warrior in full regalia from decades ago, hectoring a camp of buffalo hunters across the grasslands in a one-man war, its inevitable result already written. But then, still looking out there, instead of seeing my own romanticized notion, I for a moment saw the hump Doyle had taken me to witness, such that I didn't see the grand pursuit that delivered this poor soul here without his skin, but such that I had to see that lone warrior, evidently not a half-breed, sitting his horse in the distance, to satisfy himself that his work was being seen by those whom he would have see it. "Is he the one painting?" I turned to ask Amos Shortribs, only to find him no longer in my presence. Instead, it was the man I had cast as the Continental gentleman earlier in the week at the funeral service. He was looking out into the prairie lands as well. "Arthur Beaucarn," he finally said, my unfinished query about painting yet hanging between us. Behind the Continental gentleman's jaw, near to his ear, on my side, there was yet a line of shave cream from the barber's. "Pleased to make your acquaintance," I said, adopting my pastoral tone, extending my hand so we could comport ourselves as the civilized sort, not as black-robe and savage. "Dove," he said about himself, just that one word. "Mr. Dove," I said in polite greeting. "Just Dove," he corrected. "You knew the unfortunate?" I said about his attendance over the grave, and winced at the directness of my question, when we had only just traded names. But I had to move us past the question I had tried to swallow back down. "Came here from San Francisco on the stage," he said, finally rubbing at the vague irritation apparently occasioned by that line of shaving cream and rubbing it in deeply enough that I could finally let my eyes rest elsewhere. "We're honored by your visit," I informed him, my weight unaccountably on my heels, as if I were a young boy in the presence of my father. Never mind that my age has to be at least twice this Dove's. Such is the authority some men introduce into social situations. To add to it, Dove produced his credentials in a time-worn manner that whispered that he had been doing this for years. "A Pinkerton," I said, duly impressed. "That your cat, father?" he asked, his cheeks cupping his eyes so as to prepare him for my answer. Perhaps I was to be the kind of old man who brings his pet with him to all places, speaking closely into its ear, lest someone hear our secrets. "It was," I began, unsure how to conclude, finally settling on. "I was but showing it to an acquaintance and will be returning it to its rightful owner shortly." "It's a healthy one," Dove opined, suppressing his grin. I hefted the cat on my arm in agreement. "Is there aught I can help you with?" I asked then. "There may be," Dove said, nodding to himself. "There may be, father, yes. I'm here on the trail of, I can't say for sure, but I do know that a family I was tasked to find." "Out of San Francisco?" I interrupted. He nodded as if it pained him to do so. "And as near as I can tell from various orders of lading," he said in his deliberate manner, as if measuring each word, "they're now in or around Miles City. He looked over to me about this and held my eyes to register the effect of what he said next. Parts of them, anyway, Father. I can't say for certain where their skin is. April the 14th, 1912. Chance Aubrey's floating village of a ship is due in America on Wednesday of this week. It's all he can talk about, as if this titanic hull will slide right past the pier and into shore, cleaving America in twain so this monstrous ship can sail on through to the Far East. From the state of Chance's eyes and the tremble in his fingers when he relates these unasked-for but infectious facts, I dare say he's even losing sleep from the tension and excitement, as if he's gambled all he has, including his happiness, on this crossing. My fingers now are trembling similarly. Usually of a Sunday, instead of scribbling the day's events down like this, I elect to retire with whatever dish has been kindly left for me. I'm still reeling from yesterday's encounter with the Pinkerton man, though. 3 times since then I've sat here to relay that conversation, lest it find a dark corner of my memory to lurk in, until, like a mushroom, it sends fibrous tendrils out into the more vulnerable parts of a humble pastor, and 3 times I but rise and circle, wringing my hands and wiping my brow. The Pinkerton man, Dove, wasn't just passing the time of day by talking with me, I dare say. He was interrogating me, I came by degrees to know. It was no accident he found me out by the tents. He would have found me wheresoever I had been. And it was probably no accident that Amos Shortribs made himself scarce with Dove's encroachment, Indians having an inbuilt sense to avoid anyone in uniform or with credentials granting them authority. If only Amos Shortribs had pinched my sleeve, pulled me into the close safety of his tent with him, I would have continued to bring him rashers of bacon for days on end, until there were no more hogs in all of Montana. Instead, Dove and myself and the abducted cat strolled directionless along the streets of Miles City, our conversation carrying us whereunto Dove had all along intended. The particulars of the case he had been assigned, those he could share in strictest confidence with me, was that an established man of middling high society in San Francisco, who stood to inherit part of the newspaper there, had been taken from his family's grand home some 5 weeks ago. In the week leading up to this unnamed socialite's sudden disappearance, he had been seen having long meetings with a man in black robes. I stopped, my free hand latching onto Dove's forearm. "Surely you don't think I pled. "Younger than you by a fair bit," Dove said back, suppressing what I take to be the grin he gives when proceedings are proceeding his way. "Darker-hued as well, and you don't have any of those sunglasses either now, do you?" I blinked and swallowed to get this term to register, to translate, to situate itself in me. And then, "Of course." I shook my head yes at first that I understood of what he spoke, but then I immediately corrected that to an emphatic, almost desperate no. No, I didn't have any darkened spectacles, the sun being no particular enemy of mine, or the world being already quite dim enough from my advanced age. Thank you. "But it could have been someone of your order," Dove went on, leading us ahead into the day. "Lutheran?" I stammered. "Bible people," Dove clarified, which he meant as no reduction, I could tell, nor did I feel insulted, being of a group with the other denominations. Really, my rejoinder, if it even rose to such a status, had been merely to keep our mouths moving while, in my head, I was seeing Goodstab in San Francisco of all places, luring this would-be heir into his thrall afternoon after afternoon until what? For very immediate personal reasons, that was my prime concern. Was this missing heir the abducted man that we buried? I had to say, just to have it allowed between us. Dove nodded as slightly as possible. I swallowed again, the sound a deafening thrush in my ears. "So you found him as you were assigned to, then?" I added, needlessly. "We'll have to exhume, of course," he said with all attendant exasperation. "There's an empty plot waiting in California." "And you need me there for that exhumation?" I replied, barely giving it utterance. Dove looked up to me as if to ascertain he was hearing me correctly. "I have a commitment to those I help inter," I explained. He nodded that he could accept this, even though I was pulling it whole cloth from the air. Such are the steely nerves of man, who would act guilty even when peremptorily cleared of any association. "To what end was this poor soul?" I asked, unable to give voice to the violence done to him. "Yet to be determined," Dove said. "We were passing the house of ill repute to which the cat belonged, forcing me to shift her to my far side, lest she vault from me and run for her true home, giving the lie to this Pinkerton man that there be some sort of traffic between me and the women on that porch, two of whom had already lifted their hands either to us in greeting or to their favourite mouser. Dove lifted a hand back and grinned, already ducking away, his eyes yet flashing under the short brim of his bowler. "A family, you said?" I asked then, bringing his eyes back from their brief dalliance. "The next morning his 3 sons also turned up unaccounted for. Missing," he said. "The father would be the one you provided the service for. The youngest, the last of them, spirited away, as near as our investigation can conclude. He had been with a young housemaid who, had only just stepped out to freshen up. When she came back, her paramour," I filled in, using all my powers of discretion. Dove nodded, liked that enough for temporary use. "When she came back, the young paramour was gone," he said, squinting into the distance as if seeing again that empty bedroom, its sheets and coverlet surely must. The housemaid beside herself, not only to have lost her one true love, as she would surely understand the dalliance, but to now have to, in order to attest to his absence, admit to a thing she would otherwise rather keep hidden until the eventual grand announcement of their pending nuptials. "So 4 in total," I led off. Dove nodded. He was studying a dog who was intent upon studying him in return, as if the two were reuniting after many a long year, and both were the worse for wear. But they could yet rise to their old acrimony at the drop of a hat. Or may chance I bring my own perturbations into this fraught interrogation. But this man beside me had announced himself to the sheriff. I knew that so far. As well, I knew that a Pinkerton always gets his man. I had nothing to fear in that regard, not being that man, but nevertheless I felt the bacon being offered to me on outstretched hand, and I was growling inside because this had to be a trap. Dove looked over to me then, holding my gaze until I had to break away, say it as if out into the street, but loud enough so he could hear. "So the second man we found out there, he was one of the sons, then?" I said, an abreaction almost, though I measured it out as if recondite unto ignorance. In reply, Dove, with a beleaguered sigh, reached into the interior chest pocket of his fine but sturdy jacket and produced a small photograph. I took it, studied it at arm's length, my sight being what it is, and tried to associate the benign features of this young man with the face of the poor soul I'd prayed over but last week. Perhaps if I could have used paints to colour one side of these features and then the other, I could have recognized him better. "It's him," Dove assured me, returning the photo to his jacket. "So there won't be a service for this one," I decided out loud. "We just have to dig him back up," Dove said. "Yet you allowed the father to be interred," I asked, genuinely stymied. "Was but fresh from the station," Dove said with a shrug that indicated to me the fruitfulness, or lack thereof, of this line of questioning. "And I can help with your efforts. How, sir?" I got up the nerve to inquire. Your, position within the community, he informed me. I swallowed, watched a bird soar across the top of the grass without flapping its wings once, and then, finally, nodded. Your sect does include confession, doesn't it? He prompted back. I am bound by Luther's small catechism, I had to regretfully inform him. So, yes, to confession, he asked nextly. I can say that my congregation is of largely Germanic stock, I explained to him, not using my lips over much to say it. Not from the old country. Hearing my intonement, he caught my eye, had to grin. But if I hear anything I can relay, I added, I now know whom to relay it to. He digested this. He's from California, yes? I went on, hoping to unmire us from this undesirable moment. Whoever spirited this family away? Until I know, Dove said with a sort of harumph. He's from anywhere. Or they, I amended, calling the quarrelsome deputy to mind. They're from anywhere. They, he asked back, squinting at this quibbling distinction. A tribe, a band, a clan, a society, I said, probably too eagerly. If the deeds here are Indian. Because of the, Dove said, doing his fingers over his own face to mean paint. I nodded, added, and the violence, of course. Can't forget that, Dove agreed. This is someone who knows how to use a knife. And places low value on human life, I said with all due reverence. Or a higher value on himself, Dove said with a shrug, ending this derivation we were involved in. I wasn't sure why. Sheriff Doyle knows how to get in touch with you? I asked as a way of initiating our farewell from each other. Lodging house, Dove said, and I felt confident that the toll the denizens there took from all passers-by was, in all likelihood, not being successfully extracted from a man so taciturn. You should talk to our postmaster, I said then. He claims the men being found out there are in keeping with certain incidents from the woollier days. Dove chuckled, liked that enough to repeat it. Woollier, he nodded, took his fixings out for another cigarette and said, like a buffalo hide, yes. He offered me the cigarette he neatly rolled, and I declined, suddenly certain that sharing tobacco with one such as he could only lead to perdition. Dove drew deep on his neat cigarette, held the smoke in, his eyes near to watering with pleasure, and then he blew that smoke back out, indicated the prairie to the north and west with his chin. How far is Fort Benton? He asked, and I could tell by the way he didn't look over to me that we were in uncharted terrain here, that he was speaking with me now as a person, as a man, not as a subject or unwilling font of information. It felt good to be blundering out the other side of this interrogation. My humours aren't sufficient to that any more, if they ever even were. One man, one horse? I asked back about the ride I gathered he was proposing. How far? Dove repeated, pinching his cigarette from his lips and studying the lit end. 6 leaps, as the Indians say it, I answered. Dove let slip a dismissive hiss, turned away. Does Fort Benton factor into this San Francisco situation? I asked. Dove shook his head, no. Said, standing orders, that's all. Any Pinkerton in Montana territory. We're a state now. I was and am vouchsafed to mutter. Any agents in Montana, he went on, riding roughshod over my correction. We're to telegraph back any information we happen to find concerning the missing transport. At which point he turned to continue our stroll back the way we'd come. I hustled to keep up my bad leg, its usual hindrance. Missing transport? I repeated. Dove glanced over with only his eyes as if deciding on my worthiness. My flock has a long memory for such things, I said. using his own imposition. "Many of them have lived here since before the Indian was tamed." He nodded, seeing the sense in this, and drew again on the half a cigarette he had left, then dropped it, hissing in the mud, a profligacy foreign to these parts. "Could be some of them remember this, then," he led off with. 1870. Half-dozen of our top agents were transporting a large package west in a pair of wagons, and the last word of them is from Fort Benton. After that, he held his fingers up and opened them wide to indicate how 2 wagons and their cargo can just vanish in a land as wide and empty as the one we were standing in. 6 men, you say? I clarified. He looked from the cat in the crook of my arm up to me, finally nodded. "I was under the understanding that your agency only offered security for money and the like during transport," I heard myself saying. "Did I say it wasn't money and the like?" he asked right back, watching my eyes much closer now. "Just isn't gold and currency usually carried by train?" I offered so weakly as to be embarrassing. Dove didn't offer any explanation. "Well, the snow can be deceptive up here," I said with a shrug of commiseration just to fill the silence, but then found myself standing alone in the street, Dove having stopped in his tracks. I looked back and he was re-evaluating this old man. "I say it was winter, either?" he asked, a distinct note of challenge to his tone. "When else can 6 men as capable as you disappear without a trace?" I asked back, hopefully without too much of a pause. Dove considered this, considered me, then stepped forward so we could continue whatever this was we were deeper and more involved with now. After a longer count of silence than I thought I could suffer, he stopped in front of the lodging house, signaling the end of our time together. He extended his hand and I took it, and we shook, the denizens sniggering in their way about the cat I was yet holding, but holding their jibes for the moment due to the august company I kept. "There was no horse," Dove said to me quietly, almost in farewell, and I realized in a painful wink that he had saved this back for precisely this parting moment, so as to catch me unaware, like the stinging couplet at the end of a sonnet, which is where the fatal turn resides. "No horse?" I had to ask. "No hoofprints that either of the 2 men found out there," he said, his lips hardly moving, his eyes blue and intense in mine. "For when you're asking your church people if they know anything about the gentleman from San Francisco, you can preface it by saying that whoever did this, he must be strong enough to carry a grown man over his shoulder, and still leave no boot prints." Of course, I said, shaking his hand even more, like a man being walked to the gallows but still hoping for mercy. And then I walked away into a haze of brightness I couldn't escape for well on half a day. Not until I found myself again at the pulpit this morning, that tall door opposite me opening to admit its slab of daylight, and a single Indian, his eyes hidden behind darkened glass. Goodstab took his seat. Lorelei Baker looked over her shoulder to assure herself he was drawing only that close and no closer, and then I heard myself reciting the sermon more than actually delivering it, I dare say. But my soul can burn later. For now, it's all I can do to keep this nib in control enough for these words to be legible for my later consideration. If I don't finally write them down now, however, I fear some might slip permanently away, and that those might, in retrospect, have been key. After the congregation had trailed out into what I knew for them to be another ordinary afternoon, I tidied my way over to Goodstab's pew, where he patiently awaited me. "I looked for you in town earlier this week," I said by way of greeting. He provided no explanation for my not having discovered his lodgings. "If you want," I led off, taking the cue of his darkened spectacles to rise and extinguish the candles again, making me have to speak louder from across the chapel. "You can stable your horse here for no charge. I have no mount of my own, as I don't have need of one, yet the church in its generosity has—" "I have no horse," Goodstab said. It nearly took my breath away. I came back to him holding a single candle, which I again positioned more on my side of our conversation than his, so as not to unduly blind him and make him feel at a disadvantage. "No horse, and you're a Blackfeet?" I said, with what I admit here was mock incredulity. For the first time in our weekly meetings, Goodstab seemed to wince in such a way that I could clearly discern his shame. "I can no longer dream my own dreams," he said quietly into his hands, clamping tighter and tighter onto each other between his knees. "I can't live among my people any more. I can't eat real meat or have a wife or children. I can't hunt the Blackhorns since the Blackhorns are all gone, and horses know me for what I am." He chuckled a mirthless chuckle, one that portended grief more than anything. I almost extended a hand to place upon his, resting on his knee now, to show him that I could take some of this burden of grief from him, to show him that he wasn't alone. "You're still Blackfeet," I assured him. "Blackfeet is in here," I opened my hand on my own chest. "Not in all the trappings." He neither accepted nor denied this. What he did do, I had to note, was force himself to stare directly into the white-hot flame of the guttering candle until he had to snap his face away all at once. I fully expected smoke or steam to waft up from behind his darkened spectacles. When it didn't, he slowly removed them ear by ear, folded them and slid them into a sleeve, then crinkled his nose up, slashing his newly revealed eyes back and forth across the pews, the intensity of this new carriage causing my own hands to clamp onto my assigned pew. "What is that?" he demanded, a ferocity to his voice I hadn't heard before. I looked around with him, unsure. The ash cakes Grelda Cook had left sitting in her pew as she does, as if handing them directly to me would somehow sully the transaction, were yet in their place. Since Goodstab wouldn't partake, it seemed lacking in manners to eat something so delectable in front of him. The ash cakes weren't what was prompting this response in him, though. Sitting but a single pew from me, he peeled his lips back from his teeth in a most animalistic way, only remembering at the last moment that he wasn't alone, so must need keep his mouth more shut. Or perhaps he saw my eyes leering at his teeth, tracing them down to see if they were flat now, or had those points he had intimated. He grinned a wicked grin, wiped his lips with the back of his hand, then nodded. "A cat," he said with a knowing grin. I had forgotten about her. All through service she had been wending and winding through people's legs, a distraction I was grateful for, today's sermon being more rote than from the heart. Yet now, for all her friendliness, Cordelia had evidently made herself scarce. I told myself that, living in the wild as Goodstab had to, the forest and the plains being natural to the Indian, he probably had a keen enough nose to detect a whole host of animals in his immediate area. "She's a hunter," he said then, nodding appreciatively, and I grinned as well, only registering a moment later his use of the feminine. But of course there are many who would consider all dogs male, all felines of the female persuasion, perhaps working off the proclivities or dispositions of both. "Do you want me to put her outside?" I asked back. "If she offends, I can—" Goodstab shook his head no, that Cordelia was of no concern. As to whether that's her given name, I know not, but being a cat she only responds when she wants, so I don't see it mattering much what I deem to call her. I stepped away to pour myself a tin cup of water, and, feeling it rude not to at least offer the same to my guest, I came back with some for him as well. He took it, held it between his knees as he had held the stew the week before. I opened my mouth to jest that, if he preferred, I could enact the transubstantiation on this water, and turn it more to the colour of his liking. This would debase both my religion and his belief, however. So I, instead, took a long, contemplative drink myself, savouring it more than one should savour tinny, tepid water. "So we ended last Sunday with you getting," I said, holding my hands up around the idea of a long rifle. And though I didn't necessarily mean to, I could hear the tone in my voice. It was as if I were talking to a child at bedtime and inviting them into fairyland on the other side of which lies the sleep they need. Goodstab raised his left hand from his cup and massaged his shoulder, in what I took to be memory of that bullet boring into him. "It hurt?" I asked, investing in his reality as apology for my dismissive tone. "It always hurts at first," he said, his eyes following something I couldn't see down the side of the wall on the far side of the church. "She's about to get one out there," he said appreciatively. "One?" I asked. "A mouse," he said with what I would have to call a sibilant thrill, proving to me that he did indeed know that word. And I believe he saw this register in my unguarded expression. I tried to hide it by studying the dark wall harder, but then decided Cordelia had again left the chapel, was indeed outside the church, using as passage some hole or chink I've yet to discover, my eyes being so dim, my frame so bent. However, I also reminded myself of the various snake oil men I'd seen in years past, who were equally fond of making unprovable claims. Were Goodstab and I to rush out, I knew there would be no cat, no mouse. Or rather, I suppose, there would be one of each there, now that Goodstab and myself were outside. "How long do we have?" he asked then, very politely, as if not wanting to impinge on my afternoon, though that's precisely what he was already doing, and had been doing, and would, I surmised, continue to do, until I was ground down to meal. "As long as you need," I said, lifting my cup to toast him along. He nodded, didn't toast me back, apparently unfamiliar with that custom, and, after breathing in as if to reorient himself in his own tale, he looked up to me to begin this again. Taking my assigned cue once more, all the world being if not a stage, then at least a farce, I cleared my throat and intoned my line as if it were gospel truth. "I listen with a good heart." The Nachzera's Dark Gospel, April the 14th, 1912.
I had been shot before, like you already wrote down, by the soldiers in the backbone, but never by a gun like this. Those greased shooters before had been children's arrows. This was a war lance driving through me right here, under the bone. The shot lifted me up and carried me back and back, my feet higher than the rest of me. Since the cold no longer touched me, I hadn't cut new moccasins out. I didn't have leggings or a shirt anymore either. I didn't need them. But, away from the protection of the backbone, moving among two-leggeds again, I saw myself as naked for the first time. Thrown back against the hard side of a skinned blackhorn bull, I held my hand that wasn't bleeding over the greased shooter hole like this, hard, to try to keep White Teeth's blood in. That I had killed him was bad enough. To waste what I had taken from him was even worse. But the blood wouldn't stay inside. At first I could taste White Teeth and the smell of that blood, and it made 3 of the fingers of my right hand hot. But when more and more kept running out, my nose forgot the world, like it had been stuffed with mud from a lake bottom. When I breathed in, I could only smell like I had been able to smell before the Catman, which is like you can smell now. The world around me got smaller. I closed my eyes to hear the boots that had to be walking up, but my ears were dull now, too. I was emptying out more and more, and without more blood, I couldn't heal. My body bucked like this, my back swaying in. The hole in my shoulder from the greased shooter was enough that I could have pushed my fist through it, then opened my hand behind me, spread my fingers wide on my back. The arm on that side was dead and loose, not mine anymore. I pushed hard with my heels to stand, to run, to find whatever I could to feed on, just to get my nose and my ears back, and my night eyes too for when Sun Chief went down. but I only pushed back instead, harder into the blackhorn bull. But blackhorns are always there for the Pagani. We've always known this. But over the winter, dreaming the real bear's dreams instead of my own, I had forgotten. But then this bull breathed in from me, pushing on it. Its breath was raspy and wet. I rolled over and its great black eye looked into who I was, the good stab part, all the way through to weasel plume, and maybe even to wolf calf and curly hair woman. Then its nostrils flared like this, smelling the cat man in me, and it straightened its back legs fast, trying to get away. But this blackhorn bull couldn't stand and run anymore. It had been shot once through the liver, enough that it laid down to die. Then, while it was taking the sleep before death, tasting again the grass of the moon when the strawberries get ripe, watching from under its heavy eyes as golden calf kicked and kicked, learning its own legs in the safety of the herd, this bull had been skinned of its robe, its tongue cut out, and then it had been left there. We have a story of this, the Pagani. It's from the dog days, before the horse and the gun, before the white scabs and the black pox, before the trappers and the whiskey. It happened at the old blood fence just north of Old Agency, on 2 medicine lodges, in the moon when the snakes go blind. We had driven the buffalo over the edge, and now were moving among them with the knives we had then to get the meat and robes, the tongues and tails, the horns and hooves. But then one of the last of the buffalo to have fallen raised its big head like this, scared, because it had landed on all the other buffalo instead of the ground, which had been soft enough that it didn't die like it was supposed to from falling. Right when it did that, Kills for Nothing had been kneeling over it. She jerked back, but it was too late. On that black horn's horn now was her face. The tip of the horn had gone through the cheek right here, like this, and then pulled all the skin away in a single tear, up to her hairline, down to her throat, back to her ears. Otter Goes Back told us that this was before he was a boy, even, but he saw the winter count from then, and the many-faces man who had recorded this hadn't drawn her face without the skin, because that would have been disrespectful. Without her face, Kills for Nothing ran a day and a night away, just running from the pain. But then, because it's where we always go, she realized she was running for the backbone. Once there, she jumped into Running Eagle Lake, and Otter Goes Back told us how she lives there with the underwater people, but can't ever come out again, because Sun Chief would burn the meat of her face. The skin she left behind with that black horn was in a medicine bundle that Never Laughs kept, that they said was going to be one of the main medicine bundles one day. But when the white scabs found them, there was no one to pass the bundle to, so it dried out on its tripod behind one of those lodges of the dead. Tall Dog told me this after he found the Never Laughs winter camp when he was up there fasting, looking for his vision. It was close to where the small robes winter, but it was small and well hidden and old. Tall Dog could have taken the bundle, but without the songs, no one could ever open it. When the strings around it let go after another winter or two, the bundle would open anyway, and spill what was inside onto the ground for the rain to wash into the river. Since all the waters are one water, Tall Dog said, then Kills for Nothing could find her face floating on the surface, and rise to it with her chin up and eyes open, finally walk onto shore at last, and be his wife. This was how most of Tall Dog's stories ended, with him getting a wife. But no one tells those stories anymore, even ones like Tall Dog's that are just for one night. The stories in the lodges now are all about when there was real meat in every iron pot, not whitehorn meat locked up in the ration house, crawling with worms. I'm not talking about that, though, 3 persons. Everybody knows that already, and it would take too long anyway, and I would have to stand and walk back and forth because some things you tell you can't sit still for. What I'm telling you right now is when that big greased shooter came through my shoulder, and I was losing all of White Teeth's blood into the dirt by a blackhorn bull that had come back from the sand hills to help a Pagunny, because when it saw me from over there, it couldn't smell the Catman on me yet. Now that it did, it wanted to get away, be dead again, because dead is easier. But it was too late. Using the sharp tip of my finger, where the nails grow harder than they used to, I slit this bull open from its chest down, and I pushed my head in first, then my good arm, up by my head like this. With that good arm I pulled the rest of me into that wet darkness, kicking out the guts to make room. I didn't mean to do this part, but when the blood inside this blackhorn touched my lips, I jerked all up and down from the taste and opened my mouth, started drinking and drinking. The blood was still warm and alive and had brought my nose and ears back, so I could smell and hear the right way again. I couldn't eat the real meat, and this blood wasn't the blood I needed, and it had the white powder poison at edges of how it tasted, but I could drink it and keep it down if I really tried. I tried. I kept drinking and sucking, just all around in the darkness, like a dirty-faced pup dropped into a pile of guts. That blackhorn blood kept me alive. It brought me back. Now I could hear boots crunching in, taking a few steps and then stopping to listen, and coming on again, because the Indian I was could be anywhere. It was Napequans, 2 of them. I don't know what they were saying because I didn't know how to talk like this yet, but they were standing where I had been when that greased shooter found me. They didn't know to look inside a blackhorn. They didn't stop to ask why this pile of guts was shiny and wet. Inside the blackhorn, I was still sucking on the meat between the ribs to get all the blood, but it was slower now. My belly was tight already, but I couldn't stop. Kept finding a new place where the blood still was, until 2 things happened at the same time. The first was that the blood went cold. That meant the bull had died again, this time for good. I spit out the last mouthful. The second was that my side split open right here, from drinking too much. Like with my shoulder, I worked my good hand down to try to hold this blood in, but it wouldn't stay, and I was slowing down anyway, like happens after I feed, or my eyes open and stare at nothing, and my mouth moves like a silver fish dragged up into the air to drown. The same way you bury your dead in a wooden box, I was sleeping open-eyed in a blackhorn. Otters goes back used to tell us about great hunters who had done this in winter when they were far from camp, but it had always been a thing the amazing people did, not someone like me. If the 2 Napequans had found me full like this but unable to fight, to run, to even raise my hand, they could have cut me in half over and over until I was pieces, then dropped those pieces into the coals of a fire and captured the smoke from that in glass bottles to bury in holes far from each other. I had been burned before and come back, but this would be different. But these Napequans, they gave up, they crunched away, each of their boot steps making me jerk in that blackhorn like I was walking in a dream. Except I wasn't dreaming. I was in that big darkness, falling and falling, my breath leaving me in fear over and over, because each next moment was when I was going to land. I woke a full day later, when Sun Chief was just reaching back to close the door to his lodge in the backbone, so the poor boys and the lost children could come out in the darkness. Because I'd forgotten where I still was, I tried to stand at first, and when that didn't work, I stood harder, and finally burst up through the side of the blackhorn. I was covered in blood and guts, and breathing hard. The first thing the Catman part of me did was open my nose, taste the world. I was alone now. Alone in a herd of dead on their side blackhorns that had been skinned and left. I felt like Napi walking through the blood-clot hills, each blackhorn another hump of land. Moving among these red and white hills were the calves whose robes weren't worth anything, so they hadn't had greased shooters wasted on them. The calves bawled at me for milk, and because I was wearing that bull now instead of leggings and shirt, they couldn't smell the catman in me yet, so they drew close, their wet noses touching my hand over and over, then finally taking my fingers into their hungry mouths. If you ask why I did what I did, why I became what I became, and went to war against the hide hunters, then watch me right here, letting these calves suck on my fingers in the darkness, and knowing that the few of them that didn't starve, the big mouths were going to pull them down, and the one or two that got away from that were going to starve, still calling for their mothers. Finally, I pulled my fingers back, made my hand into a fist. For the first time since I woke in the backbone after being burned, I hissed like the catman, and I stared in the direction that greased shooter had come for me, daring another one to try, because I would get back up from that too, as many times as I had to. I walked the direction the shot had come from and gagged from the taste of these Napiquans so thick in the air it stung. They hadn't bathed for moons and moons, and they hadn't changed their leggings or shirts or boots either, or swam in the river like they needed to, so their hair and beards were matted with flecks of blood and food and worse, and their breath was like the oil from your burning lamps, but before it burns. Wolfcalf told me once that the first trappers to show up in Pagani territory were like this, from how long they had to walk to get to us, down through the real old man country. I thought he was talking about men who smelled like the trappers I'd been feeding on in the backbone, who I could taste on the air from 2 valleys away. But these Napiquans were worse. When I was walking, turning this way and that way so I wouldn't have to insult a dead blackhorn by climbing over it, all the calves were following me, bawling. I stared straight ahead, led them on. Instead of walking in the thick air where the Napiquans had, I walked upwind of it, only dipping into where they had been to be sure I was still going the right direction. I could see the snow they'd stepped in, and that was easy enough to follow. It was 800 paces from where they'd shot me. This was longer than any many shots or round ball gun could go. I didn't know any gun could go that far and still hit something hard. These Napiquans' campfire was still burning, and 2 of the Napiquans were sitting by it with a boy, resting against their saddles and talking to each other and passing a bottle back and forth, and making the boy drink. But then they heard the calves moving in and stood with their guns. From a hole in the ground that was the door of a dugout, 6 more men came, and then more after that, some of them holding the long shooter guns. It was the first time I'd seen these guns. They were almost as long as a lance, and their barrels weren't round but had corners and edges, and the mouths opened wider than a many shots, meaning the greased shooters that came out had to be that big too, and then even bigger when they hit. Hanging on a rack away from the fire were at least 20 boiled tongues. 2 of them were frying in a pan over the fire, and I could smell that what they were frying in wasn't fat, but your hard yellow whitehorn milk, like on those breads in the bowl over there that the woman left. The tongues popped and sizzled. I had eaten tongue roasted on both sides over a fire, but never from a pan. There weren't any dogs, but there were 2 wagons. The Napiquan were talking loud to each other and motioning big with their hands. I think that, seeing the calves, they thought the big mouths were tired of the poisoned meat, were moving in for some meat without poison. But then one of the calves bawled loud and long and desperate, asking to feed, saying it was scared, and the Napiquans all laughed, turned back to the fire. One man raised his long shooter gun toward the calves, but another man pushed it back down with his hand. I didn't know your Napiquan talk yet, but I know that he was probably saying that greased shooters cost too much to waste on calves they can't even get good robes from. Years later, Wolfcalf told me that, when the soldiers came for Heavy Runner's camp on the Bear, the soldiers didn't want to use their greased shooters up that time either, so killed the men with axes, the children with the butts of their many-shots guns, the women with the same knives they opened the sides of the lodges with. That was a long time ago, though, but the Pagani still remember. If there were any Blackhorns left, they would remember fields like I was walking through too. Instead of shooting these calves, these Napiquans set their cups and plates down and walked out into the darkness with skins of water. They had dropped your hard yellow whitehorn milk into the skins first and held them over the fire. They went out in pairs, one man holding the open corner of the skin high for a calf to suck from, the other reaching under fast to cut the calf's throat, so that when the blood slipped down, it would have some of that whitehorn milk with it, because the calves would keep drinking even after they were dying. The calves were too hungry and scared to understand what was happening, so they were climbing over their own dead to get to those skins of whitehorn milk. The taste of their blood on the air made me dizzy, even though it would taste wrong. I finally had to fall to my knees, my right hand touching the knotty line on my side that had burst open. It was beating like a heart, so I kept my fingers there. With my eyes like this, I could see these Napiquans like Sun Chief was out, only riding behind clouds. The Napiquans, to my eyes, were in the sand hills, were gray and dim, but still living their lives, doing what Napiquans do. Because their noses were dull from their own smell, I didn't bother moving upwind, and I wouldn't have smelled like anything to them anyway. When they came back into the light of the fire from killing all the calves that would come to their water skins, I was standing there in front of the flames, and they stepped back, and one of them shouted, probably because I was still wearing the insides of that Blackhorn bull everywhere except my eyes, which were open and staring hard. And I could feel that my teeth were sharp when I hissed at them. All their guns were leaned against the wagons from when they'd got the water skins that had been hanging there. Their chief stepped forward and made a speech to me, pointing all around. His voice was deep and booming, but it was like the treaty that Pagani had signed 2 winters before. It didn't mean anything. Finally, when he pointed to the east, to the backbone, and I looked, he drew out the short gun he had in his belt. By the time he shot it at me, I was already gone. His greased shooter hit the fire that had been behind me, and coals and sparks went up everywhere, along with smoke after, and the Napiquans were shouting and diving for their long shooter guns. I watched them from under one of the wagons, through the spokes of one of those tall wheels. One of the Napiquan walked close enough I could touch the fringe on his leggings. When he hung his water skin back on the side of the wagon, I lowered it down, emptied it on the way back out to all the calves with their throats cut. I could smell that they'd fallen down before, bleeding all the way out, meaning there was still some blood in them. Enough. I filled the skin with it, wrinkling my nose from how dead blood tastes in the air. And it didn't matter that these Napiquans sat up 3 men to watch the darkness for me. I slipped past them in the grass, pinching the open corner of the skin and not letting it go until it was into the mouth of a Napiquan sleeping with his head on a saddle. His eyes opened, but before he could cough or sputter, I drove my hand like this down into his throat and squeezed the sound part in there shut in my fist, and then watched his eyes the whole time he died, my left foot finding his right shin to keep his heel from scraping the ground like he wanted to, like his foot could be a beaver tail slapping the water, warning the other beavers. The next man I woke with Blackhorn calf blood in his mouth, my knees already on his arms. He had a Pagani mother. I could smell it. I could smell her through his skin. Like me, he didn't have a beard. Good stab, he said, so I could understand it. And then I knew him. He wasn't Joe Kip, but he was like Joe Kip. His dad was a Napiquan trader who had married a Pagani, kicking bird woman. I remembered this man now, from when he'd come through camp once, dragging a sledge of fresh mink and otter and muskrat, because he'd found a valley in the backbone that had never known traps. Everyone had stood in their lodges and watched him until he got to my father's lodge, to tell him that the soldiers were walking through on the wagon road, so no Pagani should go that way for 10 or 12 sleeps. We let him live that day. Not this one. Yes, I told him about who I was, and then, instead of pushing my fingers into his throat, I held my hand over his mouth and nose like this, so he couldn't spit the calf blood out. He drowned in it. And then a tomahawk hit me in the back, between the shoulder blades, and I rolled away, stood up already running, and went back into the night. The tomahawk was iron and deep in and cold when I thought I couldn't feel cold anymore. It finally dropped me to my knees when I was back moving through the dead blackhorn herd. I fell onto a robe staked out to dry, hair down, and remembered the women of camp working days and days, scraping the flesh from other hides of blackhorn we honored, didn't just leave to rot. I wanted to go back to those days. I hadn't watched them with the right eyes when they were happening. I rolled over and the tomahawk pushed deeper in, made my legs stop being my legs. I coughed and threw up blackhorn blood, enough to fill a just-born calf, and gave up. Told the Napiquans behind me to do whatever they could to kill me, to see if it would work. I didn't even know which one had thrown the tomahawk into my back where I couldn't reach it. They were already coming. I could hear their boots, their breath, their voices calling to each other to be sure they were all still there. The one giving the orders to the others sounded like a soldier. I nodded that this was good, that at least I had gotten 2 of them. But then a calf they hadn't got licked the side of my face with its rough, long tongue. I jerked away. Because it was a calf, was supposed to have a mother and a herd to protect it, it didn't know to be scared of me. I touched its jaw, held its face, and knew that if the men found me like this, they would kill this calf they'd missed. I shook my head no about this, that not even one more blackhorn could die, and pushed the calf away hard enough that it fell down, and then used my hands and arms to pull myself over to a big cow, her robe stretched out beside her. It was slick enough I could pull across it fast, to her side. I held my mouth to the meat of her side and thanked her for being here for me, and then I bit into the ribs, making a hole. I made it bigger with my fingers and then turned around, pulled myself up to her backwards, and screamed when I got the handle of that tomahawk into the hole I'd made. I pulled forward all at once and the tomahawk popped out, even more of that blackhorn bull's blood spilling down and out of me. I turned around, got the tomahawk in my hand, did it like this to know its weight and its balance, so that when the first of these Napiquans got close enough, I threw the tomahawk spinning fast across between us. It went into his shoulder right here, like where they'd shot me. I could have put it in his face, but I needed him to be alive long enough for me to drag over to him, latch onto his throat with my mouth, his hands beating at my shoulders and back and head. I fed from him harder and faster than I had since that first soldier. The Napiquan screamed while I was doing it, and it was loud enough that one of the long shooter guns boomed to this side of me. That big greased shooter pulled through my new hair but went past, and my teeth were bitten in deep enough that my mouth stayed where it was. I clenched up for the next shot, because I couldn't stop drinking. But what I heard then was this Napiquan reloading his long shooter gun, meaning they were like the round ball guns the Pagani had, that only shoot one time. I sucked harder, faster, growling into the man's open throat, his blood splashing even into my eyes. All around was screaming, and 2 of the Napiquans had torches because they couldn't see in the darkness like I can. Like your cat out there can. Like the dirty face it's eating now could. In that flickering shadow light, the Napiquan with the short gun, who sounded like a soldier, saw me and shot, the little greased shooter hitting me in the side, The blood I was drinking from the other Napiquan spurting out already, and I hate that this soldier who had shown the others to put the hard yellow white-horn milk into the skins was the one saving my life this night. But he was. If he hadn't shot me, then they would have had me, because after I feed, I have to lie there for a sleep, so the blood can move out from my belly. But this man was already letting that blood out again, meaning the blood was already moving out, faster than it wanted to. The shot pulled me away from the dying Napiquan, my mouth holding on last, the Catman part of me screaming because I wanted more. I needed all of it. And even though I needed to run, to fight, to not die, I couldn't help crawling back to this Napiquan to finish feeding. He was cold and dead now. I stood without drinking more, had my legs back. Blood was pouring down my side, out of me, and was still leaking from my back, and the rest of me was shining and covered in it. Another story we have is of Blood Clot Boy, and how I looked now is how I always saw Blood Clot Boy in my head. The way Otter goes back would explain him, his voice whispering so all us children would lean in to hear better. But Blood Clot Boy was a hero in all the stories. That's not what I am. I'm the one who killed Beaver Chief's people. I'm the one with the Catman inside me. I'm the one who has to drink the blood of my people, just so I can keep drinking that blood. And now there were 7 smelly Napiquans standing around me, 2 of them holding burning torches, one of them trying to hold his short gun steady on me, the rest of them raising their long shooter guns, 3 of them screaming because they didn't know what I was. What I am is the Indian who can't die. I'm the worst dream America ever had. When that short gun finally shot, I wasn't there anymore. So that little greased shooter went into the hip of the man behind me, and he fell over, shooting before he fell. It was into the knee of a Napiquan with a long beard who was standing beside the one with the short gun. 3 of the long shooter guns shot with one booming voice, one of them burning a line along my calf right here, and then hitting into the ground. But I was already running into the night, naked and covered in blood, my eyes crying it too, my side open to the night right here, and the Pagani are fast, the fastest. We always have been, especially when running for the backbone. But this night I ran like no Pagani had ever run, and on the way out of the light of those 2 torches, with long shooter guns booming behind me, their greased shooters burrowing fast into the darkness around me, I scooped up that black-horn calf that had licked my face and held it close to my chest, because I couldn't leave it there to have its throat cut. And it wasn't until Sun Chief rode into the sky that I could see that this calf was dirty white. My heart is empty now from telling this 3 persons. So is my pipe.
The Absolution of 3 Persons. April the 18th, 1912. I don't have time to be writing this. Chance Aubrey was found in the wide doorway of his barn, hung by the neck. Not in the usual way, from the rafters, but strung between a post in the barn and his saddled plough horse. Chance Aubrey had jammed his left foot all the way through a stirrup so it wouldn't come out unless it was slack, and then he'd used a quirt to skin the horse's rump so it would pull hard against the noose around his neck, tied to that post. The bones of his spine had been broken so thoroughly that skin was the only thing holding his head on. When Sheriff Doyle arrived, he unlimbered his revolver from its tooled holster and shot the horse where it stood, then walked forward, continuing to shoot into it until his pistol was empty, and then had to make his way to the fence where he stood looking the other direction. This, according to Martha Grandin, because her husband was the one Chance Aubrey's wife, whom I don't know as she's never attended worship, had run to for 4 miles in her nightgown, for him to go to town, bring the law because, she said, whoever was skinning men and leaving them out in the grass had attempted to do the same thing to her husband. Doyle, of course, being versed in the myriad and sundry ways of self-destruction common to man, knew this for the self-immolation it was, and there was naught he could do, except to the horse, which I would forgive him for, both in my official capacity and in keeping with my personal druthers. That was Wednesday morning, meaning Chance Aubrey had hung himself laterally from his horse Tuesday night. Later in the afternoon on Wednesday, the Star told me why Chance Aubrey had done this to himself. The ship he had invested so much of himself in had sunk part way through making its maiden voyage. There was a count of the dead in the article which is more than the population of Miles City, maybe more than all of Montana, not counting Indians. As to why Sheriff Doyle emptied his pistol into that horse, who had itself only been scared of the quirt, knew nothing of ships, part of it must be that the Pinkerton man, Dove, was found mangled on the tracks a mile west of town. It was the children of Miles City who found him, not because anyone had claimed him missing, but because one of our constant retinue of dogs was trotting down Main Street with the right hand and forearm of a white man. By mechanics beyond the ken of a pastor cloistered in his church, these children, being conversant in the ways of dogs, ultimately found the Pinkerton man. According to the talk circulating up and down Main Street, Dove had apparently been in his nice California suit when the train ran him down. Sheriff Doyle had been called to this travesty as well. The next train was stopped for an hour while the deputies used blacksmith and farrier tools to extract Dove's remains from the tracks. This was out of respect for the dead and general propriety, of course, but it was also to keep the dogs from returning there to pull meat and bone from the rail bed, which passengers didn't need to be reporting back east about. Montana already having more than enough sensationalistic episodes to keep the genteel folk thrilled for a decade or two. No one knows what business this Pinkerton man could have had on the tracks that far from town. I surmise he was yet looking for the missing six, as he almost called them, which in retrospect I perhaps could have provided him some help with locating. Then just this morning, the proud American flag Lavinius Clarkson faithfully tends in front of the post office, raising it each morning and lowering it each dusk, which had unaccountably been left flapping in the darkness of night for some 3 nights in a row, was found defaced in a trough at the south end of town. I fear the fabric of our community is fraying. In Miles City now all the shutters are drawn. Main Street belongs now to the dogs. And even though the mailbags arrived by rail Monday, for once arriving on their assigned day, no one has of yet received their parcels and missives. So far there are no indications where Lavinius Clarkson may or may not be. Not from me, anyway. Not until I can appeal to Doyle's rationality and his lawman's insistence that this all stop, which is to say, not until I can prompt him with a tale less fantastic than the one I've been hearing from Goodstab. Until then, the shutters of the church are closed now as well, which is not in my nature to do. As it transpires and develops, however, the most reasonable course of action for aging Lutheran pastors this week has been to fret among his pews and his parsonage. If the two weren't connected by the covered walk, I would have had to select one or the other, as my nerves would wither under the open night sky. But the Lord is merciful to old fools and Indians, and I admit to being one of those. The only solace to be had has come from Grelder Coke's kindly left ash cakes. As Goodstab intimated, which is, as anyone seeing them could have guessed without having a preternatural sense of smell, they did indeed have a generous amount of butter to them. And perhaps to better insulate them against the seat of the pew, or possibly to insulate the pew itself, Mrs. Coke left the basket of ash cakes on a pad of neatly folded buckskin. When unfolded, it revealed itself to be a neat pouch of sufficient size for a Book of Concord. I need to remember to thank her, both for the sweets and for the labor it took to soften this hide so well, and then stitch it where needed. And I should also make an effort to express such gratitude in the presence of her husband, so as to make the suggestion to him that she's deserving of tenderness and kindness, not the back of his hand, which she too often shows evidence of, both in her face and in her wincing walk. But woe to the clergy who would step between a husband and wife. I advise, but I never presume to intercede. Except, of course, in the case of those ash cakes, which I interceded upon such that by Tuesday they were but crumbs I would have to clean up or not myself, as there are no longer any mice to act as housemaids in this hall of worship. The ash cakes were surely meant to last the week through, but Mrs. Coke couldn't have anticipated the embattled, fearful state we would all find ourselves in. But yes, when my judgment comes, as it must, I plan to aver that I ate so not out of greed or gluttony or the absence of self-inhibition, but I did so consciously and wilfully, so as to better grieve for those poor souls drowning in the cold waters of the Atlantic Ocean. Because warming my belly also warms theirs. Yes. Regardless, and in spite of what I take to be Mrs. Coke's best and purest intentions, I believe that, instead of hiding my guiding text in this buckskin pouch, I instead will secret this very log in it, thereby tuck it away from any eyes that would pry. What I mean is that I was listening, good Stab, when you mentioned forgetting your dark intent but for a moment, that I was writing all this down. But Cordelia would surely tell me, were an Indian creeping in here after sleep to peruse a log it's impossible he can even read. Would but that I could believe that. I can't even convince myself the front door of the chapel is adequately locked, however. Time and again I find myself rattling it, assuring myself of its impenetrability, and then, shuffling back up the pews, dragging my poor leg, I hold Cordelia close and whisper to her that we're safe in the house of the Lord. When she opens her mouth back to me, I can smell plundered open mice on her breath. But she is warm and solid, and her purring is a comfort I don't deserve but hoard all the same, as it fills me with life and satisfaction, and wards away the loneliness which I would have previously termed solitude. And when Cordelia, like an owl, swivels her head to a wall distant from both of us, I tell myself she's but tracking another rodent, skittering desperately along the outer wall of the church, staying close to the wall as that immovable proximity hampers the owl's wings. On Tuesday, that being the day after the hubristic ship found its fated iceberg in the darkness, the night Chance Aubrey would saddle his plough-horse, a Pinkerton man's macerated remains cooling already in the spring-house, the red-headed woman who I take to assume claim or dominion over Cordelia stood at my door knocking loudly for any passer-by to witness. I crouched behind a pew, my cupped hand on Cordelia's head lest she mew, and eventually the knocking crescendoed, punctuated by a string of invectives, and then both abruptly ceased. I wasn't crying, but neither was I not crying. Why must her hair be red? All the candles in this place were alight, so as to blind anyone with delicate eyes. Were the shutters not drawn, I avow that some citizen would have stopped to inquire what was going on in the church. Nothing, I would mutter through my hand, meaning, of course, everything. Why has Good Stab chosen me of all people to tell his story to? How would he know to choose me? Are there no men of the cloth in his people's territory? Am I Job to be tested thusly, dragged across the coals of life solely to see how his skin will blacken and crack, revealing whether or not a glowing faith resides within? Good Stab assured me I would believe his tale, so is Dove intended to be proof? Is Miles City the source of Good Stab's ire, actually, and I but a representative of it, meant to spread his dark gospel? And Sheriff Doyle might ask me, what proof do I have for or about these suspicions I harbor? None, I would have to tell him. But where words fail, Perhaps action can suffice. May chance it's fortunate these shutters are already drawn. Forgive me for what I intend, Lord, but it's the only recourse I can muster, weak and fearful as I am. I return anon. April the 22nd, 1912. I would apologize for having lied about returning presently, but would not that apology be only to myself, and thus as hollow and insincere as I am? Much has transpired, is what I should instead have opened this entry with. Much indeed. First, instead of regaling the public on the sordid events of yesteryear, Lavinius Clarkson is instead now become a hump in the story he longed to be known for telling. He was found out toward the Badlands, along with another unnamed soul, probably, if Dove's Pinkerton instincts were on point, one but recently spirited away from San Francisco and reduced to the same mockery of the time-honored practice of buffalo hunting. But to what purpose? The local saloon is already festooned with the staring faces of 3 of these woolly former kings of the prairie, locally referred to as the Judge's 3, and the lodging house features at least 1 buffalo head on its wall as well. Were I to take a tally, I don't doubt that many of the former herd are now mounted both publicly and privately all over town. Trophies, yes, but less ones waxed nostalgic over as emblems of longed-after former times than what business owners and dinner hosts long to show off in pride as assurances of the eradication of the Indian menace. It's best that I now hide this log away in its buckskin pouch, lest any casual reader see what devious industry seethes within the heart of the local pastor. Cordelia knows wherein I tuck this away, but she keeps my secrets. Yet, too, she has her own secrets. Or I should say, she now has one less. Late into the night, but a day ago, not yet half an hour after Good Stab's most recent confession, as he insists upon terming it, I was sitting in a pew as a congregant, alone in my own church, trying to reconcile in my thoughts this latest sordid chapter, when a scuffling above and behind me forced me to flinch forward from my seat and latch onto the pew in front of me, my knees bracingly to the hard wood of the floor, my bladder a gasp away from releasing, my heart clawing its way up into my throat. Cordelia mewed long and sonorous as is her fashion, letting me breathe once again in halting flutters. "Girl," I said to her, looking here and there for her, and finally finding her in the rafters well above the front door. I didn't know it yet, but up there is a small window meant for heat to escape in the summer, a window that's been my wily Cordelia's means of ingress and egress since she took up residence here. After gathering my wits as best I could, and turning the lantern up to its brightest, I braved the darkness and freed the weathered ladder from its years of weeds behind the parsonage. I have to suspect the builders of the church hammered it together for the higher work on the church and then left it behind, it being of a length not convenient to the bed of a wagon. After working it inside in a most complicated and unflattering manner, I propped it up over the front door, giving it my weight slowly and unsurely. "Watch over me, Lord," I muttered, and commenced to climb, Cordelia watching from below, her long tail swishing back and forth. As it transpired, the window up there has high pivots on both sides, which allow it to swing back and forth, resting shut in the middle if not propped open by the forked stick tied to the frame by a length of thoroughly cobwebbed twine. It's cleverly constructed and well hidden, and will come of use in the coming summer, last summer's Sunday sermons having been brow-mopping endeavors. From my station at the pulpit, this transom is hidden from view. From nearly every vantage point in the chapel it's occluded. By design, I assume, it being merely functional, not in any way ceremonial. Upon swinging it in, I could see that the glass on the exterior had been painted to match the outside of the church, so it would admit no light, and be undetectable from the street. Ingenious, really. I swung it back and forth, impressed, and then turned to make my careful way down to terra firma, at which point I saw that which I would rather never have had to. The rafter nearest this ventilating window, its length divided by an upright timber reaching up to the point of the roof, thus forming two triangles atop the rafter, a girding system that repeats the length of the chapel, up to and over the pulpit, was on one side coated in a dust as fine as that on a moth's wing, as was everything up in this undisturbed eyrie. Everything save the left-hand triangle's base, from where I sat. That is, the side nearest this window. The top of that rafter is as free of dust as the day it was installed, exactly as if someone has been sitting there. "Oh," I believe I heard myself say, and, forgetting for the nonce of my lofty perch, I brought my hands to my mouth as if to keep my fears and certainties from spilling forth all in a rush. Apparently, my hands on the upright portion of the ladder had been carrying enough of my slight weight that, when they were removed, that weight was transferred to the rung under my feet, which had been freezing and thawing and drying in the harsh sun for years. That rung parted with a muted crack, delivering me instantly down to the next, which held me but for a moment, and so it went. Rung by rung, my hands grasping for the uprights again and filling with splinters until my feet stood again on the floor of the chapel. In wonder at not being harmed, save those slivers of wood embedded in my palms, I unthinkingly loosed the uprights I'd slid down, so as to inspect the welling stigmata of my hands. The ladder's erstwhile uprights each fell slowly to the side, clapping the wood floor resoundingly as one, the candles close to them wavering, but finally holding on to their flame. Unlike me. I collapsed slowly to my knees, my hands a bloodied steeple over my mouth, staining my lips red, partly for the fall and my unearned deliverance from grievous injury, but more so because when I'd thought myself alone, bent over my log with all fastidiousness, or stumbling with sherry from pew to pew, or scampering here and there, lighting every candle, flinching from every sound, I may well not have been. Yes, that hidden ventilation window is, I believe, just wide enough to admit a small man, or even possibly one of my size, committed to the effort enough to lead with an arm, thus narrowing the breadth of his shoulders, his head turned sideways, the skin of his face stretching and scraping. It's the committed part of that which gives me pause. Goodstab, I fear, has been making a show of his exits so as to blind me to his returns. Because does he hunt after the manner of Cordelia, for whom it's not enough to corner a mouse, but she first then must also watch it panic and soil itself, batting it back into the corner each time it would escape? I know not, and so can only play this farce out to its terminal point, ever awaiting grace to snatch me up. I know not, so I scribble on thusly, and thusly the candles lining the chapel guttering again, their shadows ducking and cavorting like Walpurgis night, forcing me to stand on a pew to see the ventilation window, for if there's a new breeze being admitted, along with a leering face, black hair draping around it. In my course of studies at the collegiate school, before it became the far less descriptive Yale University, none of my academic or ministerial training prepared me for this. The Indians in the East were already tamed, however. No one in the whole of New Haven could have anticipated Goodstab. Nor me, I suppose. Yes, I came to the cloth late, but that's only because having experience in the world of men could benefit my eventual flock. I speak as if my 20-year-old self had such foresight, lighting out for the grand and untrammeled West. I speak as if all that experience I would mine for the benefit of others wasn't, in fact, a labyrinth I had to hack my way out of over the course of decades, surprised at the end of it all that the education I had received was mostly intact, if thoroughly soused, as well as the various languages and texts I had been schooled in so rigorously, none of which particularly helped me on my peregrination to the lodging-house, whilst Doyle and fully a third of the town's citizenry had absconded to the prairie to witness the 2 new humps, which is the second of 3 items I mean to record here. Doyle and the townspeople should have stayed back so as to enlarge the spring house, such that it can accommodate all the dead this season brings, but their absence was my chance. After securing Cordelia in a closet and telling myself this was to save her from association with the house of ill repute she's wont to return to, as it's certainly filthy with vermin, I locked the church door from the outside and made my way down to a certain porch, which is also not of upstanding repute. Willem Tomlinson was the first to note my limping approach. In the absence of either law or townspeople, the denizens were openly partaking, and my presence didn't curtail their imbibition this time, tokening perhaps a new stage either of our relationship or their boldness. Perhaps both. "Gentlemen," I said, doffing the hat I wasn't wearing, the wrapping on my hand momentarily untucked, so its tail whipped in the breeze. "Brother," Saul Bertram said, leaning over to spit but holding my eyes the while. I knew that, being of similar vintage to me, sallying out into the heat of the prairie without cause would be overly ambitious for this lot. "Here to shear us?" California Jim said with a snigger and a slurp. Over the course of one of my previous encounters with them, they had gotten onto the line of jest that concerned my being shepherd of a flock, with all the attendant duties and peculiarities of such a herder, including, which was hilarious to them, constant buggery, and buggery in return, but never on Sundays, mind. I already regretted having to come to them for help. "Not this season," I said in return to California Jim. "You have to let the wool accumulate." "Saying that's what we're doing here, Padre?" Early Tate asked, running his already crusty finger under his nose. "Spinning wool?" "Only vital deliberations and pronouncements here, I'm sure," I answered back to all, nodding my head forward once meaningfully, as if giving benediction. "Got that un right," Willem Tomlinson said, though I could tell he wasn't certain I had been complimenting them. "The Pinkerton man was staying here, was he not?" I asked, peering from grizzled face to grizzled face, and finally landing on their leader, Saul Bertram. "Word is he spells his name thusly to avoid confusion with any kings from the Old Testament, that being the prime holy text for certain races he wishes no association with, as he would neither lender nor borrower be, as that would surely lead to some sort of usury." "Walked him here yourself t'other day," Early Tate said, with a shrug I took to be the challenge it assuredly was. "Why you asking?" California Jim asked, peering up at me. "Someone should mail his personal items back to his family in San Francisco," I said, narrowing my eyes as if that expression could make my statement true. "I believe I'm the only person in town he trusted with his mailing address, as we were going to continue our correspondence." "Lavinia's going to sell you a stamp there?" Willem Tomlinson said with a chuckle. By this time of afternoon we all knew the fate of our postmaster. "I'll send it with the conductor," I said, that not being common practice, but practice all the same for those he deemed worthy. "Why ask us?" Saul Bertram asked. "Crockett's the one, ain't he?" Deuce Crockett, one-time gambler and layabout, being the current hotelier, who has some unknown relationship or agreement with these denizens which apparently allows them to idle, or rather, idle, on his porch. It's none of an honest pastor's business, I'm sure. Neither is it my business. "The church's coffers aren't, sufficient for dealings with Mr. Crockett," I answered as delicately as I could, meaning that Deuce Crockett is of course known for hoarding items left behind in rooms to sell later at his discretion, which discretion of course lowers as the coins gather, as they say. In short, I didn't want to have to pay for Dove's personal belongings, not so much because of the poor state of the church coffers, but because doing so could lead to questions from other Pinkerton men which I would as well not have to answer. But of course any other transactions would be met, I said, exposing the illicit bottle I had acquired on my slow walk over, again not having to pay for, as apparently Miles City is lousy with those in arrears on their tithes. And so did the liquor change hands. And so did Early Tate lead me duckingly into the lodging-house, whilst the rest of the denizens stood guard on the porch, assuring us they could adequately delay anyone attempting to gain entrance. I had been certain to select liquor of tempting enough proof to keep them honest, or thereabouts. Passing through the sitting area was when I saw the one buffalo head I now know to be there. It watched our clandestine crossing, its visage as timeless as an oak tree's, and as imperturbable. On the way up the back stairs, Early Tate explained that the Pinkerton man's tab was still open. That was why Crockett hadn't cleaned the room out yet. He was aiming to charge the full and excessive bill to the agency, which would be but a trifling expense for them, but a windfall for Crockett. In the small room in the upmost corner, Dove's room was as yet unmolested save by his own hands, Deuce Crockett apparently confident he had time to collect his booty. Woe to him, as they say. I made a show of first gathering his spare suit and bowler, treating them with the respect they were due, as they might very well be his grave clothes, and then, as if an afterthought, I slid the various envelopes and papers on the desk into an unwieldy stack, which I immediately tucked into an inner pocket as best I could, whilst looking elsewhere for what other there was to gather. "Get all what you want there, Preach?" Early Tate said to me, as if we were in cahoots. "I'm sure his family will appreciate anything," I said, and to cut off any further implications Early Tate might want to smuggle across, I quickly dropped to a knee and lowered my face in prayer. When I stood again, using the bedpost to hoist myself up, Early Tate was standing in the doorway, one of his hands to his scalp, scratching deeply enough that he then had to lower his hand, inspect his fingernails. "Ready?" I said to him. "I think my head's burning in this sun, Reverend," Early Tate said back, loading enough meaning into his statement that I couldn't help but gather his meaning. It was a cloudy day, to be sure. "Perhaps this would help," I said, extending Dove's bowler hat. Early Tate snugged it onto his head, ran his fingertips around the brim in appreciation, and smiled, wide and gap-toothed, even stepping forward to peer into the foggy cameo mirror hanging low on the wall. "Dapper," he said. "Case-wise Widow Boone comes around." "She'll have to now," I told him, and was studying the room like the investigator I'm not when the clatter of hooves in the street made its way up through the window, meaning the party had returned. "Time to make an honorable exit?" Early Tate asked with a grin that opened an aperture through which I could see him at 10 years old, up to mischievousness. "Honorable and fast, please," I answered, already moving. Halfway down the stairs we could hear California Jim doing as Saul Bertram had said, and drawing whoever hoped to gain entrance into one of his long-winded tales about the time he was tied to a flat rock to be sacrificed by savages. But then a wagon wheel on fire rolled in, causing a commotion, and... Early Tate ushered me quietly but urgently out the back door of the lodging-house, and when I looked back one last time, he tipped his very much present hat to me, his grin leering under it, and I had to ask myself if a man must be judged by the company he keeps. Back in the privacy of the church with my boon, I lit one of the lanterns, sacrificing my dear supply of oil in order to see better. Dove's hand was small and cramped, his notations wandering and not of a single through line, as these were but preparations toward a final report, meant only for his own seining and sifting. But, with attention and my spectacles, I deemed I could eventually make sense of them, if there was indeed sense to be made. More immediate, however, was the small, much-used envelope of photographs. One of them was the face Dove had already shown me. Another was the first man found in the prairie, whom I had performed the funeral for. He had a good bearing, strong jaw, waxed mustaches, and eyes that stared directly out, unwavering. His hair was oiled down, still showing the parallel channels of a comb, and his suit and vest sported the light striping that must be the fashion in port cities. As I hadn't yet seen, nor did I expect to, the latest hump, laid alongside our postmaster, I can't say for certain which of the two remaining photographs perhaps matched, but I feel confident one of them must. I returned to the father of the three, tilting the photograph this way and that, but I knew him not. I was certain, though there was something of an aunt of mine in the mischievous cast of his eyes, which is to say that mischievousness is a benign failing shared across time and oceans in man. So as to keep this father from staring up at me, I turned him face down beside the papers, which is when I saw the light writing on the back of the photograph, in a hand not Dove's. Quickly I turned over all the other photographs to find the same. This family evidently carried the surname Flowers. Benjamin, the father, and his three sons, Archibald, Milo, and— I gulped my surprise down— Arthur. It's a common enough name, though. There are at least two other men in Miles City who carry it as I do, and we three consider it a private joke of sorts. I now fold these photos into these pages, making of it a family album, I suppose. Thirdly and lastly, then, that being Sunday. Yesterday. In order to draw Sheriff Doyle in for my morning service and thereby deliver good stab into his presence and possibly his judicial purview, I, the previous afternoon, sent none other than Martha Grandlin to him, with word that I had a pressing matter requiring his immediate attention, about which the less said, the better. Speaking in such vague but thrilling terms being her special inclination, I felt confident she could deliver this with the urgency and suggestiveness I intended. What I produced for Doyle when he sauntered in, looking all around this chapel I doubt he's ever set foot in, was the tin cup I had offered Goodstab water in, that he of course had left untasted, sitting on the floor in front of what I now call his pew. Doyle hefted it in his hand, scowling about its supposed import my delicate handling portended. "There, right there," I believe I told him, "here in this holy place." Doyle rotated the cup in his hand according to my direction, stopping only when the faint yellow and black smears on the side rolled into his view. "Well, well, well," Doyle said, recognizing those colors. I then commenced to explain to him how an Indian man I didn't know had come to my door, asking for but a drink of water, and I hadn't noticed what he'd left on the cup until he was gone. But all was not lost. This red man had asked what time Sunday services were, as he had been a resident of an Indian school in his youth, and yet appreciated Christian teachings, as he had abandoned his people's pagan beliefs. He held the cup like the evidence it was, never mind the actual source of those yellow and black smears, and thanked me for it. Yesterday morning, then, though hardly a speaker of German, the good sheriff was in attendance for the first time, his hat sitting in the pew beside him, crown down, his revolver at his belt, his hair not so much combed as, judging by the deep furrows, ploughed. Arrayed outside, he assured me in passing when he leaned in over our handshake, were his retinue of deputies, and some willing citizens as well, all of them armed. "Thank you," I told him in earnest. "We don't need any more Californians turning up skint," he said, meaning the Dove had opened his case files to the good sheriff as well. "Californians?" I gambled, squinting to suggest a mishearing on my part, as I didn't need to be later connected to Dove's missing papers. Doyle held my hand a moment longer, considering me, and then moved along, being certain to, as instructed, leave Goodstab's pew empty. After publicly greeting our esteemed visitor for the congregation, who resituated themselves with straighter backs to be in the presence of such constabularity, I leaned onto the pulpit, the meat of my thumbs to the soft purple stole as ever, my breviary open before me, and fell into the sermon with all my heart, even stopping periodically to prompt the sheriff in the English he needed, to keep him in step with the service. Instead of nodding off between those promptings as Doyle probably could have, he instead remained attentive throughout the sermon, as I presume the men positioned outside were. At least 3 times to my notice, but more am certain, Doyle scratched his scalp in order to peer back to the door I had guaranteed an Indian was going to be slouching through. Yet Goodstab, time and again, failed to present himself. Even when I extended the sermon by a full half-hour, testing both my congregation's patience and their bladders. Foregoing another handshake afterwards, Doyle clamped his hat on his head, flashed his eyes to me about this wasted morning, and made his way out with the rest, leaving me and my apologies alone in the chapel, and, as it went, leaving me alone for the afternoon and evening as well. I tried to assure myself that Doyle and his men were out there yet keeping their vigil, but I know they had no reason to do so. Even Cordelia kept away. I swept the chapel twice. I straightened the pews, which were already straight, and I endeavored to discover from what portion of the floor I might best see the hidden window above, or the rafter before it. Finally, I sat down with the sausage that Ernest Schmidt had so graciously handed over after the service, along with both a half-dozen brown eggs and the long and winding story of the sausage's source, making, history, and sentimental worth, which this log has not enough pages for me to repeat. Suffice it to say that the sausage was still warm when she left it for me, and it warmed up again quite nicely once my stomach was settled enough to partake. Being savory, not sweet, I told myself that this week my proffered dish could last at least until Thursday, which didn't, as I'd hoped, preclude my immediately setting to and eating both today's and Tuesday's portions, rationalizing that I needed to fortify myself. Against what, I found out when a creak behind me announced itself. Goodstab was seated in his customary pew. Never mind the locked door, the late hour, the absence of an invitation. If Goodstab's senses are as keen as he claims, then no doubt he heard my sharp intake of breath upon realizing I wasn't alone, and felt through the floorboards my heart. Mayhap he even tasted the sudden sheen on my skin, and the hot tears gathering in the inner corners of my eyes. They gather again, now. I carried my plate dutifully back to the pew before Goodstab's, was chewing when I settled down in what I'd come to consider the confines of this confessional box I was trapped in. Goodstab nodded for me to continue, and I nodded thanks in return, endeavored to swallow, and apparently this is how captors and captives communicate, with belabored civility, masking the violence that longs to spill forth. "We missed you this morning," I finally was able to tell him. I had gotten this muddy the night before, Goodstab said, pinching the chest of his black robes out. "It was drying, and I have no other to wear." I nodded about the sensibility of this. We can't have naked savages coming to Sunday service after all. Though the care with which he selected muddy whispered to me that mud had not in fact been the soiling agent. "You camped north of the river?" I asked conversationally, taking another bite of sausage. Goodstab pondered this much longer than seemed necessary. In Pukuni territory, you mean? He finally said back, having adjudged that that was the silent question cloaked under my spoken one. According to the Blackfeet's treaty, the Yellowstone is the southern border of their assigned land. North of it also being where the first hump had been discovered, this meant that this poor soul had been left in Goodstab's home, on his doorstep as it were. He isn't the only one who can lay traps, but he did indeed see the question I was attempting to smuggle across, too. You need a horse to drag a lodge, Goodstab said in reply, returning my parry with one of his own. How did you know I spoke this? I asked then with intentional abruptness so as to catch him out. English, I mean, that first Sunday. You do speak it, Goodstab replied. But my congregation— Do not all, Napiquan? He interrupted, tangling slightly in the lines I'd laid, perhaps realizing or remembering that he had previously told me the old man Peasy spoke a few words of French, not English. Most here do speak English, I agreed, not wanting to belabor this, as I'd already gotten what I desired. Then I tilted my head slightly back and inhaled deeply through my nose, with my eyes theatrically shut. When done, I looked back to Goodstab, asked, How does the world smell today, my friend? Is it full or is it barren? This was a question I hadn't meant to confront him with until what he'd said about his sullied robes, which I knew had to have had blood on them, not merely mud. Meaning that, were I to subscribe to the particulars of his tale, then he had gorged such that his senses must now be enlightened, taut as the string of a violin. The world is always full, he said in return, vaguely. You don't? I asked, holding a bite of sausage out between us, and Goodstab only looked across the aisle to the pew mirroring his eyes tracking something I knew not to turn my head for, as it would be either beyond my ken or another ruse meant to anchor his tale, as invisible rodents and their like are easier to pretend to track than it is to mime recovery from a mortal injury, or extend teeth into fangs. I took the proffered bite of Erna Schmidt's storied sausage myself, had to close my eyes, it was so enjoyable. When you expect each meal to be your last, you enjoy it so much more. But then, not wanting to be rude, I rose to douse the candles so we could begin again. Why do you walk like that? Goodstab called behind me, using the exact same conversational delivery I'd attempted to weaponize against him but moments previously. Because of the life I've lived, I told him glibly, my fingers pinching a flame out. At the next candle smoking, I said, 3 of my toes had to be clipped off to save the foot, the leg, the life entire. Snow, Goodstab said, understanding. I'm glad to still be able to walk unaided, I said, sitting back down and leaning across the back of my pew, the plate of sausage in my lap. You also know the words Peasy did, he said to me then, which only served to make the bite of sausage in my mouth expand with each chew. Goodstab was still ruminating on my question, it would seem, suggesting it was the aging pastor who had stabbed well and deeply this time. French, yes, I said after a painful swallow. Like your name, Goodstab said. My grandfather I never knew was a Frenchman, yes, I said, confessing to this Indian what I never would to my congregation. But we are German, still, from the old country. The old country, he said, unable not to grin. That's where the Pukuni are from as well. Maybe we're German, like you. I gave this the perfunctory chuckle it warranted. We, he asked, then yet teasing apart my words. My mother and myself, I explained, though she's long passed, of course. No other of your name, he pressed. It's difficult to spell for most, I said back in deflecting jest, and even more troublesome to pronounce. I mean, sons, daughters, he corrected. Oh, of course, I said. I never married, no. Goodstab started to press more on this, but instead pressed his lips tighter, nodded to himself that my answer was sufficient. Either that, or he couldn't formulate an ensuing question. He'd most likely only had contact with Jesuits, so my saying I could have married may have been quite unexpected. As for me, I longed to ask him whether his travels had ever taken him to California, but could find no way to broach my way that far west, being mired down in spellings and marriage. I breathed in to deliver my ceremonial invitation for him to begin his tale anew, but before I could utter the first word, Cordelia darted out from underneath the pew across the aisle from Goodstab. Being a cat, she is of course fast, but Goodstab in this flurry of a moment was faster. His hand grabbed the skin over her neck and lifted her up quicker than a snake striking. Clenched in her teeth, carried in from outside was a struggling mole, its feet slow, its doom already a foregone conclusion. "It's bright in here, yes," Goodstab said not to Cordelia, but to her prey, and when in her panic she dropped the mole, perhaps hoping with it to buy her life back, Goodstab snatched it from the air with his other hand. Cordelia he let go whilst inspecting this mole. She careened down the aisle in her scrabbling escape. "I apologize," I said to him, standing to take care of this crude interruption myself. But before I could, Goodstab drew this slowly kicking mole to his face, clamped his mouth onto the thin skin of its belly and, watching me the while, drank it in over the course of half a minute. The mole, to my eyes, steadily deflating. My own teeth clenched hard against each other, hard enough to, in spite of their flatness, surely bite through the belly of a mole if I needed to, as I had to presume Goodstab was doing at the moment. When done, he slung the sack of bones and organs and meat up the aisle behind him, such that it lodged against the front door, and he wiped his red mouth with the back of his left sleeve, holding his arm there a moment longer, instantly regretting having sullied again the robe he had only just cleaned. Unless that too was a lie. "I'll take it with me when I leave," he said, having never looked back. "If, that is, men with rifles aren't out there." I gulped, only registered later his use of rifle, not many shots gun. We're now some 40 years after the events of his tale, though. Perhaps he's taken in new words since then. "How is your heart, three persons?" he asked then, leaning forward to look into and through the windows of my eyes, into my very soul, a drop of blood yet dripping down his chin from the corner of his mouth. "It is weak, Goodstab. It is weak, but it is willing." Then I said it, as I must. "I listen." The Nachtzehres Dark Gospel, April the 22nd, 1912.
I didn't know about what the soldiers did to Heavy Runner's winter camp on the Bear until 4 winters after it happened. Another boy had come to 2 medicine lodges, his sides drawn in from fasting, his eyes empty and scared, waiting to be filled. He was bent over some grass he was trying to start a fire with, but it was only smoking and dying back again. By his 4th night, he was on his side holding his sides like this and crying, saying his mother's name over and over. I don't tell you his name or his mother's. I do tell you that, by when the wind died down, I had a horn of embers I had kept banked all day for this boy. I don't need fire like I did before, but I still make them. Across the flames I can see Tall Dog sitting there laughing through another of his stories about getting a wife, or Wolf Calf smoking his pipe and watching me like he always did. I can still remember my 2 wives and my children in the warmth of our lodge, wrestling with each other while I smoked my pipe and watched them, knowing better the eyes Wolf Calf had watched me with. The starving boy had all his fingers. I counted them over and over from the trees, because if he was missing some, then it might mean I had stepped through, wouldn't be in the world anymore. But I was. I could tell from how much it all hurt. I had some soft leggings I had made from long legs, and some boots like these that I can take off faster than moccasins, for if I need to run or climb. Back then I kept these leggings and boots in a parfleche under a rock by a spring I knew, but not too close to it, because people might come there to drink. I wasn't staying on 2 medicine lodges then, was only passing through when I heard the boy singing, his voice cracking and falling into itself. I hadn't seen my swift runner for 4 winters, but still I asked it to come help this boy if it would. That it was right that it turned its back on me, but this boy needed guidance. He needed not to be alone like he was. When my swift runner didn't come in, I did. I walked out of the trees in my leggings and soldier boots. I had rubbed my hair with grease and braided it in 3 so he'd know I was Pagani, and my face was painted white with black hailstones on it and a line from here to here. I want to tell you I saw in a dream where the line should go and how wide it should be and whether it was straight or jagged, but real bears don't dream of paint, except the juice of berries smeared around their mouth, and I already had that stickiness around my mouth whenever I fed. I walked out of the trees carrying in one hand that horn of embers, held my shoulder high like this, so the boy could see I didn't have a lance, and in my other hand was a rope braided from grass, so I could lead Weasel Plume beside me. I didn't mean to name that buffalo calf that, but once I said it I couldn't take it back. But Wolf Calf told me when I was young that a real Pagani gives away what's closest to him, and my childhood name was the one thing the Catman and the soldiers hadn't been able to touch, so I had to give it away. Weasel Plume was white when I'd stolen him from the hide hunters, and he was still white, but now he had a heavy head, his back as tall as me, his horns still pointing straight up as it is with bulls. I had painted him with black lightning and then dipped my hand in red, pressed it on his forehead above the eyes. When we stepped out, he shook his head and blew through his nose, so the boy sat up, still holding his sides. By the time we were 10 paces close, he was standing and breathing fast, his mouth opening and closing but no sound coming out. I held my rope hand out, open to him with the palm first like this, guiding him calm. I stuck the tip of the horn in the ground and backed off with Weasel Plume. Slowly, the boy approached the horn. When he saw what was inside, he pulled some grass over, balled it up loose and pressed it down into the horn until it flared back up high, which isn't how you do it, but it's how he did it. I laughed and wanted to cry, but blood coming from my eyes would scare him, so I held it back. Weasel Plume pawed the ground. Blackhorns don't like fire because it can go any direction all at once, and can run faster than the herd. In a few minutes the boy had added green branches so the fire was smoking. On my first hunt, when I killed that soldier who had forgot he was a 2-legged, one of the hunters had sorted the wood I had brought back to camp, throwing away the green, keeping only the dry, and as he did that, he explained how crows can see smoke pale in the sky at night. That burning wood that isn't dry means you can't sleep that night, or you'll wake with your best buffalo runner gone, and maybe your throat also. I let the boy's smoky fire burn anyway. I wasn't scared of the crow anymore, and I didn't have a horse to worry about getting led away. The boy sat out of the direction of the smoke and opened his hand for me to sit. I reached fast into the heart of the new fire, took the charred horn back, and used it to stake Weasel Plume down a few paces away, so he was at the edge of the light. He could pull the horn up if he wanted, but he wouldn't. I pushed the grass away from the horn so it wouldn't catch fire. The grass the rope was braided from was still green, so it wouldn't catch at first. When I sat down across from the boy, the hand I had reached into the fire was smoking, so I rubbed it down. The skin was burned, but it was only like the skin on a roasting turnip, when it's hardly started roasting. I had forgotten how to be around people. I had forgotten what scares them. The boy watched me, studying my paint, my hair, the way I tied my leggings. Down along the side were brass buttons from a Nopiquan who had come into Walled Lake with a many-shots gun and a wife. Neither of them ever left. The gun I threw in the lake, for the underwater people to puzzle over, and cover with silt like will happen to all Nopiquans someday. "You're sixcates tapi," the boy finally said, lifting his chin at the end the way young men who want to be tough do. His lips were cracked and bleeding, but I told myself not to taste that on the air. I nodded that I was of the people, yes, and I told him I was Pagani by doing my hand like this, watching his face while I did it. I think I was looking for if they talked about me living up here, or if I'd just gone missing with Tall Dog and Hunts to the Side and Peasy, never to be found again. I wanted to be missed, I think. It would still be some connection. I could feed on that for the next winter, maybe even the next 2 winters. I started saying my relations and clan and band so the boy could know not to be scared of me. But when I got to New Brest, the boy looked fast away like a spark had flown at his face. "What?" I asked him, because this fire wasn't popping yet. The boy did his eyes like this, like it hurt, and explained how New Brest, my father's sister's last living son, married into Heavy Runner's band, had ridden into a fort in the daytime in his medicine shirt, singing his death song and holding his lance high, and it took 6 soldiers shooting over and over to finally hit him. Why? Was all I could think to ask. For what they did to Heavy Runner, the boy said with a shrug. When I only stared at him, he told me about the soldiers standing high over the bear and shooting into Heavy Runner's winter camp when they already had the white scabs, and how Heavy Runner had his name paper that would keep him and all of them safe from the soldiers, but they shot right through it, and that name paper was supposed to be big enough for his whole camp. Heavy Runner was the first to die that day, and if only they hadn't shot him, the boy said, then maybe none of the rest of them would have kept shooting. Everybody knew this. But they did shoot him, and nearly 300 Pagani went with him. And the ones the soldiers let go, after burning all the lodges and robes, they were let go into the coldest part of winter, so most of them died the same, with jackrabbits whistling at night. Why did the soldiers not read the name paper? I asked. The boy didn't know, but he said they were looking for Mountain Chief, because of Owl Child. This I did know. Did they find him? I had to ask. Just Heavy Runner, the boy said. It made me breathe deep, and all the blood inside me came to my skin so I was hot and cold at the same time. Where was Little Two Bulls? I asked, my voice small. Why did they not shoot him too? Little Two Bulls had been New Brest's name when we had been boys together, playing with hoops and arrows. Hunting to the west, the boy told me. All the men were hunting that morning. I nodded, knew this meant that when the hunters came back with meat, everyone they knew was dead, burned in piles, the smoke probably still rising. Then I was seeing New Brest riding into a fort in his medicine shirt after thaw, and making one last stand he knew could never work. That would only get him shot into again and again. I would have ridden with him, I said to the boy, and wiped away the blood leaking down my face. It smelled like a hide hunter who had had a red beard and yellow hair, and had been crying the whole time I was biting into his neck. The boy saw the red on my cheeks and around my eyes, and pushed back from the fire. I shook my head no, that he didn't have to be scared, that this wasn't even really my blood, that me having this blood just meant I was a real Pagani, fighting the Nopiquan for the Black Horns. But when I opened my mouth to start to say this, I think the boy saw my teeth. They'd come out when I'd accidentally thought about what if I had been there on the bear that morning, about what if I'd seen that first soldier about to shoot Heavy Runner, starting all the shooting that morning, about what I would do to that soldier or whoever told him to shoot. When Heavy Runner fell, the ground shook under all Pagani's feet. The only reason I didn't feel it was I was dead in a cage and on fire. "No," I called to the boy, but he was already falling away, running. I lowered my face, stared hard into the fire, burning my eyes more and more until I could hardly see. And then I swept my arm forward all at once, scattered the burning wood so I was standing in sparks and smoke. All around me the grass was crackling. It came up with flame all at once, and Weasel Plume snorted behind me, but still didn't pull the horn up. I did it for him. I led him away, dropped the coals and the horn in the creek we were walking through and kept going, and then left the horn too. Behind me 2 medicine lodges was burning bright against the night, making its own wind and its own stars, and then I stopped. The boy wasn't a man yet, was too hungry to think right, didn't know what to do. I unlooped the rope from Weasel Plume's neck, told him to go back to the herd at Face Mountain, or stop by Walled-In Lake, or the falls at the head of the lake. It didn't matter. I would find him. I would find him. But first, this boy. I ran back, around the edge of the fire, my eyes still only seeing like through water, from how long I'd stared into the fire. The skin on my hand was already getting soft again, but my eyes always take the longest to come back. And now, with all the smells mixed together, the sound just crackling and popping, now was when I needed my eyes. I ran and ran, hoping the boy knew to go sideways to a rocky place the fire wouldn't be hungry for, or that he would follow a hill down to a creek and then down that creek until the glow was far behind him. Where he was fallen down from breathing smoke. I would have scooped him up without stopping, but there was a raven sitting on his back, staring at where I was before the smoke even blew away to show me. I had to smile. This was what the boy had come up here for. This was what his many-faces man had told him would happen. He would sing and starve and dream, and finally, when it was supposed to happen, it would happen. When I ran in because the fire was too close now, the raven flew off loud, like they do, scolding me, complaining about everything in their funny way they take so serious. It wanted to protect the boy it was now with for life, and I wished I had a piece of liver to leave for it, but I didn't. The boy was lighter than Weasel Plume had been when I ran with him, and he didn't wake up the whole way down to the Fat Melter's camp, which was where his taste in the air was. When I left him at the door of his lodge, Sun Chief was already sending straight ribbons of light up into the darkness. I licked the one black feather that raven had left behind and pressed it on the boy's forehead, so all would know. But most important, so the boy would remember. So his many-faces man could explain to him what this meant, that he was going to be a powerful one. His feet had blackened in the fire but would heal. His lungs had smoked down, but they would come with each breath he took. What was important was that now he had the wisest of the birds to whisper to him for his whole life. Every time he needed direction, all he would have to do was ask. I miss that. All I have now is the cat man, buried inside me, and he only ever tells me one thing. Instead of going all the way back to Weasel Plume and the other grown-up calves I had been saving back from the hide hunters, I sat a distance off from the Fat Melter's camp and watched it wake. The women were going for water, the men were walking off to water the grass. Like Wolf Calf used to say, the dogs were trotting from lodge to lodge, stopping to nip at each other and then run away, and the night riders were coming in from guarding the herd, their chests high because no one had stolen any. This was what I could never have any more. My face was dripping red by the time I came back to Weasel Plume, and I knew I was leaving blood on his shoulder from pressing into him. The 16 other buffalo I had with him watched me, always 2 of them keeping their eye on me while the rest grazed, like blackhorns do. But they knew I was more like them than the 2-legged I only looked like. The only people who came up this high were snakes or black paint people, sneaking over high for a raid because Big Gap to the south usually had Pagunny watching it. snakes and black paint people, and one old trapper. I found him sitting among the buffalo one morning, not long after that boy. Weasel Plume was rubbing his nose on the trapper's shoulder, and the trapper was scratching under Weasel Plume's chin. This was my fault. I hadn't taught him he should be afraid. I made my hands into fists and walked in, stood over this trapper. I didn't need to feed so soon after my last raid against the hide hunters, but I could. But this trapper grinned and held his hands up, and then he spoke my language to me. "You're the one who started that big fire the other night," he said. I just stared at him, my eyes hot. With my eyes I was telling Weasel Plume to leave, that he didn't want to see this, didn't want to see me do what I do. But this old trapper was still scratching under Weasel Plume's chin. "Why didn't you shoot them?" I said, nodding around to the herd. "They don't know to be afraid." "Too much meat for one old man," the trapper said, and reached up for one of Weasel Plume's horns to pull himself up. He was old enough that standing wasn't easy for him. Weasel Plume tilted his head over the other way, helping pull the old man up. "Anyway, me and this one, we're friends. Known him since he was a little white calf, still bawling for milk." He held his hand down to his waist to show how tall Weasel Plume had been then, and that made my lips peel back. "You live in the backbone," I said, showing my sharp teeth. The trapper looked away from them, but not like he was insulted. It was more like he was trying not to laugh. This made me tighten my hands into fists, my sharp nails pushing holes into my palms so that blood came up through my fingers. "Lived here longer than you have, takes no scalps," he said. It was the first time I'd heard that name. "Who?" I asked. "You, boy," he said back, turning to look at me from my eyes to my feet, which was his way of telling me he knew me, that he had been watching me these last 4 winters. I shook my head no about this, because it was impossible. "Think you're the best hunter there is, don't you?" the trapper said, patting Weasel Plume between the horns. "Think you're the only one knows to be quiet, to not smell like anything." I tasted him on the air, sure he was another cat man somehow, that he was going to smell like me, like broken open ceramic. He didn't. Mostly he smelled like the dirt up here that never has any shade, that and the snow that doesn't melt. "How do you know to speak like this?" I asked. "How do you?" he asked back, which was his answer. It meant he had lived with one of our bands for a winter or 2. "Come on, big man," he said to me, and turned his back. He was walking away, leading me somewhere. I glared at Weasel Plume, telling him he was a traitor, that he was no Pagunny. But who am I to tell anyone that? When Weasel Plume stepped forward to follow the trapper, I was there stopping him, pointing him back. The other buffalo all looked up to me about this. Their eyes were black and heavy, their coats golden on top from Sun Chief, so close to the peak of Face Mountain, and they were all watching me, seeing what was going to happen. "I'll go, not you," I told them all. I followed the trapper down a fold in the mountain I never had taken, even though I'd been everywhere in the backbone. And the creek down there had beaver dams all along it, and ermine in the water, and weasels in the grass. This trapper hadn't taken all their fur, even though it would be easy. He was just living here, like I was. "I see you sitting on him like he's your war pony," the trapper said about Weasel Plume. It made me bare my teeth at his back. "He would be a good one," the trapper added. "I'll never take him down there," I said back, trying to control my voice. He nodded like he could understand that, like it made sense. "In here," he finally said when we were lower down, in the quaking leaf trees. I didn't like to walk in them, since the way my eyes are now. It always looks like there's Nopequans standing everywhere in the black splotched pale trunks, walling me in. I think the trapper knew this. It was why he lived here. He didn't have a lodge but a hole in the side of a bluff, like those first hide hunters when I found Weasel Plume. "It's not a big dugout, but I'm not that big either," the trapper said, standing at the door, holding the flap open for me. It was made from a wool blanket, had red and green stripes on the field of almost white. On the side of a lodge, stripes up high were clouds in the sky. I didn't know what stripes might mean to a Napiquan, though. I stared at the trapper, not trusting this, but finally I ducked down, giving the back of my neck to him if he wanted it, and went in, standing up fast from the wool blanket scratching on my back. The air I'd tasted coming from those first hide hunters' dugout had been rancid and thick, telling me I never wanted to go in there. This dugout only smelled like the trapper, not even like smoke. He had robes for sleeping, a book like yours, and some spectacles like these, but clear like water, not dark. "You watch me?" I asked when he came in, sat across from me. He pulled a piece of pemmican out, said, "I would offer you some, but I know you don't eat like this." I just stared at him and his home. "I do watch you," he said at last. "Who do you think guards Whitey from the snakes when you're down there?" He tilted his head west, meaning the grasslands, and how I went out there once or twice a year now to make the hide hunters cry. And because if I had to eat two-leggeds to stay up on two legs myself, then that meant they didn't really count for people. "Whitey?" I said back to him, raising my lip in disgust like this, like I had to. "What do you call him?" he said. "His name is Weasel Plume," I said angry. "Weasel Plume is a boy's name," the trapper said. "I knew a man once, a Pagani like you, who had a boy named that, I think." "You saw this boy?" I asked before I could stop myself, my eyes about to cry. "Wolf Calf only told me about him," the trapper said with a shrug. "I didn't go all the way down there to meet boys, but to smoke with men. His story about the boy was good, though. It was about how he made his own pipe and then tried to smoke it, but didn't have any tobacco, so used pine needles he crushed up small with a rock. I still remembered that taste. I was spitting for the rest of the day. "Is he still alive?" I asked. "The boy or his dad?" the trapper asked, watching me over a pulled-off piece of pemmican. It smelled both good and bad. Good in memory, bad in the back of my mouth. "Wolf Calf," I told him. The trapper shrugged, said, "It's been many winters since I was with the small robes." "You knew Peasy then?" I asked. "He was the same age as my father. They had been boys together." The trapper's eyes were shiny like he was making a joke on me. This was how I knew he wasn't a Napiquan at all. He had only made himself up to look like one, to trick me, to have his fun, because that's what he does. That's how he is. We all thought Napi had come up here after shaping the world and laid down to sleep from how tired he was. But he was awake now. He saw me figuring this out and shrugged like it didn't matter that I knew. "I call you Bear Sleep," he said, holding his chin up to swallow the big bite he had. "But Bear Dreamer might be better, yeah?" I just stared at him. I was shaking almost from seeing Napi, from sitting with him like this. It should be any Pagani but me. "But you're also the tender of the dead," he said, like that didn't matter either. I lowered my face in shame from this. What he meant was all the Pagani dead I moved among during the night sometimes, in their places in the trees and scaffolds where we leave them. I wasn't watching over them like he said, though. They can turn to bone without my help, and then blow away. I went there and moved among them because I might see where they stepped through, to the sand hills. "Not those dead," Napi said, and my whole body jerked with fear. He did say he had been watching me. What he was talking about then was the hide hunters I brought back with rope around their neck and kept in a low cave and fed to keep alive until I needed another one. It meant I could stay up in the backbone longer. They were my whitehorns, penned up. "They're not even men," I said to him about what I did. "They're man enough," Napi said, and reached out with the back of his hand, rubbed it down the line of my jaw like this, so I could feel the scratch. At first I thought it was dried blood from crying, but when I felt closer with my hand, there were stubbly hairs. I pushed back against the dirt wall and kept pushing, scared, breathing too fast, but I couldn't get away from what was happening to me. "It happens," Napi said about my beard with a shrug, looking away so I could keep my dignity. What he meant was what I should have figured out, what I should have already known, what that Raven boy probably saw and didn't understand. I had been drinking the blood of so many hairy Napi-Kwans that I was turning into them. Soon I would be like that first soldier I killed, who had forgotten he was a two-legged. I still remembered his woolly face hair scratching on my neck and shoulder when he was choking me from the back. I shook my head no, and my hand dropped to my belt for the knife I didn't carry anymore, to cut this hair away. "It would just come back again," Napi said. "What do I do?" I asked, my eyes filling with blood. "What do you think?" he asked back. "Figured I'd best tell you before you ended up looking like me." He rubbed his straggly gray beard like it was the softest thing of all, like he loved it. "I had to put that fire out myself, too," Napi said with a shrug like it had been nothing for him. I was still touching this new roughness on my jaw, and also on my throat right here, and all around. It was also prickly over my lip. I wanted to run and run until I was a different person. "But fire can help too," was all I could say back to Napi, about the one he had to put out, that I'd left. "Helped you, didn't it?" he said back. I looked at him about this because I didn't understand. "When the soldiers burned you," Napi said, "you and your friends, and that other one." "The Catman," I told him, making my lips thin and mad. "That's what you call him?" Napi asked back with a grin like I was still a boy. He looked so much like a Napi-Kwan trapper that I kept forgetting what he really was. But then he hissed like a cat, clawed at the air with his pemmican hand, and fell forward laughing from it. "You called me a name," I said when he was done. "It's what the people call you now," he said. "Because you don't." "Don't take any scalps," I finished for him. "The Pagani aren't blind, are they?" he asked. "But you think the Buffalo men will never find Whitey in them." He balanced an imaginary long-shooter gun and sighted down its top. "They won't," I insisted. "When the starving times comes, the Pagani will have to trade the backbone for food," Napi said. He was eating something from a Napi-Kwan jar now. It was berries in a paste, I think, but it was golden, and its taste in the air wasn't anything I knew. "If your herd or the children's children of your herd, if they're still in the backbone, well, the white man hunters will be looking all through here with their rifles, won't they?" "The backbone isn't ours to trade," I told him, "and we never would anyway. And if those Napi-Kwan hunters come up here," I said, baring my teeth again to show him what I would do. Napi shrugged, digging two of his fingers deeper into the jar. I wondered what his blood would taste like, how long it would stay inside me. "Try," he said back, not even looking up to me. When I didn't, he said, "You'll stay here with me this winter, not with the bears. They're getting tired of you sucking their dreams, but they're too sleepy then to stop it. When they wake, they remember lodges and camp and your wives and children, and they shake and shake their heads like rattles, but they can't shake the memories all the way out. Even though they're making trouble when they go down, try to live in the camps. One of them won't stop talking like Tall Dog even. All day long he's telling stories about how he found the wife over here, behind this tree. And then one came up from the creek and... Don't, I told him, when he was already stopping from laughing anyway. Noppy was licking the jar clean now, his tongue longer than any man's tongue. Or maybe the curved side of that glass jar made it look bigger. The leaves are dry now, he said, smacking his lips and putting the lid back on the jar, trapping his breath in there just like one of the stories Otter Goes Back used to tell us. You go down one more time now. Eat what you know you need to eat. I'll watch out for Whitey and the rest. Weasel Plume, I said. I'll watch out for your little boy, he said, making fun of the name. And when you come back, we'll winter inside here this time, and you can stay awake like a man, and leave the bears to their own dreams. I don't want to be awake, I told him. You're not a bear, he said back to me. Why do you care? I asked, standing. Maybe I don't, he said. What if I don't come back to this hole? I said. You will, he said. You'll have to. To talk in circles with you all winter, I asked. You will, he said again, bored with my pushing back, and was already digging around for something else to eat, which is how Noppy is in all the stories about him. On my way out, I stopped with the flap on my shoulder, said, Don't call him Whitey. Whitey, 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 Noppy said, facing away from me, making it into a song, and I let the flap go. 10 steps away, I looked back and the flap was gone, was just crumbly brown rock again, that kind that's like blankets folded on top of each other and laid flat, with their edges showing on the side. I went back to Weasel Plume and the herd, who were all safe and eating. Then I checked the main choke points to get up to Face Mountain. They were all still clogged with brush and logs and rocks like I'd done to keep people out. I'd also started, the last 2 years, putting Longlegs and Wags' tails that died in winter there, like a warning. Next, I dropped down into the opening of the cave that was my whitehorn pen. The one man left in there was in rags, and couldn't see from being in the dark so long. I grabbed him by the wrist and led him out, pushed him ahead of me, but when I went too fast, he fell forward over a rock, and a broken limb from a fallen down tree went up through his throat like this, and out the side of his neck. The taste of his blood in the air made my teeth come in fast, my breath go deep, but I shook my head no. I didn't want a beard. I didn't want to have to be a Noppyquan. I left the man there for the sticky mouth I knew was moving through, higher on the mountain. Sticky mouths make big circles over and over, eating whatever they can as fast as they can. This one had already smelled this blood. Soon she would stick her whole face in, and fight off any real bears or ravens that tried to steal it from her. One sticky mouth, not this one, had even tried to bluff me off its kill the winter before, but I ran back at him, snarling and laughing. He's still out there ranging around, avoiding the traps, not eating the poison the hide hunters leave. Instead of following the creek down like I would before the Catman, I moved along the spine of a ridge. I was thinking if the old trapper I'd been talking to at some point earlier in the day or the week would try to get that sticky mouth's hide, and then only barely remembered that it had only been a little bit earlier I had talked to him, and he wasn't a trapper at all. But that's how it is with Noppy, I think. Probably all Pagani talked to him at some point, but it goes flat in our heads, and we remember it in ways that make sense. And the blanket flap of his dugout is just rock again, and we never know we can walk through it. The only reason I remember now is that I did come back, spend that winter with him. Trying to keep it in my head who he had been and still was, It made my legs swing hard through the tall, stiff grass. It made my eyes glare straight ahead. I could smell our camps from far enough off to walk all the way around them, because I didn't trust myself around the taste of all that hot blood under the people's skin. If I could just drink from 5 or 6 in one night, that would add up to enough, I thought. But I also knew that I couldn't stop with just one drink from each of them, so they might live through it. The Catman takes over once my teeth bite in, and drinking becomes like gulping air after being underwater. I can't stop. I didn't know where I was going either. Just away from the backbone, away from the camps. Maybe to not ever come back. I don't know what happens if I go too long without feeding, and I still don't. Every time I try, I wake up with my mouth around someone's neck, and it's never who I would have wanted for this. It's always the worst person it can be. I had never before been glad my wives and children were already in the sand hills, but I was then. Because I would still be sneaking in to watch them, I knew, and watch over them. Meaning my feet and my nose would remember where they were, and then one morning Sun Chief would find me holding my son in my arms, drinking him dry, and I wouldn't be able to stop, even though his blood would be crying back out my eyes, and my heart would already be on the ground. I walked east because that's what I'd been doing for 4 years already, to find the hide hunters. There weren't any this time, though. I went all the way to the blood-clot hills and didn't see any of them. I started to think they were going away, that their time was over already. But then, around the edge of the blood-clot hills, I heard the shooting. They weren't killing buffalo now, but big mouths. They had them trapped against a bluff. The hides they had from the days before were bundled up high in a wagon, and I could taste on the air that these Napequans were sneaking some little big mouths into each bundle. Circling their camp at night, tasting the air and wrinkling my nose, I felt like a big mouth myself. When the 4 big mouth hunters went out to shoot more the next morning, I walked into their camp, sat where they had sat, and finally broke a piece of wood from the wagon and pushed it into the coals from the night's fire. When it finally lit up, I carried that flame to the bundles of hides, left them burning, their 2 big ears kicking through camp, stepping through the kettles and pans. The 2 many-shots guns the hunters had left behind, I'd already laid them in the coals of the fire. None of this filled me up, but I liked it. 5 winters ago, we had told the soldiers' war chiefs we wanted Owl Child caught too, because he was causing trouble for both sides. But now I was Owl Child. I wondered if he was still alive, maybe living up in the real old man country where the soldiers couldn't go. I wondered if I was still alive. A night later, I realized where I was going. It was to get another calf for the herd, for Weasel Plume to knock around, and teach about how to live up high all year. It's not easy or natural for a blackhorn, but it's better than getting cut into a robe and having your tongue cut out. The night after that, it felt like I was the only person left, and it felt the same the next night, making me ask how long it was I had been in the backbone. But then, on the 4th night after the blood-clot hills, I walked into a field of skinned blackhorns, almost too big to get across in a night. I fell to my knees in the middle of them, and while the lost children moved across the sky, I just stayed still, not able to do anything. The hide hunters had brought a whole herd down and only taken the robes and tongues. This much meat could feed every band of the Pagani through the winter, and even longer. But I didn't let myself cry. I needed the blood I had inside to stay inside for what I knew I was going to do. I took off the leggings I had put on, left my boots there in the grass with them, remembering the taste of the air right there, and because I was doing that, I tasted something else, barely there. It was a band of white clay people. I went low to the grass and worked over to them on the other side of the herd, stopped at the 2 cows they had cut the meat from already. Their fire was low and small so the hide hunters wouldn't see them, and they had just started roasting the meat over the flames. But one man couldn't wait, had already been eating it, even though the others were joking and pushing him back and forth. It didn't stop him eating. Hunt's to the side had been like that. He always ate real meat when it had hardly been cooked, and the children in camp would watch him with wonder and dare each other to take a bite too early like that. I shook my head no, for this white clay hunter not to do this, not to eat this meat. But a few minutes later he was stumbling out to throw up from the white powder poison the hide hunters used to leave on the blackhorns, to kill the big mouths. I don't know how these white clay people didn't know about that, or maybe they thought they had rubbed it off enough, when really that was just rubbing it in deeper. Or maybe that's how hungry they were, because the hide hunters were shooting up all the blackhorns. The white clay hunter was out in the darkness on his knees and his hands now, throwing up and choking. He couldn't stop throwing up, and he wasn't breathing good, and it was too late for him, I could tell. When another man from the fire called to him, a joke I could tell, I rushed in, moving as fast as I could, and kicked through the fire, scattering their meat. I was a naked pagunny doing this, so the men all grabbed for their many-shots guns and their bows and their knives, but I was already gone, and they were trying to control the horses that had smelled me and knew what I was. Because they had forgotten about the throwing-up hunter, the dying already one, I went to him and kept him between me and what was left of the fire, and I drank and drank hard. His hands came up and held my wrist that was holding the other side of his neck, and it was the same way my daughter had used to hold on to me when I carried her. But I kept drinking, couldn't stop. Then an arrow made its loud noise, tearing through the air at me, but I had blood in me now. My hand that was free caught that arrow from the air before it could hit, dropped it to show how useless it was, and now I was staring at this white clay hunter with the bow who was staring back at me. He said something in his language to the other white clay people. I felt the hunter I was drinking from finally die. I spit the last drink out, and when the rest of the arrows came, I was already running away. The reason they didn't try to get me with greased shooters was the same reason they hadn't been singing scalp songs. They didn't want to tell the hide hunters that they were there, stealing. Because I'd done it before and knew it was the best place to hide, I cut open a blackhorn cow and burrowed in like a calf not born yet. And I stayed there the rest of the night and also the whole day, letting that white clay hunter's blood go all through me like it has to. In the darkness between those ribs the next night, I ran my hand along my jaw, but it was still stubbly. It had taken 4 winters of drinking Napiquan blood to do this to me, though. One white clay person wasn't going to fix it. It would take a whole band of them. I spit the dead blood from my lips and kicked with my heel to climb out, but the stomach wouldn't open. I kicked again, harder, and it still wouldn't. This is when I panicked, turning every way fast, trying to find a way out, back into the night. Finally, using my sharp nails, I cut under the ribs enough that I could push a finger through, then a hand, then my arm and both arms, and stand up, pushing hard with my legs, the broken ribs scratching and cutting me the whole way. All around the black horned cow was rope, tied over and over, thick enough it was like a second robe. The white clay hunters had tracked me here and trapped me in. They would have burned me too, I knew, but a fire that big would bring the hide hunters and their long shooter guns. I stumbled ahead, tasting everything at once, but mostly all this real meat, starting to spoil, and that was when the first lines of Sun Chief Rising broke to the east. I had only meant to stay inside that cow until dark, but now it was almost dawn again. This was how thirsty my body was for Indian blood. It made more time go past than I meant. I pulled up the first robe I could, its stakes falling away, and wrapped it over my head like it was winter and I was just going to the river, but there were cuts all through the robe, letting the hot light in. I walked out of this robe, got another, but it was the same. Every robe I tried, it had been slashed and cut. It was the white clay people, doing what war they could. Good, I told myself. I should too, if I was a real Pagani. If I really was tapi, like I told the boy with my 3 braids. The way I tied my leggings, how I spoke, who I remembered, how it hurt, about Heavy Runner and his winter camp. How much I hated whoever had shot first that day. I sat under my ruined robe all that day, and the long shooter guns shot and shot. When the big ears pulled the wagons around slow to collect the robes, the Skinner boys picking them up screamed and threw the robes, seeing how they were ruined. They weren't mad, I could tell. They were scared. Their breath still smelled like the tongues they had fried in your hard yellow milk the night before, and eaten almost until they were sick. I would cut their tongues out too, I told myself. Once Sun Chief was in the backbone again, and the 7 persons were in the sky, I worked my way through the grass like a crawls on his belly, like Nitsi had done on my first hunt. And instead of waiting for the men to walk out to me, I went into the last place I ever wanted to go. The dugout. Its air tasted like a real bear den tastes after all winter, when one of the real bears that don't sleep had broken in, ate the haunches and hump off, left the rest of the sleeping bear to rot. At first the men's voices were angry and yelling, and they were passing a bottle around, one that was making their voices louder and angrier. Good, I said to myself in the foul darkness where they would come to sleep. But when they came in, it wasn't to sleep. 2 of the hide hunters were dragging one of the Skinner boys in, and he was crying and fighting and drunk from what they'd been making him drink. The hide hunters pulled the boy's pants down and bent him over one of their knees, and the other one dropped down behind him, was untying his pants that were sticky with blackhorn blood. The hide hunter smelled like greased shooter powder and smoke and death and hard yellow milk, which he had a handful of to use, and when he forced his way into the boy screamed like his throat was full, like it had a whole fist in it coming up from his belly, and his eyes cried and red shot through them in cracks all at once. And the other hide hunter laughed and patted the boy on the back like to help him through what was happening to him. And that was when I came at them. I tore the man in front's throat out so deep that his head fell behind and touched his back, and he hadn't fallen over yet when I bit into the chest of the hide hunter who had smeared the hard yellow milk on himself. But then at the last moment I remembered that I was Pagani and wanted to stay that way, so I couldn't even start to let his blood into my mouth because I wouldn't be able to stop. Instead, I grabbed his jaw and pulled it down hard and fast, tearing it off except for one side of skin, and he tried to scream but could only stand to try to get away from the pain. When he stood, it brought the boy up with him until the boy fell off onto his face. When another hide hunter called in asking a question that sounded like a joke, I pushed my fingers into the jawless one's eyes and pulled both ways, splitting his head down the middle. His body jerked, both from dying and from finishing, and he held his bottle upright without spilling the whole time he was dying. When the boy was crawling away bleeding, I stepped forward, drove my knees into his back, pressing him to the ground, then pushed his head into the ground hard enough to make his face go back into his head. I was breathing deep, and this arm was broken from how hard I had used it to pull the third hide hunter's head apart. But I was hardly started, and I couldn't stop. When the next 2 men came in laughing about something, I don't know what, I used a knife from the first hide hunter and cut both of their throats so they bled out together with me hunched over in the short dugout, watching their eyes. I wanted them to know who was doing this to them. I wanted them to know and not understand. If I would have planned better, I would have cut a yearling blackhorn's head off and hollowed it out, pulled it over mine, because, for what I was doing, I didn't need my mouth. I would like them to think that the blackhorns they shot were turning around and coming for them now. Maybe I wouldn't even have to open their throats and faces then. They would just drop in their tracks, and I would walk through like the blackhorn chief, my horns pointing up to Sun Chief, my shadow black ahead of me. Until then, I could do it this way. By my count, there were still 4 hunters and 13 skinners out with the fire. It was the biggest party of hide hunters I'd seen so far, and there were too many hunters for how many skinners there were, and it didn't matter. The next one came in alone. He was the first man with black skin I'd seen up close, but he was still a hide hunter. I stepped in behind him and held my hand over his nose and mouth so he couldn't breathe. He kicked and stood up hard enough to push me into the top of the dugout so it crumbled around me, but I held on until he jerked and died from not having any air. Before I could remember, I lowered my mouth to drink the last of his warm blood, even though it was probably too late, but stopped right before biting in, with my lips to the neck of his skin, my teeth pushing all the way out, longer than I'd ever felt them get. I shook my head no, that I couldn't, that I wouldn't, even though the taste of all this blood in the air was making me dizzy with hunger. I pulled the sleeve from one of the dead hide hunters and wrapped it over my mouth, tying it behind my head, some of my hair in that knot. It was for the next time I forgot. There were still more hide hunters to pull down and walk over. The next one didn't step in, but called in, because all of them out there knew something was happening, something was wrong. When there was nobody to answer, he threw a burning chip of blackhorn dung in. It landed on the pile of dead, and it lit their clothes. The dugout smoked thick, and I was glad my mouth was covered, but my eyes were burning. When the unspilt bottle they had been drinking from blew up in the fire, which I didn't know they could do, I had to rush out. It was into 2 long-shooter guns waiting for me, and 1 short gun. This time, they only shot where I'd been, even the short gun that had more greased shooters. I was moving fast. That white clay hunter's blood in me was making me remember who I was, what I could do. I hadn't realized that the other hide hunters I'd been feeding on like they were whitehorns was making me dull and slow like they were. With this white clay blood in me, I was starting to be Indian again. I hooked the sharp nails of my left hand into the crotch of the first hide hunter and opened him up, pulling so hard I fell forward from it. His blood splashed down all at once, and I'd gone deep enough the bone of his hip showed for a moment, black like they are before Sun Chief makes them white. When the next hide hunter stepped back to point his empty long-shooter gun at me, I took it by the barrel and hit him hard enough in the throat with the back end that his throat cracked, and he fell to his knees, dying. The man with the short gun shot one more time, digging a line in my side right here, but going on by. Then he turned, ran. He was the fastest of all of them, or maybe he wanted to live the most. Or maybe he'd seen what I was, and was more scared than any of them had had time to be. None of that mattered. I was on him before he was to the wagon, was riding his shoulders and back, twisting his head sideways until the neck cracked over and he fell as limp as a child's doll. I stood covered in blood and naked, knew that only my eyes were clean anymore. The skinners were running off through the humps. They were just boys, but I ran each of them down just the same, and buried them in the black horns they had skinned. And then I found the one hide hunter left curled up under a staked robe, saying your 3 persons prayer over and over. Like if he said it right, I wouldn't find him. I found him. Then, with Sun Chief rising again, staring down at what I had done here, I went from robe to staked-out robe and cut them with the skinner's own knives, cut them to shreds and nothing, so even if more hide hunters came, they still couldn't get anything. When this still wasn't enough, I pulled all the dead hide hunters out of the dugout and skinned them just like the blackhorns they'd shot and threw their skins hissing into the fire. I cut their tongues out too, and threw them in the fire that was burning high now from all the stakes I'd collected, so they couldn't be used again either. The day was bright enough that I needed to hide, but not yet. I also took all the long-shooter guns and stood them like lodge poles against each other over the fire, so the barrels would melt together. I even pulled all the spokes from the wagon wheels and burned them so they could never be stakes. Finally, my head pounding from Sun Chief's light, the blood all over me dried into leggings and shirt that cracked with each step. I walked out. This was when I saw the white clay people. They were just watching me. 2 of them were painting the face of one of the hide hunters yellow and black. And this was good, I knew. They held their hands up to me, telling me they knew me, and I wanted to hold my hand up to them and be known, but I was too ashamed, and my arm was broken anyway. I turned, walked away, Sun Chief right over my head. I made myself walk backwards and stare at him until I couldn't see any more, which is when I started running. The next night I did the same thing to the big-mouth hunters, except they didn't have a dugout, and I hadn't fed, so my arm was tied to my ribs with a piece of green robe like this. One of them stabbed me in the leg with a sword he had, one of those with a guarded handle like the horse soldiers use, and then one I thought was dead already shot me in the side with a shotgun that fit in the palm of his hand. It was so small. I lost most of the white clay hunter's blood from the sword, and that little greased shooter was weak like a blackhorn with an arrow in its liver. I ran away from the blood-clot hills and the big-mouthed hunters' smoking camp. I was falling into the grass over and over, my trail right there for whoever wanted it. The white clay people could have walked right up to me and done me like I'd done the hide hunters. But they hung back and hung back until they could see I wasn't going to where their camp was, to the north. I could smell it blowing down in the gusts. There would be so much blood there, easy for the taking, but I didn't want to. I didn't want to have to. I was going west now for the backbone, because that's where Pagani know to go. But I was only walking, and falling down sometimes, having to talk myself into standing again and walking some more. If I didn't get more blood soon, I didn't know what would happen. No, I did know, but I didn't want that thing to happen. I didn't want to wake up latched onto the closest living two-legged. Not unless I was in one of your towns, like here. But then I would get all the blood I'd just pulled in shot right back out, wouldn't I? I couldn't go back to the herd on Face Mountain this hungry and hurt either. I might bite into one of them, even Weasel Plume. It would burst my side open again, trying to drink all of a blackhorn bull in. But I would do it, I knew. And when all that blood leaked out, I'd go for the next blackhorn standing there watching, and the next, and then, from that much of their blood, I would finally start to get those horns and that hump I knew would scare the hide hunters. I couldn't, though. I wouldn't use my little herd like white horns. They were my new band. I was six-a-kates-tapi with them now. Finally, I fell down on my face and couldn't get up again. Night was cool on my back. On the hill to my north, a little big-mouth tasted me on the air and patted away, making a wide circle to get around, and looking back the whole time, because I might be tricking him, just pretending to be hurt. And then my hearing and my smell started to draw back in close to me, leaving me even more alone. I didn't know if I could stand back up, but I knew that, as much as the Pagani moved through these grasses, one of them was going to find me, and when they did, the catman crouched inside me would pull them down to my mouth. It could be a boy like my own. It could be a great chief we needed. I did it finally. I stood, went back and forth like this, about to fall down again. Farther away than even a long-shooter gun could shoot was the glow of a camp. I stumbled that way, shaking my head no the whole time. Not to go there. But I was. When I was close enough to see the painted lodges in the center, ringed by all the unpainted ones, I could tell these were the small robes. It was my band. What used to be my band. My lodge would have been on the outside if I could still be there. On the outside, but close enough, still in the circle of the people, which was the main thing I'd ever known. I wanted to be there so much that my body jerked and I fell to my knees. I was shaking my head no, that I couldn't, that I wouldn't let myself, that I would be no better than the soldiers who shot down into Heavy Runner's camp if I did. Only it would be worse, because I was one of them. They would be glad to see me at first. Hunts to the Side's first wife would run to me, asking about her husband after all these years, and the children would crowd around, touching me on the leg and then pulling their hands fast away, like counting coup, like being sure I was really there again. I turned, stood into the best run I could, because I wouldn't be able to keep myself from their blood for long. The backbone. If I could just make it there, I would even drink the Beaver family if I had to, if it kept me from the small robes. What worse could Beaver Chief do to me? What was he saving back to hurt me with? I was just past seeing the glow of the camp when I saw one lodge, like it had been left behind. It had been. From the markings on it, this was a lodge of the dead, was a lodge no one would ever sleep in again. One of our elders had told camp it was time. They were ready. And so the women had stood an old lodge up for them to die in, to keep from slowing the rest down. And then one of them had painted it, telling any Pagani to stay away. And I could tell it was an old woman, or maybe all of the old women who had painted it. I could tell how high they'd been able to reach the paint up. Inside the lodge, the fire that had been burning was gone now, so the sides of the lodge weren't glowing. The smoke was swirling around, hardly even going out. I'd moved among the scaffolds of the dead in the lower hills of Badger Creek, but this was different. Up there, the dead were already dead. Whoever was in here, they were just dying. Maybe I had been doing it wrong, watching the Pagani we'd already buried. They weren't going to show me the way to go. This one could. I pulled the flap back and was so weak that I fell through when I only meant to look. An old woman with a wrinkled face and gray hair turned her face to me from the thick robe she was lying down in. She was so small she could have been a girl of 10 winters, and her eyes had a coating in front of them like happens to the oldest ones. I knew she could see my shape, but that was probably all. "Who is it?" she asked. "Me," I told her instead of my name. It was rude, but I knew that my name would scare a small robe, and I didn't want her to have to be scared. Tied from pole to pole above her was a small bundle, open at the top. In it were a Napiquan comb and a mirror and 2 black braids of Pagani hair. I stood over her and touched the comb, not the hair. I drew the mirror up slow, moving it this way and that, and finally, fast, saw my own face in that shiny glass, even though it was dark in the lodge. I slowed the mirror, did that again, looking into it. My hair wasn't black anymore like the 2 braids in the bundle. It was brown like the Blackhorns' backs on Face Mountain, when Sun Chief draws the color out of them. It was because I had been eating Napiquan for 4 years already. There was even some red in the hair. I fell to my knees. I threw the mirror out the lodge door, heard the grass take it. The woman's old hand, shaking, found my knee. I covered her hand with my own, opened my nose to her taste on the air. She was dying, would be dead the next time Sun Chief came up. She had already seen him for the last time. When she woke, it would be in the sand hills, meaning she was about to know the way. She could lead me there, if she trusted me. Even though it might scare her, even though I didn't want to say it, I did. My name is Goodstab, I told her, my voice hardly working. Yellow on top, woman, she managed to get out, her hand still under mine, and I fell forward over our hands, my head pressing into the ground, my tears staining the robe with the last drink of the white clay hunter's blood. This was Tall Dog's mother, his father's third wife. I remembered her chasing us kids with a willow limb once, when we'd been sneaking bites from her kettle. She'd been chasing us, just hitting the grass around us to scare us, and our mouths had been full, and she had smiled when she saw that's what we were doing, and we did this all afternoon, stealing bites from her kettle, not for the bites, but for the chase, for the running. I was with Tall Dog when he died, I said, turning my face sideways so I was lying right by her. He was brave, and he sang his song, and he's in the sand hills now. She closed her eyes and grinned a little, her hand patting mine. You're him, she said, the one who doesn't take the scalp. Her other hand was on my forehead now, so she could feel when I nodded, even though I hardly moved. She was blind then. It's why her eyes were so milky. I'll see him tonight, she said about Tall Dog. Tell him he left all his wives behind, I said, my eyes trying to leak blood, but I didn't have enough left. Tell him they're behind every tree in the backbone, that they're standing in the creeks blocking the water up. Tell him he needs to come get them. All the four-leggeds are complaining because they can't get any sleep with all these women crying for their husband. She patted my forehead again, and I tried to ask her to tell Tall Dog that I needed him too, but I couldn't make the words. Her body jerked, starting to die, and I want to say the Catman made my mouth bite forward into her shoulder. But it was me. I bit in and drank the very last of her. And, just like when I'd fed on that first dirty face in the backbone, her blood wasn't enough to make me full and sleepy. It just made me more hungry. I sat up after drinking all of her in. I was swallowing over and over, telling myself I had to not cry her blood out, that I needed it to get back to Noppy in his dugout, so we could winter together. And then I smelled tobacco smoke, the Noppiquan kind, but that didn't mean it was a Noppiquan smoking. Outside the lodge, someone was sitting there with a pipe, with their back to the tent, meaning it was someone who had known Yellow on Top woman. They knew not to come into one of those lodges, not to even look, but they didn't want her to have to be alone. But who was old enough to have known her when she was a girl, to remember her like that? I tasted the air with my coming back nose and sat up straight like this, scared. It couldn't be, but it was. I came out on all fours, the flap resting on my back so my knees were on the robe, my hands on dry grass. Father, I said. Wolf-Calf was sitting a few paces away, his back to me. He was looking at the poor boys in the mirror, moving it back and forth, and smoking his short pipe. So it's true, he said, holding his smoke in like he used to, then breathing it out into the sky and watching it turn to nothing. I stood, walked over on two legs, sat beside him. He lowered the mirror between us. "It's true about me, you mean?" I asked. He nodded, and I was glad that, in the dark, he couldn't see my Napiquan hair, or the blood still dried all over me, or the blood still wet on my chin and around my mouth. "Is she gone, then?" he asked about Yellow on Top Woman. I kept nodding, my face down from shame now. My father pulled more in from his pipe. "We found where the soldiers fell on the 4 of you," he said, pointing with the bowl of the pipe up to Chief Mountain. "We counted the bones, and yours weren't there." "Tell me again about the Great Father's boatmen," I said. My father just sat there at first, but then, after another smoke, he nodded to himself and told the story again, just like when I was a boy. Him and Calf Looking and some of the other boys were driving horses back across Two Medicine, south and east of where we were sitting then, and the boatmen were the first Napiquans any of them had ever seen. My father wanted to go around, keep the horses safe, make his father proud like that, but Calf Looking made them go in and talk, and eat their Napiquan food and camp. Then, after the fire was dying, Calf Looking and 2 of the others got up to take the round ball guns and the horses, because everyone in camp would be in wonder that boys could do what men sang songs about. But then the boatmen woke, started chasing and shooting, and my father stopped the story there, but I was still with him, back when he had been a boy. Horses were still new, round ball guns were still magic. Cooking pots were buffalo stomachs, not iron kettles. Knives were stone. As a boy, I had never understood how we had made it through winter like that, with so little, but we always had, farther back than anybody could remember, back to when Napi shaped the land. Again, like every time my father told the story, I pictured what would have happened if him and Calf Looking and the rest of the boys had cut these boatmen's throats while they slept. Then they could have taken all the guns, all the horses, and the boatmen wouldn't have gone back, told the Great Father to send soldiers and trappers to build forts, and we could have stayed like we'd always been. But they hadn't, and maybe they couldn't have, I don't know. With my face still lowered, I laughed to myself because, even though I wanted to be, I wasn't a boy anymore. I was a child, but not my father's. I was the Catman's son now. Behind me was my friend's mother, the marks of my teeth on her neck deep enough that they touched behind her windpipe. Her blood had woken my nose and my eyes and my ears. My arm was already unbreaking, making me want to itch it. The sword cut in my leg was already closed up, and my side where I'd been shot was pulling tight over itself. I reached down before it could close all the way, pushed my fingers in, got the greased shooter out. I held it up between my fingers against the sky. "Are you going to kill them all?" my father asked, watching what I was doing. I had to be a shadow to him. "The ones killing the Blackhorns?" I asked, still studying the shape of the greased shooter. "The Napicoax," he said, holding his smoke in, the same way he still called your soldiers long knives. He still used the older words the right way. "There's too many," I told him, settling the greased shooter down on the mirror. "They're like the Blackhorns. There's always another one." My father looked over to me about this, said, "You think that the Blackhorns can't all die?" I looked down at the grass between my feet. Of course the Blackhorns would always be there for the Pagani. They always had been. Even the Napiquans couldn't kill them all. I couldn't push back against Wolfcalf, though. He was still my father. "Tell me about Curly Hair Woman," I said to him then, my mother. It was another thing I'd always asked for when I was a boy. "You're not a child anymore, good stab," my father told me back, quiet. "I don't know what I am," I said, and he might not have even heard. He clapped his hand on my wrist like a hug and held it there, and I shook my head no, not to cry out yellow on top woman's last blood, but some of it slipped out anyway. No Pagunny had touched me like I was a person for 5 winters now. I licked the blood from my eyes back in. I hid my face and shook my head back and forth and told my teeth to stay where they were, that this little taste of blood didn't mean anything. "She once got in a fight with that one in there," my father said, tilting his head to the lodge and smiling. When he handed me the pipe, I took it. My father kept smiling, couldn't stop. They were pulling each other's hair, and then your mother got a little log from the firewood and stood over Yellow on Top woman, and she was about to bring that log down. But then she didn't. After that, Yellow on Top woman and Curly Hair woman never fought again. I grinned to hear this one last time, and brought my father's pipe to my mouth. It was barely still burning, but it was burning enough. This was the same pipe Wolf Calf had passed me the night I killed that first soldier, when he told me I was a man now, that I had a man's name, and so a man's responsibilities to his people. The pipe's stem was blackened wood, and